everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Dimensional chat group starting on Warhammer 40k, Chapter 51 to 100, Chapter 51 Zalem. Chapters names started to spoil too much in that moment. Saya Takagi had no desire to keep solving anything. She suspected that once she cleared the whole thing, she would no longer be useful, and they would silence her. Still, she could not openly refuse. That man might simply put a bullet in her. Then she would play along and stall for time. If something like a terrorist attack had happened at school, the police would be alerted, and her father would immediately send people to rescue her. So the plan was simple: survive, pretend to work, and drag it out. Slacking off did not mean she had to stop thinking. She could still work out the answers in her head. She just would not enter them. Delay was the point. After running the calculations in her mind, she arrived at what the result should be. And if she was right, then the next step would surely reveal something even more interesting. She wanted to know. She really wanted to know. Just one more step. It did not look like she would pass the trial immediately anyway. With her curiosity itching, Saya started typing rapidly. 230. Saya froze. The instant she entered the final segment, the screen previously filled with what looked like code suddenly devolved into garbled characters. No, not garbled, it was rearranging itself. Then the screen went black. No, it looked like it was booting. But it was not a normal boot screen. It was playing something particles. A double helix. It was straight up an animation of human evolution. In the end, the ape evolved into a human, and that human's appearance was. And no, what is this? Blushing hard, Saya stared at the only computer still lit in the room. The evolved human on the screen was her. And there was one more problem: she was completely naked, rendered as a rotating 3D model. Text flashed at the top. The template body had been confirmed as the logged-in user. Her 3D figure slid into the corner, and a window popped up, sleek and futuristic, like something out of a sci-fi film. It looked like a bunch of folders. The next second, the screen abruptly died. The dark monitor faintly reflected a terrifying face behind her shoulder, glaring at the screen with intense pressure. No, it felt like he was glaring at her. And no, it's not like that. What did I even touch? Saya tried to explain in a panic. She could smell something burning. Smoke was rising. The computer tower was clearly fried. What did you see? Did it say how to make the panacea? That was Saya's answer, because it hurt so badly her eyes watered. Kane's hand had clamped onto her shoulder with crushing force, like he was about to snap bone. What you saw, was it about the panacea? Kane immediately let go and pressed again. Her panic made him stride over to look. He saw the computer had shut off, but right before the display died, he had barely caught the characters for elixir on the screen, and that alone was enough to send his pulse racing. Was the hard drive full of a recipe for the panacea? That would be outright cheating, something absurdly overpowered. I didn't see clearly. It looked like some kind of medicine recipe. Saya was not lying out of spite, nor was she deliberately hiding anything. She genuinely had not seen enough. But she did grasp the general idea. It was some sort of pharmaceutical formula. You have a computer at home, right? Something better? Kane sounded like he already knew the answer as he spoke, and while he was talking, he pocketed the hard drive. We're going to your house. Saya went blank again. Was she supposed to walk into her own cage? He tugged her, and she nearly fell. It was not that he yanked too suddenly. It was that she felt completely drained. And she was soaked, sticky with sweat. So in the next moment, he simply scooped her up around the waist and carried her. It was horribly uncomfortable. His arm was hard as metal. And then she saw it, an oversized metal palm. A prosthetic. Only now did Saya also realize that Seiko Busujima, her senior, was gone. When they left the computer room and stepped outside, Saya finally saw that the school's chaos was beyond anything she had imagined. Screams were everywhere. A few students came stumbling past in panic. One of them tripped clumsily and another student, something wrong and twitchy, pounced on top of them. It opened its mouth and bit down on the person's face. With a single savage wrench, it tore away half a mask of skin. Saya's mind went completely white. And when she finally snapped back, wait, those are zombies. She screamed. Even she could see what was happening. Some of the students had gone mad, biting people like rabid animals. And Cain was walking straight toward them. The ones feeding on the already dead students swayed to their feet and turned. Dead pale faces. Bloodless skin. Whites of eyes showing. Then, as if the two of them were food, they howled and charged. Right as they were about to tackle and bite, Saya's vision blurred. Two heads flew up. Two bodies collapsed. Saya finally understood. Cain had decapitated both of them. A knife had been attached to his handgun at some point, and with it he had cleanly taken their heads. From that point on, Saya's entire body stayed limp, not because she had no strength, but because she was terrified. The men carrying her killed every attacker in their path with a single blow. How many heads hit the floor along the way, she did not even know. But she also understood something else. This was not rabies. It had to be some kind of abnormal virus. The school had suffered a bioterror attack. If you were bitten, you would be infected quickly, go berserk and die. And those infected might only be killable by destroying the brain. On the stairwell, she saw a corpse tumble down, twisted beyond recognition. Its neck rotated a full half-turn, its limbs contorted like braided rope, and it still staggered upright, trying to bite. A normal person would have been dead long ago. So what the hell was happening? Did it have anything to do with whatever was on that hard drive, some medicine? Was this biodisaster caused by that drug in the first place? Conspiracies lined up one after another in Saya's mind until she saw a familiar figure in the distance. Siko was at the infirmary entrance, holding a real blade like she was enforcing a quarantine line. Around the doorway, numerous bodies lay sprawled. Had Siko done that? Maybe your world can still be saved. That was what Cain said to Siko. She blinked in surprise, then her expression blossomed into joy. But for Saya, those words were chilling. Was he saying this outbreak could threaten the entire world? That it was not just the school, that poison could be spreading everywhere? When she was brought into the infirmary, she noticed someone else inside, Shizuka Morikawa, the teacher, hurriedly gathering medical supplies. Siko came in to help because Ms. Morikawa was clumsy and kept fumbling things. As for the man who had taken Saya, he remained at the doorway on guard. After a brief daze, Saya went to a window where she could see the schoolyard and beyond it, the city. What she saw made her breath catch. And no way. Her pupils trembled. Her voice trembled. The schoolyard was hell. Outside the school was chaos, too. She saw fires and smoke. She saw 3 helicopters falling out of the sky. So this was not only inside the school. It was the entire city. Maybe it was erupting everywhere across the world. That was impossible. It had to be. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, 1599 words. The call was over. More precisely, the line cut off abruptly. She dialed again several times. No connection. However, Saya Takagi understood that nothing abnormal had happened on her father's end. This looked like a pure communications failure. She had conveyed what she needed to convey. Her father would surely hear the subtext in her words, and he would understand that the guest coming to their home was not simple. So Saya returned the phone to Siko Busujima. Under normal circumstances, the school did not allow students to carry phones. Saya was a good student, so of course she had not brought one. As for Siko, today was probably the first time she had brought hers. From the way she had acted, Siko had known something like this would happen today. Today, the world had welcomed the end. It was confirmed to be the end of the world, as her father had told her. It still felt unreal to Saya. If that was the case, then the truth behind the man guarding the door saying, "This world might still be saved," was probably that whatever medicine was on that hard drive could be used as a vaccine, something that could counter the virus that had brought about the apocalypse. Even so, she could not help feeling puzzled. Why had he needed her to help? If he simply wanted the Takagi family's power to assist, there was no need to have her crack anything. How had he decided a high school girl could open that thing? Maybe he knew she was a genius. Maybe he knew that only she could solve puzzles like these. That was not Saya being vain. She was the real thing, a genuine genius with formidable analytical ability. Only she could learn quickly enough, be taught properly, pass one exam after another, and unlock what was inside. All right, we can go now. Shizuka Morikawa's words snapped Saya back to reality. This scatterbrained teacher showed no fear at all toward the current situation. She was as ditzy as ever. That kind of innocence was, honestly, enviable. So Saya stepped forward and helped carry one of the bags. Morikawa would have trouble moving with it on her own. As for Siko and that exceedingly rude man, they were combat personnel. Carrying supplies would only get in the way. Correction. For that man, it probably would not get in the way at all. Those frenzied things posed zero danger to him. On the way here, even when over a dozen had swarmed him at once, he had killed them with effortless ease. Of course, Saya was not stupid enough to get obstinate at a time like this. This was a man who killed without blinking. The best move was obedience and better yet, being proactive. If she could help, then she should help. So she kept up, and along the way, the sense of security was overwhelming. Just how inhuman was this guy? As they moved, Saya carefully observed the monsters that had already become living dead. They were slow, but their strength was terrifying. She had seen one pressed against iron fencing, its ankle twisted at an impossible angle as it strained forward. That was not something a normal human body could do. If a person forced themselves that far, their muscles would tear apart. Yet these living dead could do it. Their hands were unaffected, too, which meant their bodies had been enhanced, their physical toughness increased. And if someone could snap their necks or casually break their arms, then the force required would be even more frightening. Of course, it might have been that his weapon was abnormally sharp. But the way he moved was so fast that even with her excellent dynamic vision, she could only catch blurred afterimages. That told her one thing. He was an even more terrifying monster than the living dead. And there was another problem. Because he looked so relaxed, if some careless idiot failed to properly analyze the living dead's condition, they might assume they were easy to knock down and foolishly try to fight. Then they would die under gunfire. Their steady advance suddenly stopped because the path ahead was scalp-crawling. It was packed full of the living dead. In the next second, Saya saw him raise his gun and aim forward. Was he going to shoot? Did he even have enough bullets? You had to destroy the head to stop them. The sound was enormous. You would think a sniper rifle had fired. Saya gasped in shock. The living dead crowding the corridor entrance were instantly swallowed by flame. More than half of them melted away. It was like he had fired white phosphorus. In a single moment, a huge portion of their bodies burned away. But even from what Saya knew, white phosphorus did not have anything like this kind of destructive burning power. He pulled the trigger a few more times, and only then did the jammed corridor open, melted into a passable route. When they walked through, Saya realized the damage was even worse than she had imagined. The floor, walls, and ceiling had all been affected. Portions of them had melted, too. What kind of gun was that? More accurately, what kind of ammunition could do something like this? Even an armored vehicle would have been completely liquefied. With a weapon like that clearing the way, they reached the staff office without trouble. The teacher's car keys were kept there. "Take the school bus." That was what the men said to the teacher rummaging for keys. "My car works. The four of us can fit just fine." "Marikawa, your car is too fragile. These living dead could tear it open easily. And it's small. If too many of them block the road, we'll be stuck. A larger vehicle can just smash through. It's also less likely to flip." That was Saya's explanation. She suspected the man had the same reasoning, which was why he wanted the school bus. It was more stable to drive. Oh, I see. Then for the bus, which key is it?" "Ah, found it." Marikawa really was like a child. Saya could not help sighing. With that kind of personality, in a world without order, a person like Ms. Marikawa would have a hard time surviving. "Do we leave now?" Marikawa asked a question that sounded extremely foolish. No, Saya could tell from the hesitation on her face that the teacher's real meaning was different. The school obviously was not just the four of them. Along the way, they had seen plenty of living survivors. But he had ignored them. And he had no obligation to clear the living dead around those people. Marikawa had seen them, too. She wanted him to help, or at least wait. But he had given a reason that left Ms. Marikawa with no choice but silence. In his hand, he possessed pharmaceutical technology that could counter the current virus. It needed to be delivered in time, to 3 places so that medicine could be developed. So the choice was this. Should Ms. Marikawa insist on delaying to save a few more people now, risking that far more people would never receive treatment later? Or worse, risk something happening to the only copy of that technical data, dooming the entire world? That was the balance she had to weigh. That reason made Ms. Marikawa fall silent. Even now, the kind teacher still wanted him to rescue others, or to wait for people who might be following behind. Before he could answer, she suddenly smacked her own forehead, looking stunned. "Ah, I'm so stupid. Of course we leave now. If we wait, it'll be trouble when those living dead catch up." Saya felt her heart ease slightly. She understood the pain a teacher, especially a conscientious teacher, would feel in this moment. But understanding was understanding. This was not a time to negotiate, and they had no standing to bargain. Marikawa really had been that foolish, she might have been abandoned. But Saya also knew Ms. Marikawa was not simply choosing survival at the cost of others. She was not afraid of death. She likely had someone she cared about, and she wanted to live for that person. And the drug technology in his possession might be the hope that the person she cared about could survive. That, too, was something she wanted to protect. So, with no more hesitation, they took the keys and headed straight for the parking lot. And then the worst thing still happened. It was not only for people anymore. Other students and teachers rushed over to join them. With so many people, a minibus could not hold everyone. It would immediately become a matter of human nature. And that mysterious man had no patience for delays. In an instant, everything went quiet. Saya's face went deathly pale. He killed someone. A living person, not a living dead monster. A living head rolled on the ground. The eyes blinked once or twice. The expression shifted from confusion to blank bewilderment, then froze. And then there was nothing. A headless body collapsed. Blood rapidly soaked the ground. And the way he had done it looked like nothing more than impatience, casually killing someone at random. Everyone trembled, terrified that they would be next. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 1422 words. Another student Kane pointed at climbed onto the minibus, looking a little anxious, but even more relieved. Only those he selected were allowed on board. And he was not picking at random. From their words, behavior, and eyes, he analyzed who was more likely to obey and not cause trouble, then let those people on. After all, this world was about to descend into utter chaos. A huge number of people would die. And if he wanted the STC to be usable in this world, he would definitely need manpower. If he could get a few more obedient students to help, that was not a bad thing. Besides, they likely would not be able to reach Saya Takagi's home in one straight shot. Something would probably go wrong along the way. And the time he could afford to stay here was limited. He could not waste it. When the time came, he would head straight for the hospital, and those students would become assistants there. That said, couldn't he invite people from other worlds to come help as well? He asked Seiko about it, then analyzed the situation. Because the cross-world invitation was on an accelerated cooldown this time due to him, if other people used it, they could only invite him specifically. They could not invite anyone else. So what if he used it himself? Then perhaps he could mass invite people into the hell he came from. The orange-haired girl he had pointed at froze in place, stunned. Truthfully, she had not expected to be chosen. The reason was simple. After linking up with him, she had been one of the more proactive ones, helping fend off the living dead from the sides and the rear. Someone who performed that well should have been chosen early. But the minibus had already been more than half filled and she still had not been called, so she had already given up hope. Of course, she had not been trying to show off in front of him. She was simply trying to keep more classmates alive. To him, it probably did not matter. He likely did not care. Now that he had finally picked her, she could not help feeling a small spark of hope. Why are you just standing there? Get on, Miyamoto. Already on the bus, Saya called out the name of the girl who had just been selected. Saya knew her. She was her classmate, and also the childhood friend of a boy Saya liked a little. Saya had heard the two of them had been arguing recently, and she felt an inexplicable flicker of delight. But that was one thing, and this was another. She absolutely did not want Rei Miyamoto left behind. Now that Rei had been selected, Saya quietly let out a breath of relief, then urged her again to hurry up and get on. As for Takashi Komuro and Hisashi Igu, they were not with them, but it was not because something had happened to them. According to Rei, it was because there were too many living dead. In the chaos, panicked students had accidentally scattered them, and then the living dead had separated them. They had agreed to regroup at the school parking lot, but in the end only Rei's group made it here. In fact, after Saya did not return for 2 class periods, Takashi and Hisashi had stopped attending class to go look for her, worried about her. That genuinely moved her. Now, with Takashi still nowhere to be seen, Saya could not help worrying. But what could she do? That mysterious man would not wait. And she could not stupidly stay behind to die. She still had to go home to see her father, and her mother as well, who she had not been able to reach on the phone. Her father had said her mother was handling something, and was not in town. Even though her father insisted everything was fine, without seeing it with her own eyes, Saya still could not help worrying. Worrying that her mother might have been infected. And this virus might not necessarily spread only through bites. For something this sudden and this widespread, there had to be other routes of infection. Water supply, food, and so on. You two, get on. Another classmate of hers was selected, and Saya was surprised. It was Kota Hirano, that overweight creep. But on second thought, it was not strange. Kota was bold in his own way. Somehow he had gotten his hands on a nail gun from somewhere in the school, linked up with Rei, and fought his way out. So it made sense that Kane would consider him useful. In short, Saya could tell, the people Kane chose were either obedient-looking, well-behaved types, or those who had some real capability. Which meant the other half, those not allowed on board, would despair. Some of them might decide, if we can't live, nobody does, and try to stop them from leaving. Saya could easily imagine the bloody outcome. If they tried to drag everyone down with them, he would kill them all. No worse than that. More and more people were gathering here now. If they did not leave immediately, it would become a disaster. And the more people gathered, the bigger the commotion, the more living dead would converge. To be honest, the fact that so many people were still alive was, rationally, also because of that mysterious man's contribution. He had killed an enormous number of living dead, well over 100. If he had not killed them, those living dead would have kept biting other students, spreading infection, and the number of visible survivors right now would likely be cut in half. These are the keys to the other cars. If you can drive, drive yourselves. He suddenly tossed out a ring of keys, and Saya froze. He had brought the other keys out of the staff office, too. The moment the keys hit the ground, the students who had failed to board this ark stared blankly for a beat, then surged forward in a frantic scramble to seize them. Let's go, Miza, this is the accelerator, this is the brake, and this is the clutch. That made Saya's forehead twitch. Saya could tell Ms. Marikawa was not stalling on purpose. She genuinely was not familiar with the minibus. This was terrifyingly unreliable. Do not tell her they were going to crash. Saya glanced at Kane. He did not seem to care. Or rather, he could tell Ms. Marikawa was a bit of an airhead, and looked mildly at a loss. I'm starting the car. Everyone, sit tight. One by one, people tensed up. Marikawa took a deep breath, then the minibus lurched forward in a clumsy, almost slingshot-like start, surging toward the school gate. Ray's cry made Saya jolt. Following Ray's gaze through the window, Saya did see them. Not just the two of them, there was a whole group with them, including teachers. You actually saved him. Ray's muttered words came next, her face twisted with hatred. That made Saya realize Ray had likely concealed part of the truth earlier. The reason Takashi and Hisashi had been separated might have been because they could not accept going back to save Koichi Shido, that teacher. Saya felt deeply uncomfortable around Shido. Her father had also warned her, this man was good at disguises, and he was dangerous. As for why Ray hated Shido so much, a genius girl, like Saya, could easily infer the likely reason. Ray's father was a police officer investigating Shido's politician father. Ray's repeating a year might even have been Shido's small act of retaliation. Yes, repeating a year. Otherwise, Ray should have been a third-year student. Then Takashi's group quickly disappeared from Saya's view. Saya, half risen from her seat with her mouth slightly open, could only sit back down again. A sudden impact startled Saya. Marikawa had driven straight through the school gate, smashing it open, and sending 2 living dead flying. And because the school was not in the city center but closer to the outskirts, once the bus drove into the city, flames and black smoke were everywhere. It forced everyone to soberly recognize that the world they had known was already gone. The world was collapsing. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. 1548 words. Staring straight ahead, Saya Takagi's pupils suddenly dilated. Up front, an elevated railway the bus was about to pass beneath let out a piercing screech. A derailed train car was hanging halfway off the track, teetering as if it could drop at any moment and block the underpass below. It was directly on the bus's required route. Worse still, the train was packed with people, and now they were all tumbling down. At this rate, they would fall right onto the bus. 1 or 2 wouldn't matter, but this was dozens. The bus would be in trouble. But if they slowed down, all those bodies piling up ahead would turn into a wall. Slamming into that could flip them. And the most lethal possibility of all, the train car itself might fall and crush the bus. Even braking now wouldn't be in time. Drive straight through. The words came with the shriek of tortured metal. By the time Saya snapped back to herself, she saw that he had forcibly cut open a hatch in the roof. Even though his body shouldn't have been able to squeeze through, he hauled himself up and jumped onto the top of the bus anyway. Marikawa, don't brake. Just punch through. Saya immediately reinforced the order. At this moment, she was choosing to trust him completely. "We're doing it." 2 seconds later, everyone braced for impact. But they didn't feel the bus being struck by anything heavy. Saya whipped her gaze around and saw mangled bodies being flung to both sides of the road, as if the bus had hit them and thrown them aside. The truth was probably that he had batted them away. No way. A harsh squeal of brakes cut through the air. Marikawa had stopped, because they had already cleared the underpass. She must have also noticed that he wasn't on the roof anymore. All she could see were bodies dropping and piling, as if they were swallowing him whole. The train car fell. It looked like the train had exploded. At the very least, when it hit the ground, firelight erupted and swallowed everything. Inside the flames, the living dead still writhed. As long as the head wasn't completely destroyed until the muscles were burned down to ash, these monsters didn't seem to stop moving. And in that moment, everyone stared at the fire, tense and anxious. Most of them weren't worried about him out of pure concern. They were terrified that if someone that strong died, then who would protect them? "Siko, you don't seem worried." Saya noticed how calm Siko was. It wasn't that she didn't care. It was that she was confident he'd be fine. "He's not the kind of man who dies from something at this level." That was Siko's answer. This wasn't hell to him, because he'd lived through scenes far more hellish than this. Saya raised an eyebrow slightly. Siko's words carried information that wasn't simple at all. It was as if Siko knew he'd faced situations far more vicious and brutal than anything happening here, and that this kind of danger simply wouldn't register to him. In the firelight, the writhing silhouettes gathered toward the center. Then, all at once, the upper portions of those shapes vanished, split away. Decapitated. They collapsed almost immediately, one after another. Only a single figure remained, growing clearer as it walked out from the flames. It gave Saya an absurd, movie-like feeling, like a superhero making an entrance. High energy. Unfairly dramatic. So cool. That's literally Superman. No, it's the T-800 from the Terminator coming out from under the bed to save the world. The one shouting in excitement was the fat kid, Kota Hirano. He looked like a crazed fan seeing his idol in person. That kind of thing can't happen in reality, from the future to save the past, or whatever. One student muttered bleakly. "It's not impossible. He might actually be." Kota's last words were very quiet, but Saya still heard them. This idiot's brain was broken. What kind of sci-fi delusion was that? How could something like that happen in real life? It was completely. Saya's internal denial stopped right there. Because her own experience with him, and his performance, had already blasted past the limits of human, in her understanding. The strange metal prosthetic. Ammunition that could effortlessly melt through armored vehicles. And that hard drive, it had made her certain that, in at least one domain, her knowledge had undergone a massive leap forward. It was too absurd. When she analyzed rationally, Saya realized some of what she now knew didn't match this era at all. The better way to put it was that she'd been trained by an advanced educational program, something from the future. When she cracked that hard drive, the code and structures she saw felt like they'd been implanted into her mind, optimizing the way her brain worked. Now, when she thought through certain problems, answers came easily, and she could even outline the steps in a simple, intuitive way. She no longer needed to grind through tedious possibilities that used to require repeated experimentation. So no, she wouldn't outright reject Kota's guess. But she wouldn't fully accept it either. When he climbed back into the bus, he didn't look injured at all. He only seemed slightly disheveled, as if the flames had roughed him up a little. Especially his metal arm. This time it was fully exposed, and it looked unmistakably sci-fi. Could he actually be a robot? That metal arm was clearly larger than the flesh at his shoulder. It looked more like a piece of military hardware, some kind of armored augmentation. Either way, Saya was getting more and more curious about him. But that curiosity quickly shifted into unease, because the minibus couldn't move forward anymore. If it were just the living dead blocking the road, he could carve a path through. But this was different. Abandoned cars jammed the streets in every direction, sealing the road completely. And Saya's house was still far away. If they couldn't drive there, walking would take most of a day. And walking was dangerous. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be without limits. One person couldn't cover everyone. Which meant someone would probably be abandoned. Marikawa, one of your friends has a military Humvee at home, right? The kind that can drive through a river. The mysterious man's words made Saya freeze. If they followed the river, there really wouldn't be many obstacles. They could reach somewhere near her home quickly. But why did he know Ms. Marikawa had a friend like that? And owning a military Humvee wasn't a normal friend detail at all. This airhead teacher had connections like that. A boyfriend, maybe. Why yes. I do have a friend whose family has a vehicle that's kind of like a tank. Just one. One is smaller. Then everyone can fit. Then we go to your friend's place, and we leave by river. They turned around and drove back for a while, then suddenly braked. Wait, how did you know I have a friend with a tank-like vehicle? Saya was speechless. She thought they were about to crash into something, and this was an emergency stop. Instead, it took Ms. Marikawa this long to realize what she should be shocked about. That isn't important. What matters is moving. It is important. It feels like you know tons of things about me. Like you know all my secrets, Marikawa complained with a hint of resentment, then got the bus rolling again. Half an hour later, the bus stopped once more, and Saya swallowed as she stared ahead. At the intersection in front of them, a car's loudspeaker was still blaring campaign speech, vote-grabbing propaganda, that kind of thing. And the living dead were clearly sensitive to sound. They had masked up and clogged the entire route. It also looked like there had been a parade or rally here earlier, which meant more victims, meaning even more living dead. It was densely packed, stretching for hundreds of meters. And on the streets branching off the intersection, places they couldn't even see, there were probably just as many. So many that anyone with trypophobia would have a breakdown. No, forget that. With how grotesque these monsters were, even a normal person would be terrified watching that many bodies writhing. And if they wanted to reach Ms. Marikawa's friend's house, they had to pass through here unless they took a detour. But if they detoured, they'd be on major roads, which were likely gridlocked. Saya's eyes widened. He got off the bus. He wasn't seriously planning to cut his way through that, was he? This wasn't a joke. But he really did. He walked straight toward that sea of the dead, and launched into them. And then, a one-sided slaughter began, outnumbered beyond reason, yet the side with the numbers was the one being crushed. A bloody, violent hell unfolded in front of them, and everyone could only stare in numb silence. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 55, Chapter 55 17:02 words. This chapter had originally had her retching. The scene was so bloody her body genuinely couldn't take it. What met her eyes was a road carpeted with mangled corpses. Some were missing feet, some had lost their lower legs, some were disemboweled, some nearly cut in half at the waist. But almost all shared one common trait: their heads had been destroyed, practically decapitated, cleanly separated from the body. So now, with sticky, bright crimson flesh everywhere, it was impossible to tell which chunk belonged to which corpse. The entire road had almost northwest clean place to step. Underfoot was nothing but gore and shredded meat. And now everyone who got off the bus helped clear the bodies southwest. The bus could drive again. Otherwise, with corpses everywhere and blood slicking the ground, the bus would have trouble moving. Its tires would lose traction. There were too many bodies to move by hand, of course. They were using whatever tools they could. She was using a long spear, something she'd snatched from the school, and used as a weapon to hook bodies and drag them aside. Kota Hirano used a baseball bat. Saya and the others used the kinds of boards people held during demonstration signboards, placards, anything with leverage. This time it wasn't Ms. Marikawa throwing up. Saya couldn't hold it either, and vomited. So what the hell was that, man? Killing the living dead for him looked like a butcher slaughtering chickens, quick, practiced, effortless. He simply walked in and did it. He was practically a humanoid gorilla. Some of the living dead were literally hurled into the air. That kind of brute strength was not something a normal human could produce. Now he was moving away from the intersection, waiting for the loudspeaker to stop, though the noise still seemed to echo in their ears. He hadn't cleared every single one. It didn't look like he couldn't. It was just that there was no point in doing something that stupid. When things were finally more or less dealt with, everyone who returned to the bus immediately collapsed into their seats. Some people trembled uncontrollably. What they'd seen today, they never wanted to see again. It would probably become a lifelong trauma. Siko and Saya seemed to be talking about something. Siko, what did you see just now? Saya couldn't help asking. I said I don't know. Do you understand? I've actually known him for less than a day. Then why are you helping him? You don't look threatened. Because he might be this world's hope. That answer left Saya completely stunned. This world becoming like this has nothing to do with him. Not even a little. And what you touched has nothing to do with the course of this world either. If anything, it's the opposite. It's because he appeared and brought that thing that this world might not spiral into something even worse. Isn't that contradictory? You just said you've known him for less than a day. Why do you trust him so much? It's less than a day face to face. That doesn't mean I didn't know him. An online friend. Except this online friend was abnormal. It wasn't a distance between countries, and it wasn't an ocean apart. It was an unimaginable distance between universes. After saying that, Siko made a graceful turn, then stepped through the doorway that led back toward the dorm entrance. Looking down at the sword in her hand, Siko tightened her grip. If she could become stronger, then she could shoulder more of the burden, and he could rest more. The time he could remain in this world wasn't long. Once he returned, he would be facing a situation even more hellish than this. An online friend. Saya's mouth twitched, but she understood what Siko was implying. Siko knew more about him. She simply wasn't ready to share more because the level of trust hadn't reached that point yet. But the way Siko said it, it weirdly matched Kota's ridiculous future theory. If he was from the future, then of course it had nothing to do with their present world. And online friend, a conversation between a future network and the present network. In the Terminator, the future could cross into the past. So a scenario where future internet, somehow connected to present internet, wasn't entirely impossible as a story logic. So that would explain it. Why he knew information about the past, why he knew things about Ms. Marikawa, why he seemed to know things about Saya too. Oh, in that case humph. Looks like she, Saya Takagi, would have an enormous role in the future. She was the protagonist, no? Obviously not. Stop being childish. Be rational. These were all guesses. The truth would only be known when Siko decided to say it. Mystery rules, after all. A sound, he was back. After that, they encountered almost no further obstacles and arrived smoothly at Ms. Marikawa's friend's house. In the garage, they really did see the tank-like vehicle. It was obviously not something an ordinary person could get their hands on, a specialized vehicle. Most likely, Ms. Marikawa's friend was military or special police. And after entering the house, Saya subtly observed something about the homeowner's identity: female. We're not staying here overnight. It's dark now. Isn't it dangerous at night? Marikawa's intention was to let everyone rest and continue tomorrow. Maybe the National Armed Forces would have things under control by then. Maybe tomorrow would be better. But the mysterious man only allowed a short rest and a quick refill of food. He was in a hurry. Don't bet on tomorrow being better. It's only going to get worse. And we need to move while vehicles still work. Otherwise we'll end up walking. Vehicles still work. What do you mean? Saya didn't want to ask it, but his tone implied that soon cars wouldn't be usable, as if something would happen to them. An EMP attack. The one who answered Kane didn't elaborate further. He was eating. Even if his body was exceptionally tough, his energy wasn't infinite. He needed food to keep himself in peak condition. He also hoped the STC hard drive really did contain the panacea. But at this world's technological level, could it be produced in such a short time? After all, this wasn't a complete STC. What he had was more like a core board, a master template. To manufacture any final product, you needed manufacturing machinery. You needed to attach mechanical systems to the board and assemble an entire production chain. That was complicated. Painfully so. Could it really be done within 100 hours? No, they didn't have 100 hours anymore. They had only 80-something hours left. Could they actually finish it in that time? If they could manufacture the panacea at any cost before he had to return, their survival odds would skyrocket. An EMP attack. Like a bomb that targets electronics. The usual range isn't that big, and it would be aimed at us. Koda's eyes lit up again. This gun-toting monster was clearly extraordinary. And if someone behind the scenes was launching attacks to stop him, then that meant he really might be a Terminator. And speaking of which, what exactly were the bullets in that gun? They definitely weren't Japanese rounds miniaturized. The ammunition was something else entirely. Koda had seen him irradiate those living dead at school. Are you saying all cars will stop working? That would require an EMP of a totally different scale. Saya's face turned pale. And that scale means... Koda also realized it, and his face tightened. A high-altitude nuclear burst. The answer came from a second-year boy with glasses named Ishii Kazu, someone who looked rational and composed. And that was the same conclusion Saya and Koda had just reached. Wait, why would there be a high-altitude nuclear detonation? Are they going to ignore whether we live or die and just nuke the city to wipe out the virus and stop the spread? The other students panicked. Calm down. If they launched a direct nuclear strike on this city, we would already see it. Saya's words forced a few to steady their breathing. It made sense. And look at what's happening on TV. This is a global outbreak. They can't possibly nuke the entire world clean. The situation is... Saya laid out her reasoning. A nuclear strike would be used against locations with military value. And a nuke detonated on the ground would cause physical destruction, but it wouldn't necessarily erase an entire city the way people imagined. No, if you analyzed it in terms of loss versus value, a high-altitude burst had more strategic utility. A high-altitude burst created a huge EMP field, tens of square kilometers, crippling electronics and anything with integrated circuits. Everything would collapse. No communications. No vehicles. Total systemic failure. In a world already drowning in chaos, with living dead everywhere, it would be catastrophic. As for why nuclear weapons would be used at all, that wasn't hard to understand. A sudden global viral outbreak, escalating and spiraling out of control. If things became even worse, some countries might decide they were doomed anyway, and choose to drag everyone else down with them. In other words, if they couldn't win, nobody could. If everyone was forced down to the same level, then as soon as one nuclear weapon was launched, Pandora's box was open. No nuclear power would trust that the first launch wouldn't eventually be aimed at them. So they would launch too. And then it would become global nuclear war. At that thought, Saya's face went even whiter. For now, though, this city, Fushu City, didn't have enough value for a direct nuclear strike. but it could absolutely fall within EMP range. If the strange fortress hard drive he carried contained something that could counter the virus, then they needed to move fast while electronics still functioned, understand the process, and produce the cure. If they waited until the EMP hit, it would be over. So yes, no staying overnight. They had to go now. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. 1334 words. Speeding up the energy coins for crossworld invitation doesn't just reduce cooldown time. It really does have other functions. For example, when you're watching a stream, you can use them to tip the streamer. Additionally, they can be used to transfer physical objects. Doesn't everyone have a 1 cubic meter personal space? The effect of these energy coins is that you can transmit items stored in your space into another online friend's space. 1 coin equals 1 cubic meter of transferred bandwidth. So after Kane learned about this feature, he immediately contacted A2. He wanted to give her the coin, so she could send over machine tools and equipment that would actually be useful. However, he couldn't gift it across. It seemed the only way was for him to return to the Warhammer world first, and only then could he tip it over. That also meant he couldn't tip Seiko's ongoing live stream, either. According to Seiko, the energy bar on her stream window currently filled less than 5% of the full bar. So what, exactly, did 460 have to do with the energy bar's increase? It seemed the increase was tied to the current social environment, or rather, to massive world-scale change. That was why the energy bar could rise so quickly. Because in the morning, before the outbreak began, Seiko's energy bar didn't move at all. Only after the outbreak did it start making visible progress. As for A2's energy bar, it should currently be around 96%, just a tiny bit short. Kane suddenly furrowed his brow. Did the anesthetic stop working? Shizuka Morikawa immediately panicked. She'd noticed faint spasms in his body, subtle twitches that clearly came from pain. She'd injected anesthetic because she was treating a horrifying wound on his chest, a gash that looked like it nearly split him open from chest to abdomen. After eating, he'd gone into the bathroom, and at his request, she was cutting away the dead tissue from the wound. The surface layer was manageable, but once it went a little deeper, it made her scalp prickle. And of course, cutting away dead tissue meant bleeding was unavoidable, so there was a lot of blood on the floor. The ones helping weren't just Shizuka. Seiko was helping too. Though rotted flesh wasn't quite accurate. Necrotic tissue fit better like a leathery layer of dead skin. I'll go get more anesthetic. In truth, the anesthetic barely did anything. And the dead, callus-like flesh Kane wanted removed wasn't caused by burns. That outer layer could practically be peeled away already. This dead, cocoon-like layer was more like a scabbed shell. If he hadn't come to this world, it would have been flesh corrupted and decaying under Chaos taint. The wound left by that Chaos Astartes strike had been infected, as if soaked through with Chaos energy. After he arrived here, the corruption was stripped away, and it became this dead tissue that needed to be removed. No, it's too painful. I'm going to get it. If it were just a small wound being stitched up, a guy could grit his teeth and bear it. But without anesthesia, a wound like this was essentially an execution. Shizuka couldn't bring herself to do it. And on top of that, she was only a school nurse, not a true surgical physician. She hadn't graduated into that level of work. She was terrified her hand would slip and make him suffer even more. Morikawa, what's going on? Why are your hands and clothes covered in blood? What happened? Is there a living person in this house? It's not that. Kane is injured. We're treating it. Hearing that, Sayatakagi's brows knitted together. She'd noticed earlier that Shizuka went in carrying a medical kit, and she'd suspected he might be hurt, but it was strange she hadn't seen obvious damage on his clothing. Now, Shizuka looked genuinely frightening. This didn't look like a minor injury at all. So when Shizuka hurriedly grabbed more supplies from the medical box and rushed back to the bathroom, Saya followed. The moment she stepped inside, she saw Siko holding a dagger against his chest. For a split second, Saya's mind went blank. Is she trying to kill him? No, just before she lunged forward in alarm, Saya realized Siko was cutting something away. And then she truly saw the wound. Her breath hissed in. A normal person might not die instantly from something like this. If they got to a hospital fast enough, they might be saved. But he'd carried a wound like this without proper treatment, and still fought his way from the school all the way to here, killing non-stop. That simply wasn't something a normal human could do. And this wound clearly wasn't caused by the living dead. It was too clean, too straight an edge weapon had done this. Had someone like him come after him, using an absurdly sharp blade? And it wasn't just that. This time, Saya also saw his severed arm. The metallic prosthetic had already been removed. Marikawa, step aside. I'll do it. The way you're doing this is basically torture. After watching Shizuka inject more anesthetic, and then scrape away necrotic tissue bit by bit, Saya couldn't hold back. Dragging it out like that wasn't careful. It was just extending his suffering. And Saya could tell the anesthetic wasn't doing much to him anyway. Long pain was worse than short pain. Stop making that sound. Marikawa, get ready to stitch. Shizuka started preparing the needle and thread. Make the thread thicker, Siko reminded her. But the thread is only this thin. Seriously? You're a nurse and you can't even double it up. Just bundle multiple strands together, Saya snapped. Then she picked up the scalpel, swallowed hard, and stared at the wound. She took a deep breath. One go, clean and fast. But then ha. That exhale came from Rei Miyamoto, who was also breathing out hard, gripping the scalpel until her knuckles whitened. Saya had already run out to vomit. Her hands were shaking too badly to keep cutting, so Rei had come in to help. It wasn't that Saya hadn't helped at all, she'd cut away part of it, but she still couldn't stomach the gore. In the end, the stitching was done by Siko. A wound this large needed the thread yanked tight with real force to bring the edges together, and they simply couldn't do it. It wasn't a matter of strength. It was the feeling like they were punishing him. This wasn't a shallow stitch through skin. The needle had to go deep into flesh. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. All right. Rei, Saya, you can go out now. Saya bristled immediately. I'm just going to wash him off. What, you want to help too? That's fine, Siko said, her tone openly amused. Saya and Rei, who hadn't even fully stepped out yet, froze, and then both flushed bright red. Only then, no longer fixated on the wound, did they realize he was completely naked. And they'd seen something they definitely shouldn't have seen, far more clearly than they'd intended. As for the person about to be washed, he didn't act like some bashful light novel protagonist, squeaking that he could do it himself. For one thing, he really was weak and drained. The anesthetic hadn't worked, and he'd basically just endured a slow carving session. For another, if someone was willingly taking care of him, why refuse? There was no point in putting on a hypocritical show of politeness. As for why he rejected A2 back then when she tried to use charm, that was a different matter entirely. The stakes weren't the same. In that case, it was about something far more consequential, about lineage, and what would come after him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 57, Chapter 57 1449 Words. In this world, there exists a secret organization that chooses to excise the evils of this world that the law cannot punish, like malignant tumors, and bury them in the darkness. The organization is called Black Label. Regarding the apocalypse now unfolding and the truth behind the living dead, this organization also knows most of what is going on. It can be said that, in this current apocalypse, the founder of Black Label, who, on the surface, is the chairman of Mochizuki General Hospital. Masamune Mochizuki is also one of the culprits. He must bear the sin of having brought about this end of the world. In the past, he traveled across various battlefields as a mercenary military doctor. In a certain village, he accidentally discovered something unbelievable. In that village, people who had lost limbs could directly take the limbs of other dead people and transplant them onto themselves for use, with no problems at all. There was no rejection reaction. And it should be known that this was a backward place with extremely poor medical standards. Yet they could achieve something like this. It was utterly absurd. After investigating, he learned that those who were about to receive a transplant would drink an unknown black liquid beforehand. After the transplant was completed, they would drink an unknown red liquid, and the treatment would be considered finished. So he dug deeper to find out what these two liquids really were. The black liquid was, in fact, cerebrospinal fluid squeezed from the brains of corpses that had died from some kind of toxin. The red liquid was the blood of those whose treatment had succeeded. So put simply, the conclusion was that the black liquid was a virus, and the red liquid was a vaccine. Through this uncanny method of use, the human immune system could accept limb transplants without rejection. In the end, he named the virus D99. This virus had the following trait: after infection, the immune system would become abnormal, but the corresponding compatible cells would be activated. As a result, for a long time the cells would not undergo necrosis, and would continue to proliferate rapidly, allowing the body to endure all kinds of transplant surgeries. In other words, if used properly, then to a surgeon, this was practically the power of a god. However, this thing was also dangerous. It could easily affect the nervous system, and then the brain, causing brain death, and triggering a state where the person behaved as if they had rabies, extremely infectious. Fortunately, a vaccine existed, the blood of living people. But that vaccine was far too scarce. More research was needed, and it would be best if mass production could be achieved. When he returned to that village, unfortunately, the war had already destroyed the place, meaning the vaccine source was gone, leaving only the small residue he had on hand. And researching the D99 virus on his own made it difficult to develop a vaccine. It would require a huge number of experiments. The cost of such experiments might be uncontrollable. If he caused an outbreak by accident, it could lead to humanity's extinction. Therefore, he destroyed all data related to D99, and destroyed almost all samples as well. Unfortunately, he was not the only person who knew about D99. For the sake of research, he had assembled a medical team, so information about D99 still leaked. In the end, samples of D99 also flowed out into the world, and an organization called Syringe continued the research. To obtain more vaccine, they conducted many experiments. For example, the development of new narcotics was also tied to D99. Those drugs were then sold across the world, becoming a massive source of funds for the organization. As for realizing that those drugs were connected to D99, he only discovered that a little over a month ago. People who had used too much of the drug developed abnormalities, were sent to his hospital, and were found to be connected to D99. With deeper research, Masamune Mochizuki discovered, in horror, that the situation was completely out of control. This new drug developed on the basis of D99 was like a chronic virus. In the end, it would cause patients to become manic, bloodthirsty, and attack indiscriminately like a rabies outbreak. And those who were attacked, once scratched and the like, would become infected, and would quickly suffer the same onset. According to investigation and inference from the spread of this drug, about 1 year later, the world would be filled with rioters everywhere, and at a terrifying rate, they would infect others and increase their companions. At that point, the world would be in total chaos. But what was fortunate was that they discovered this sign early. What was unfortunate was that the apocalypse would arrive early. The reason it would come early was the solar storm. This year's solar storm would be unusually severe, meaning more particles would be irradiated onto Earth. This caused those who had taken the new viral drug perhaps not just that new virus, Syringe likely also developed and released other related substances into the market to undergo changes. In any case, as long as someone had consumed D99, related substances, and carried the virus in their body, the solar storm's influence would cause changes. Once a critical threshold was reached, the body would mutate violently, the brain would die, and the person would turn into what people called the living dead. Yes, the living dead, not rioters. Rioters are berserk, but their brains are not dead, they still have some awareness. So they can still use any weapons available to attack. In other words, almost any weapon humans can use, rioters can also use. Just imagine it, if those who control state weaponry, especially the most dangerous weapons, turned into rioters, what kind of situation would that be? It would absolutely be even more terrifying than the living dead. However, the living dead are stronger than rioters in terms of bodily toughness. They possess terrifying strength, though they move more slowly. As long as you run, you can normally shake them off. And then, this morning, the largest solar storm struck, and D99 was officially activated. The collapse of the world began from that moment. Masamune Mochizuki also suspected that the syringe organization could not have failed to anticipate this, with no warning signs at all. On the contrary, what he discovered suggested that they accelerated the spread of the drug. Thus he obtained some intelligence. Syringe was not merely pursuing godlike surgical power. If that were their only goal, then what meaning would there be in destroying the world? Their goal was the power of agelessness and immortality. Yes, back when D99 was being researched, it was discovered that it might contain such power as well. In fact, before Masamune Mochizuki completely sealed off D99 and destroyed all information, he had already achieved this miracle, but there was only one successful case. He could not be sure it could be replicated, and he did not dare risk the world's destruction. And that one ageless, immortal individual was not him, and she absolutely could not be allowed to be discovered. Now, within the Black Label organization he created, 2 members are operating in Tokanosa City, because they found members of Syringe. But before they could capture them, D99 was finally activated by this wave of solar storm. The 2 members, Mikoto Kiba and Yuko Sajiri, also reported in. Through a drone's accidental observation, they discovered a mysterious man who was absurdly powerful. It looked extremely likely that he too was someone strengthened through D99, otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess such power beyond human limits. Strengthening through D99, Black Label members, especially combat members, due to certain accidents, also used D99 to revive themselves, and their bodies became enhanced. As for that man, he did not look like he was with Syringe, and Masamune Mochizuki further confirmed this. If he was not, then contact would be made. P.S. Triage X and High School of the Dead are related. The artist is the same person, and the art style is identical, but the story does not explicitly state that the 2 worlds share a single unified setting. It is just that certain plot elements feel somewhat connected. So these 2 should be considered works that are like parallel worlds. Here, I have integrated them into a single shared world. So if you have read Triage X, you may find the plot different because here, the timeline has been merged in 1 year earlier than the start of High School of the Dead. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. 1560 words. As viewers, you really can help. For example, in the world that Ms. Siko Busujima is currently live streaming, viewers with a normal camera angle can often see the surroundings more clearly than she can. That way, if something goes wrong, if anything creeps up behind her, viewers can warn her in time. Which brings us back to the question. Busujima suddenly turned off the stream before entering the bathroom. What was that supposed to mean? It inevitably made fallen angel Kuroneko's thoughts drift toward adult-only content. Probably not, right? After all, Ms. Busujima hasn't exactly fallen in love with him at first sight. Then again, Kuroneko had read and watched enough novels, anime, and games to know that female characters sometimes get drawn in by a man's performance, notice the sincerity behind it, and end up captivated. Even Kuroneko, just watching his actions, felt his blood boil with excitement. Of course, compared to what he'd gone through in his original world, this was mild. After all, in his world, he'd already died several times. So this biohazard outbreak posed basically no threat to him. Back to the point, if Ms. Busujima really intended to do something adult, it wouldn't make sense for her to cut the stream, and then immediately offer herself. And she even pulled Dr. Shizuka Morikawa in with her. Was she carrying a medical bag? Was she going to treat his wound? Speaking of which, it was only after Ms. Busujima started streaming that Kuroneko truly saw what she looked like, and realized she was different from the manga depiction. In manga, a character's appearance is essentially an artist's visualization of textual description. Until you see the real person, no matter how detailed the drawing is, it will still differ somewhat from the true original. But the real Ms. Busujima on stream was even more beautiful. And yes, her figure was real too, or rather, even more exaggerated than in the manga. Because the live stream was dynamic. As long as they moved even slightly, everything would sway. If the movement got bigger, the image started to feel unreal. Especially Dr. Shizukashi was the most exaggerated of all the women, and Kuroneko was genuinely stunned. Not only him, either. A lot of female viewers also went quiet. That was especially true for Ms. Tendu, whose words were dripping with envy, jealousy, and spite. You could practically hear her grinding her teeth. Honestly, if Kuroneko had even half of Dr. Shizuka's, no, even a third, it would be enough to crush girls his age on sheer presence alone. So did Ms. Busujima's world really have women this exaggerated? Was this a world full of overwhelmingly endowed women? Kuroneko finally understood why, when he'd chatted with Mr. Golden Toilet before, and the conversation drifted to Ms. Busujima's world, Mr. Golden Toilet's writing had suddenly started to change. If the biohazard outbreak never happened, this place would basically be a paradise for that particular preference. How does this live stream even increase the chance of a slip like that? Kuroneko was sleepy, ready to log off and go to bed. Before logging off, though, he noticed that he also had a live stream switch, and his thoughts circled back to the beginning. He'd already told everyone how live streaming could generate earnings, but Kuroneko himself still hadn't started streaming. Because streaming himself would be fun too. As for other people, some were already streaming. Komo Tendu was streaming right now, in fact she was dealing with a primitive animal corpse. A black-haired, straight-haired swordswoman beauty fighting a mantis-shaped monster was, admittedly, a little shocking. Rei Miyamoto noticed the changes in that young man, who had already renamed himself Ito. In fact, as long as everyone paid attention, they would all notice his changes. Back at school, his face had looked like it was scarred from burns, faint, patchy, and unsettling. But now his face was almost normal, revealing neat, well-shaped features. He looked young, at most 2 or 3 years older than her. Most importantly, his hair. There were no longer any broken patches. Rei remembered that early this morning, under the cap he wore, he was practically bald. Now his hair had grown in again, about as full as a short buzz cut. And when she'd been tending to the puncture wound earlier, she'd noticed strange patches of skin on his body. Shizuka had leaned in to treat him up close. The skin on his face had also shown signs of peeling. That suggested those burn-like injuries weren't just on his face. They were probably all over. What is it? Ito asked. No, nothing, Rei replied blankly, realizing he'd caught her staring. Get ready to get in the vehicles, Ito said suddenly. Ito is Kane, he just renamed himself to sounds Japanese that made the person still refueling freeze for a moment, then immediately stop pouring gasoline from the drum. To travel properly, they naturally planned to top off fuel nearby, and also prepare several extra cans just in case. Once everyone was aboard, the military armored vehicle rumbled as it set off again. Its interior space was about the same as a van, and since a van could cram in that many people, in theory they could all squeeze into this one too. But in a real emergency, being packed like sardines would make it hard to move your hands and feet. So aside from Ito, this vehicle carried only women. The remaining people rode in another modified off-road vehicle that could also ford water. Does anyone have a route plan? Saya asked, unable to help herself. They'd originally planned to load more fuel cans, but now everyone seemed oddly unmotivated. She also noticed that Ms. Busujima had become even more vigilant. In the darkness of the night, she must have sensed something. So Saya couldn't help but reach for her handgun. Shizuka's friend's house had a small armory. It had been emptied out now, and Saya had taken a pistol. Northwest. There's someone close, Ito said. The girl with glasses immediately raised night vision binoculars at the window, and looked toward the direction he indicated. The drone gave off a faint pinprick of light, dim even compared to a firefly. At that distance, normal human eyes would never see it. But Ito was no longer a normal human. After being improved by those wonder drugs, his vision had obviously advanced, his night sight included. And this drone wasn't something he'd just noticed. He'd spotted it 10 minutes ago. At first, he thought it was a coincidence passing by. But in the end, he confirmed it was monitoring their group. Smiley face, so you're saying it's spying on us? How would I know? Ito replied. That made Saya very unhappy, not because of his tone, but because he suddenly tossed a hard drive at her that felt like it weighed as much as a brick. It landed on her thigh. Keep it safe, Ito said. The moment the words fell, he opened the front passenger door and jumped out. The door slammed shut behind him. In the next second, the vehicle shook violently. It had been hit by an attack. And Saya more or less understood his plan. He'd dropped into the river, intending to capture whoever was tracking them. As for why he had to go into the water, because the armored vehicle was driving alongside the riverbank. There was northwest better place to break away without being noticed, and the water would also help cover his traces. The front passenger seat had originally had another person riding with him, but she wasn't holding the hard drive, of course. This was a sudden incident, and Ms. Busujima needed to fight. Carrying that thing would only get in her way. Two women were tracking the two vehicles as they followed the river. Given the other side's strength and not knowing what faction they belonged to, they didn't make direct contact. Instead, they used the drone to monitor them. Yuko, the drone battery is almost, the goggle-wearing girl began. Before she could finish, Yuko Sajiri yanked the small speedboat into a sharp turn and accelerated. Just as they were about to crash into the riverbank, Yuko reached out, grabbed the girl, and jumped. The speedboat exploded. But the girl was only scraped up, while Yuko was thrown into a situation more severe than ever before. That kind of reaction was extremely rare for her. It was because the enemy was not simple. Right then, beneath the boat, using the speedboat's motion like a launch, something surged upward like a fish leaping out of water. Now, under the firelight of the explosion, it slowly stepped onto the riverbank. And by that firelight, the girl finally saw its face clearly. Her pupils shrank. It was Miyamoto's friend. She also noticed Yuko's abnormal state. Since meeting Yuko, this was the first time she had ever seen her expression so grim, so tense that sweat even slid down her fair forehead. The most obvious sign was Yuko's hair. Its color shifted sharply, from brown to a silvery pink. This was the change that happened when Yuko got completely serious. Which meant the person in front of them was extremely dangerous. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. 1498 words. The rescued woman was, on the surface, a genius surgeon from the Mochizuki Clinic. In the shadows, she was a combat operative of a secret black organization, a warrior who set down the scalpel and took up the katana. She had carried out surgery on the darkness itself. She had fought through countless life and death engagements, faced countless powerful enemies, and emerged battle-hardened. Especially those members of the terrorist organization Syringe. Every single one of them was frighteningly strong, far stronger than the enemies she used to deal with. Yet even when facing the enemies she had encountered before, including the strongest among them, she had never felt anything like this. The man before her looked a little younger than she was. He was not exactly muscular, but neither was he thin. His posture was straight and upright. To an ordinary person, he would seem ordinary, just an everyday young man, or perhaps a university student. But beneath that appearance lay power that surpassed human limits. She had already watched, from a drone's perspective, how easily he handled the living dead, and she knew he was a formidable opponent. Only now, facing him directly, did she realize how severe her earlier judgment had been. In the rescued woman's eyes, he was like a walking calamity. If presence could be given visible form, then his entire body would be wrapped in a terrifying black aura, like a demon made flesh. That was the sensation she felt. And this demon was no ordinary demon. He was the kind that had slaughtered his way to the top among the unforgiven of hell, clawing out of the abyss, and into the human world. So now, every muscle in her body was drawn tighter than it had ever been in her life. She forced her mind into that razor-thin state where life and death were separated by a single instant. As if one small lapse, one tiny mistake, would get her torn into pieces by the demon in front of her. She tightened her grip on the sword in her hands. This time, she truly had to fight with everything she had. Beside her stood a girl in goggles, Kiba Mikoto. She understood, too, that the danger this time was very real. Quietly, her hand moved toward the pair of Smith & Wesson Model 27 revolvers on her body. Then, as if noticing the small movement, his gaze turned toward her. In that instant, Mikoto felt as though her spine had been brushed by the finger of death itself. A chill drove deep into her bones, and her mind went blank, deaf to everything. For a split second, she had the illusion that she had already been killed. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and Mikoto snapped back as if waking from a trance, staring in startled confusion at her own arms, both hands somehow already extended. The 2 shots had come from the revolver in her hand. She had fired first. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Mikoto had bitten. But it was not because her mind had reacted first, it was her body, driven by fear, reacting on instinct. Put simply, it was a stress response from being terrified, not a deliberate attempt to seize the initiative. Almost at the same time, the figure opposite vanished, and so did Yuko. Mikoto's eyes darted in panic, searching, until she caught them. Yuko was attacking him at a speed Mikoto had never seen before. Her blade became a storm of slashes, leaving only blurred afterimages. Against the enemies she had faced in the past, that kind of assault would have reduced them to pieces in the blink of an eye. But to Mikoto, it looked as though Yuko was only cutting at his shadow. The next second, accompanied by a crisp, unnatural metallic ring, Yuko's attack stopped. Mikoto saw it clearly. Yuko's sword had snapped. The broken blade spun through the air like a boomerang before clattering to the ground behind Yuko. A sound like flesh being struck. Mikoto and Ichika as well saw a figure suddenly appear in front of them. It slammed into Mikoto, driving her backward several meters. The cry tore from Mikoto's lips, because the one who had crashed into her was Yuko, blood spilling from her mouth. The sword in Yuko's hand, already broken, had now been shattered, further hilt and all, nearly ground into fragments. Mikoto, hurry! For the first time, the rescued woman shouted at her companion in a voice that was almost a roar. At the same time, she threw away the ruined hilt still clinging to a short section of blade and, instead, gripped the severed blade itself with both hands. The hilt had snapped when he flashed past her. She had barely even perceived the motion. And when the broken blade struck the ground, she had been kicked flying at just the right angle to snatch it out of the air the moment it passed. Because it was a bare blade with no hilt, gripping it with both hands meant her palms were torn open by the razor edge. Blood ran freely, and she couldn't even feel the pain. If we go together. Otherwise we die together. Yuko's intent was obvious. She meant to trade her life to hold him back and give Mikoto a chance to escape. But Mikoto could not do something like that. The instant the words left her mouth, his silhouette disappeared from Mikoto's view. No, not truly. He was simply too fast. In a daze, all Mikoto could see was the muzzle flash flaring from her revolver. In the next moment, he was already in front of Yuko. Their weapons met in an instant, sparks and steel in a single blink. Yuko was hurled backward again into Mikoto's arms, and this time he, too, took a step back. Yuko had managed to strike him. Mikoto saw it. A vicious cut had opened across the exposed part of his body. Look carefully, Mikoto. That wasn't my doing. The rescued woman caught Mikoto's expression and followed the direction of her gaze, speaking sharply. She had grazed him when his movement stuttered for an instant. She had kicked the broken blade up from below, slicing through the bandages wrapped around his body, and drawing a shallow line of blood. But compared to that horrifying wound, her cut was almost negligible. Which meant his strength was even more beyond her imagination. He was fighting them like this while already carrying such an injury, and he was still this terrifying. If he were uninjured, she would already be dead. And yet precisely because the wound had been torn further open, because blood loss was worsening, and affecting him, she finally saw the smallest hint of hope. Mikoto's pupils contracted as she truly saw it, her face turning pale. On that huge wound, she could see stitching. Many of the sutures had been ripped open. That could not have been caused by Yuko. This man had been moving with such monstrous power, while carrying an injury like that. You're with Black Label. He suddenly spoke, his tone oddly calm. Kiba Mikoto. Mikoto froze in shock as her name was called so clearly. Her public identity had been exposed. Which meant he knew a great deal about Black Tag. Had someone leaked Black Label's intelligence? Was there a traitor? Yuko, the rescued woman, corrected quietly, supplying the proper name. And you, he added, the rescued woman. Right then, hey. We've got trouble over here. Another voice cut in, coming from his body, from something like a radio. Staying cautious when you don't know whether I'm enemy or ally is correct. But firing first only turns me into an enemy. You need more discipline, young lady. Leaving Mikoto with words that sounded like a stern elder's admonition, he turned and melted into the night, vanishing as if he had never been there at all. Only then did the rescued woman loosen her body just a little. He didn't look like an enemy, but that still didn't guarantee he was a friend. I'm sorry, Yuko. No need to apologize. Yuko reached up and gently patted Mikoto's cheek. Mikoto was still young. Faced with a terrifying monster like that, a fear-driven reaction was normal. And the fact she could still shoot accurately at him was already impressive. If it were Kenda Iha, that foolish little idiot, that bomb-crazed idol, she'd probably have yanked out a pile of explosives and ended up taking her own people with her. Still, even if he wasn't confirmed as an enemy, and not confirmed as an ally either, he looked like someone they could communicate with. That meant the blurred line could still be changed. It could be developed into friendship. Follow him. Because didn't his side just say they had trouble? That was the opportunity to turn not enemy, not ally into an ally. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 60, Chapter 60, 1713 words. The V-22 tilt rotor, nicknamed the Osprey, was a little different from what most people thought of as a helicopter. In outline it resembled a fixed-wing aircraft, but at each wingtip sat a rotatable engine nacelle driving a prop rotor. In airplane mode, the V-22 looked like a plane with 2 enormous propellers mounted on the wingtips. In helicopter mode, it became a helicopter with 2 relatively smaller rotors. That gave it the defining trait of a helicopter: vertical takeoff and landing while also retaining the advantages of a propeller aircraft: high speed, long range, and lower fuel consumption. And now, one of those Ospreys suddenly appeared from the far side of the river. The moment it noticed them, it came straight over. Without a word, it swung its cannon to intimidate them, signaling them to pull over. There was no choice but to comply. No one could possibly withstand an aircraft cannon. Under normal circumstances, Saya Takagi would have interpreted this as the military trying to prevent further spread of the virus, stopping anyone who tried to escape via waterways. So she would not have been too panicked. She was the Takagi family's young lady. If she gave her name, maybe they would even escort her home. If anything, she felt a certain sense of security. However, she noticed something odd on the Osprey's fuselage: strange symbols and graffiti, with none of the usual military markings. That made her pay closer attention. So she raised her binoculars and immediately saw that something was wrong in the cockpit. One by one, the crew were wearing masks like demons. Her heart dropped. This Osprey was not right. At once, she warned that guy over the radio. Sure enough, the instant they pulled into the bank, a masked woman leapt down from the aircraft. The key point was that she jumped from that height, and that was simply abnormal. In Saya's understanding, even a very strong soldier would be an idiot to jump down like that. It would be easy to fracture a bone. A bad landing could even kill you. Which meant the masked woman's physical capability was far beyond a normal human's. So Saya immediately realized the masked woman was likely that guy's enemy here to stop him. How lucky, the masked woman said bluntly. Catching the Takagi family's young lady by accident. Now I can use you to threaten the chairman of that patriotic one-heart society, the one who won't bend no matter what. Saya's expression changed. It looked like she had guessed wrong. This is the age we've been waiting for, the woman continued, still speaking lightly. Only by cooperating with us, Syringe, do you get a bright future. But that bastard really doesn't know how to show respect. So I'll cut off one of his daughter's arms, and send it over first. Should I also take an eye? The casual tone, paired with the cruelty of the words, made Saya's face tighten even further. But she caught something else. The moment the woman said syringe, Seiko Busujima reacted. Seiko's gaze sharpened like a blade. In that case, the masked woman really could be that guy's enemy. Perhaps she was one of the masterminds operating behind the scenes of the current counter-terror chaos. The living dead, was that your organization's handiwork? Saya demanded. The masked woman laughed. Why would you think that? The question did not answer directly, but Saya confirmed it through the woman's subtle body language. She had hit the mark. And in that instant, Saya felt the woman's attitude shift. Before, she had wanted to take her alive. Now, she only wanted to kill her. To silence her. In the next moment, from more than 10 meters away, the masked woman closed the distance to nearly zero in what looked like a blink. She sprinted straight into Saya's face. A hand plated with sharp armored segments shot toward her eye, only a few centimeters away from piercing her eyeball. Saya's eyes trembled. Her face drained bloodless white. It did not miss because the woman held back. It missed because Seiko's knife-hand strike intercepted it. And Rei Miyamoto thrust her spear in at the same time, only for the masked woman to catch the shaft with her bare hand. The next second, Saya stumbled backward and fell hard onto the ground. Seiko had yanked her back. Seiko immediately surged forward with a ferocious counterattack, while Rei could only watch for an opening. But after only a few exchanges, Seiko took a punch. Then, just as the masked woman reached to seize Seiko's face and tear it apart, Rei's spear tip forced its way in. It still was not enough. Within a few more exchanges, Rei was sent flying, crashing heavily into Saya, and making her cry out in pain. Before the two of them could even disentangle, another body slammed down onto them, drawing another agonized scream from Saya. Seiko, too, was defeated. You've got good eyes, the masked woman said. Join my team. As she spoke, she casually stepped back, because Seiko struggling finally collapsed unconscious. Fine, the masked woman said. Then I'll just kill you. So that guy still had not arrived. Body aching, Saya watched the masked woman draw closer, then suddenly pulled the trigger on a pistol she had kept hidden from the start. The masked woman staggered back, her head snapping slightly. Yes, what a shame, the woman said, straightening in an instant with a mocking tone. You missed. Suddenly, the woman jerked backward again. A faint orange glimmer flashed through the spot where she had been standing, then plunged into the river beside them. An abnormal flare lit up the water. The river surface began to boil, and hazy gray vapor rose into the air. Saya froze for a split second, then released a shaky breath, and even felt a flash of delight. That had to be his kind of ammunition, the kind that could melt even metal. He was here. Sure enough, a silhouette cut into the scene, and planted itself in front of them. The masked woman said, amused. Interesting. That speed isn't something an ordinary person can manage. Are you with Black Label? He did not respond. Instead, he glanced back at the girls behind him. His gaze lingered on Siko longer than on anyone else, and his brow tightened slightly. For some reason, that made Saya feel an inexplicable, sour irritation in her chest. When he turned back around, Saya suddenly felt as if he had become more frightening. She could see anger in his eyes. If you're going to ignore me, WH. The masked woman's voice cut off mid-syllable. The masked woman, Murasaki Keiru, performed the last physical motion of her life. Her pupils dilated. She saw her own arm raised to block an attack from the man, who had seemingly jumped into her face, get severed and sent flying. It had to be a joke. The armored gauntlet on her arm was made from special metal, and it had been cut off that easily. Her vision turned strange double images, like one person becoming two, the images splitting farther and farther apart. In the final instant before her sight went completely black, before consciousness sank forever into darkness, she saw the other half of her own body. So that was it. She had been cut clean in two. That was the sound of Kiba Mikoto swallowing. They could not keep up in person, but they still had remote drones. So they saw it clearly. On the screen, the masked woman syringe operative was killed in a single exchange. Her body split straight down from the head, neatly cleaved into two halves. This woman was one of Syringe's members, one of the malignant tumors they were meant to remove. Mikoto had fought her yesterday. She had been stronger than Mikoto by far. And because Mikoto had dragged Yuko down, that was why those sisters had escaped. Yes, twin sisters. One of them was apparently the harem demon Claw. Now, with only one clash, one of the twins was instantly dismembered. Which meant that if Mikoto ever faced that man directly, he could kill her in a single move, in a single instant. This is bad, Mikoto said suddenly. If the younger sister had been butchered like that, the companions on the Osprey, especially the older sister, would go insane. Sure enough, the Osprey began to turn. But it did not bring the externally mounted cannon to bear. Instead, it swung its rear around, presenting its tail more precisely. Mikoto saw it. At the open rear ramp, the older sister looked like she was roaring, hefting a Gatling gun, clearly intending to personally riddle him with fire. Then they had to be faster. Mikoto drove her drone forward at full speed, aiming to ram it into the aircraft. The drone itself was rigged with explosives. However, before it could collide, before it could even get close enough, the older sister's body abruptly melted away by half, in a single instant. Immediately after that, the Osprey took abnormal hits as well, 7 or 8 orange flashes in rapid succession. Wherever the impacts landed, everything was melted through. Including the Osprey's outer skin, which opened into glaring, cavernous holes. Then a massive fireball blossomed across the night sky. For a moment, Mikoto could only stare. When she snapped back, she swung the drone's camera down toward the people on the ground, because she had caught orange streaks slicing through the darkness. Those shots had come from the ground. The moment the camera refocused, she saw him raise his gun toward the drone. In the next second, the feed went dead. The drone had been shot down. Or maybe not. Maybe the battery had simply run out, and it dropped on its own. Mikoto looked toward Yuko. Originally, they had intended to repay a favor, to step in and help. But now it seemed there was no need at all. He had dealt with everything cleanly and decisively. Should they still make contact? That man was dangerously strong. But at least one thing was fortunate. He clearly was not a member of Syringe. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 12-13 words. Watching the fighting footage on the video, Seiko was easily defeated by the other party with little apparent effort, as if the gap between them was enormous. But the truth was not that simple. Kane could tell. Seiko was holding back. She was still shackled by ethics and morality, unable to cut down a living person cleanly and decisively unable to truly commit to killing intent. Of course, even if she let go completely, there would still be a difference in strength. The other party was someone who had survived real slaughter. Seiko, though a kendo tournament champion, came from matches that were essentially performance pieces. She had no meaningful, practical combat experience. Even so, Seiko, someone who had endured so much, should not have fallen that quickly. So Kane closed the clip recorded from the vehicle's onboard camera, then glanced sideways at the dark purple-haired girl who sat there in silence. Further inside, between Seiko and Shizuka Morikawa, who was somewhere between Seiko Busujima and Airhead, as a teacher, Rei Miyamoto was also seated. Her mood was clearly poor, looking equally shaken, as if she had been hit hard. Yes, there were 4 people in the cab including the driver, yet it did not feel cramped at all. The cab gave off the impression of an engineering vehicle, spacious. Everyone, hold on tight, okay? Shizuka warned them, because the road ahead where they would turn onto the route toward the hospital had quite a few special obstacles. They were no longer following the river. Instead, they were heading straight for a hospital not far from the waterway to collect medicine again. Because his wound needed to be treated again. It had split open. In addition, Seiko and Rei had minor injuries as well. The other party's armored gloves had left a few cuts on them. It was not enough to cause major blood loss, but in this environment, it had to be handled properly. Wounds needed to be sealed off from the outside world. Because the virus could slip in through an open cut and cause infection. Kane took a deep breath. They were already at the obstacle line. Don't hesitate. These were not living people. They were moving corpses. Just ram through them. When they stopped at the hospital's main entrance, turn off the engine. All of you stay in the vehicle. The engine was killed immediately. Then the mysterious young man who looked much younger than Seiko got out of the vehicle and began clearing the area. 10 minutes later, there were almost no moving people left within sight. With night vision, they could still see scattered limbs farther away. But at that distance, as long as they did not make too much noise, it would not draw them in. After that, he entered the hospital, and Seiko was called in to follow. The sound of a blade piercing flesh, yet it was not Kane. It was the girl beside him. While pulling her sword back out, Seiko's expression shifted subtly, and then she continued dealing with the approaching corpses. When you fought that masked woman, what were you hesitating about, Seiko? Seiko's face tightened, but she kept cutting down the next corpse. Were you afraid your sadistic side would be exposed? Sadistic, what does that mean? She probably understood what he was implying. After all, he knew of the works that told the story of her world. Those might have revealed more about her. But hearing the word sadistic used as a label still made Seiko feel strangely unsettled. It means someone with a tendency toward cruelty and violence. So, are you? Seiko fell silent. You know about that incident too, don't you? You mean back in middle school, when you were stalked by a pervert, and you deliberately let him get close so you could strike back in self-defense, injuring him severely, so severely that it was considered excessive self-defense. There's a problem with that. I didn't use a wooden sword. I used a real blade. I noticed his stalking long before that. It wasn't the first day he followed me. He was searching for the right opportunity. So that day, I led him to the area where I had already placed a real sword, and then I truly cut him down. The way he suffered. The way he bled. It made my blood boil. It made me want to watch him suffer longer. To see more blood. As Siko said this, her face twisted slightly and her body trembled. She was afraid and yet excited. She was struggling. Especially in this environment now that the world was collapsing, the violent impulses inside her were stirring more and more. Then you really are a sadist. A pervert. Siko was caught completely off guard by that remark. It was not comfort, but she did not feel hurt either. She simply went blank for a moment. But I like perverts like you, Siko. Because only perverts like that can live better. And I'll tell you a secret of mine too. A secret. But before I tell you, I want you to do something for me. Look at me with an ice-cold gaze, disgusted, contemptuous. Then, with absolute loathing, lift your skirt and show me your bare legs. Step on me a little so I can see. Siko's mind went chaotic. She almost botched her next swing, and nearly let another corpse slip past. What kind of request was that? She could not reconcile the man in front of her with those words. A battle-hardened warrior. Fearless in the face of malice and danger. Someone who seemed serious to the core, hard to imagine joking at all. And yet now, all of a sudden, he was like this, ferocious, with a crooked grin. If you can do it, I'll tell you my secret. Blushing, Siko closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled. When she opened her eyes again, she tried her best to summon a look of disgust. I can't feel the disgust in your eyes. Right, imagine I'm the pervert who stalked you that day. That's the look. After he confirmed her gaze was right, Siko lifted her skirt plainly, unmistakably past the line she should not cross. He looked utterly delighted, like someone who had been doused with a bucket of cold water in the height of summer, refreshingly, indescribably satisfied. This dash, all right. Back to clearing. Didn't you say you'd tell me your secret? Siko blinked. Tell her a secret. She froze for a beat, then realized what he meant and looked over with a complicated expression. That's right. I like being looked at with disgust by beautiful women and being rewarded at the same time. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm only enjoying the feeling. I'm not a masochist. I don't like physical pain. I like mental pain. He confessed his odd kink with shameless directness. But he emphasized he was not a masochist. Hearing that, Siko looked mildly speechless, then suddenly let out a laugh, and the turmoil in her heart dissolved by more than half. Then his expression changed abruptly. Siko's guard immediately rose had he sensed danger within the hospital. But it was just dash. Is your live stream on? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 62, Chapter 62. 1796 words. Saya stared at the hard drive in her hands, momentarily at a loss. That strange port from before, the one whose data socket had looked like a pitch-black void, was no longer like that. Now it had become a perfectly normal interface that a standard computer data cable could plug into. It had changed by itself. Then again, this clearly was not a hard drive from their era. If it was some kind of future high-tech product, it was not that surprising for it to adapt on its own. So she connected the cable, and the computer booted up. While it was starting, she glanced at the guy next to her and thought of something. Saya gave him a look like he was a scrap of litter. Takagi, sorry, but that kind of disgusted look doesn't get me excited. Unless you're giving me a reward at the same time. A reward, my ass. Who the hell wants you excited? Saya flushed bright red as she cursed him out. Because of this guy's weird kink, everyone heard it over the radio, since he forgot to turn it off. So was Kane doing this to soothe Siko's nerves? After all, having a fetish suddenly exposed like that was wildly out of character compared to how he usually came across. No point arguing with him. Because the computer did something strange, fast. It jumped straight into a screen that looked like it was verifying her information. Her image appeared on the screen, but at least this time she was clothed, wearing exactly what she was wearing right now. That was still weird. The her on the screen moved in sync with her. She raised her head, and the image raised its head too. It was like some God's eye camera was watching her. But this computer didn't have a webcam. Unless Saya looked at the hard drive, then back at the monitor. The viewing angle clearly came from the direction of the hard drive, aimed at her. But she couldn't see any camera on the hard drive itself. Forget it. No time to overthink. The system announced identity verification complete, and dropped her into the desktop, which made her freeze again. The desktop was minimalist to an absurd degree. There was only a single icon. She clicked it, and it opened like a PowerPoint file. Earth Elixir. Behind her, Kane frowned as he read the product name listed in this STC, and he looked a little disappointed. It wasn't the panacea he'd been hoping for. And the stated treatment scope wasn't specific either. It only said this: it could prevent and cure nearly all diseases of humanity from 15,000 years prior. As Saya advanced to the next page, the additional details made him pause. This was useful to him too. It said that if you were already a panacea user, then under special circumstances when bodily functions were severely damaged and regeneration was slow, you could pair the panacea with Earth Elixir. It would provide sufficient nutritional components needed for regrowing the human body, enabling rapid recovery. His current severed limb, in this era, couldn't possibly be regrown quickly just by stuffing himself with ordinary food. Not purely by eating in massive quantities, anyway. The next page was the manufacturing formula. And this was where it got interesting. There was a customizable search prompt. Input: on Terra in the 2K era, how do we rapidly manufacture Earth Elixir? The next page was the manufacturing formula, and this was where it got interesting. There was a customizable search prompt. Saya murmured the same question as she listened to him, and typed that line in. The next second the computer seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Even the mouse wouldn't move. Then a flood of pop-up windows burst onto the screen. She skimmed a few at speed, and she couldn't stay seated. This. Is this real? The genius Saya wore a look of total disbelief. If what the instructions claimed was true, then even an elementary schooler could manufacture this so-called Earth Elixir with ease. She opened one guide and started reading it in detail. Not that even idiots would read everything. What kind of foolproof step-by-step tutorial is this? Saya blurted out another incredulous line, but this time she wasn't doubting it anymore. Her brain was telling her it was correct. No problems. And she accepted it because at this point, everything had already gone this far. Very quickly, she got a handle on how this Earth Elixir teaching system worked, and an idea formed in her mind. Marikawa, could you come help me for a moment? Shizuka Marikawa, who had just finished treating Rei Miyamoto's wound, jogged over. How do you need me to help? I'm not a doctor. There are some medications I don't understand. Look at these descriptions. What existing drugs in a hospital would match them? And so they kept at it for 5 hours. I finished the formula. Saya said it dazedly. Thank God they later managed to interface the system with the hospital's systems, so it could scan and match the corresponding medications. Otherwise, some drugs had the same effects but different names, and it would have been a nightmare. But can this really work? Isn't this going to waste an insane amount of medicine? Shizuka, who had spent the full 5 hours helping, and now also understood how the formula had been derived, voiced her concern. A lot of the materials in the formula didn't exist as ready-made items. They had to be synthesized via chemical reactions using currently available medications extracting components. Those extracted components were labeled as second-tier materials, which then had to be reacted again with other second-tier materials extracted from other drugs, or combined with first-tier raw materials, or reacted with same-tier materials, or even third-tier, fourth-tier, and so on. In the end, if they wanted to produce Earth Elixir, according to the formula, they would consume almost the entire hospital pharmacy's stock. And most of it would be wasted. For example, painkillers that could normally supply 1,000 people for a month might ultimately yield only enough extract for about 100 doses of earth elixir. The vast majority of the material would become useless sludge. As a side note, normally a hospital and a pharmacy are separate. But this was a general hospital with an inpatient department, so it kept medication on site to provide to admitted patients. That was why the pharmacy still existed in-house. And they had already checked, the pharmacy hadn't been cleared out. There were dead inside, and somehow the doors were locked from within. So the survivors in the hospital, fleeing for their lives, obviously weren't going to waste time forcing it open. And they had already checked, the pharmacy hadn't been cleared out. There were dead inside, and somehow the doors were locked from within. So the survivors in the hospital, fleeing for their lives, obviously weren't going to waste time forcing it open. Marikawa, what are you saying? That's nonsense. This might be a vaccine that can deal with the dead virus. Compared to that, do you really think wasting one hospital pharmacy isn't worth it? And besides, who knows when an EMP strike might hit? When that happens, a lot of instruments will break, and manufacturing anything will be even more difficult. So trading a huge amount of medicine for speed, and a higher chance of success is obviously a net gain. Based on the pharmacy's resources and the system's calculations, if there were no mistakes during production, they could probably make around 100 syringes, roughly 100 doses. But if someone still managed to screw it up, even with this foolproof tutorial, then they were just too incompetent. As for why it was so wasteful, it wasn't only because most of the people here were high school students with no professional medical knowledge and no ability to perform precise pharmaceutical manufacturing. It was also because the system's proposed process was designed to be safe within their capabilities without high-precision instruments and without sterile lab conditions. Safe procedures. It even deliberately avoided reactions that might produce toxic gases. That was why the plan steered away from those pathways. If they had gas masks or equipment to safely handle toxic fumes, they could accelerate the process and produce more finished doses. Now, Saya gathered everyone and laid out a 24/7, most brutally optimized division of labor, do everything at the most insane speed possible to manufacture earth elixir. And so, after another 2 hours, they produced the first dose. But Saya's expression was not good. Because a problem had surfaced. It looked like they would end up with no more than 30 doses. It wasn't because some idiot messed up a step. It was because of the hospital's medications themselves. Some drugs did not match the effects described by the system. The actual efficacy was weaker than what the labeling claimed. Meaning, corners had been cut. To put it bluntly, some of it was fake medicine. Fortunately, this kind of issue could also be addressed inside the earth elixir system by adjusting and rebalancing the formulation. But that still meant the projected output dropped from maybe 100 to not even 30. Which also meant, Saya's genius brain had memorized a formula built specifically from the drugs this hospital happened to have. If she went somewhere else and tried to do this again, without the system's foolproof guidance despite the system having an encyclopedia for troubleshooting, she probably wouldn't be able to reproduce the correct balancing. Now, looking at the first dose, its color and consistency matched the description, more or less. But no one could be sure it actually worked. And, frankly, it looked subtle in a disturbing way. Like some kind of semi-fluid gel. You could also describe it as thick, white blood. So they needed an experiment. Who would take it, then let a dead bite them once? Even though Saya hadn't explained exactly what they were making, nobody here was stupid. It was obviously something meant to counter the virus. So everyone's gaze converged on one person. Of course, they weren't planning to make Kane inject it as the test subject. They were waiting for his decision, his choice. Who would be the lucky one? Assuming it worked, they would become the first person who no longer had to fear the virus, the first who could stop worrying about turning into a dead monster. Or they would be the unlucky one. If it failed, they would become a dead. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 11-17 words now. Dawn was not far off. On the rooftop of a building not far from the general hospital, 2 women with extremely seductive curves were watching the scene below. What are they doing? Can you tell, Ms. Crouching? Mikoto Kiba lowered the binoculars in her hands and asked the woman beside her, Ms. Yuko, whose beauty could still shake her no matter how long she stared. Even though Mikoto's looks and figure had been top tier back at Misumi High, Ms. Yuko was on another level. Not just her face, her body, her proportions, every curve was an almost absurd difference. Mikoto sometimes even suspected Ms. Yuko's bust size might be the largest in the world. And yet, tonight she had noticed another woman who was not inferior to Ms. Yuko at all, beauty and figure both, easily able to go head-to-head with her. It was the blonde woman driving the team they were tailing. She looked like a doctor. Could it be related to D99? Mikoto added that quickly. It's possible, Yuko said. Then the drug they're making, is it meant for D99? Or are they using D99 as a base to produce something more advanced? Yuko shrugged. There was no way she could know that much. Was the drug really connected to D99? The suspicion was very strong. After all, it was a bunch of students doing the work. In an environment like this, claiming they could produce a vaccine or anything similar was beyond ridiculous. If anything, it was more likely they were mixing large quantities of medicine bottles together to brew some kind of highly toxic chemical weapon to deal with the dead. It looked like they had a finished product, but wasn't it way too little? Just one small bottle, about the same size as the medicine vials from East Hospital. Suddenly, Mikoto dropped flat. Yuko, he looked over, he saw me. I think he found us. Mikoto said it in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out on her face. It was night, and at this distance, he could see her. He probably noticed we were tailing them a long time ago. They didn't even pull the curtains. It's obvious they wanted us to watch their factory. As she spoke, Yuko abruptly looked toward the hospital entrance, about 100 meters away. Something was happening. A car rushed in. It looked like civilians, and they had a little girl with them. Their daughter, probably. And the daughter clearly wasn't right. Now this was interesting. From what Yuko could see, the unknown drug had just been produced. And judging by those people's reactions, they were obviously looking for a test subject. So the newcomers might become the experiment. Nervous, terrified of being chosen and becoming the unlucky one. But at the same time, if the drug could grant safety in this apocalyptic world. So would someone regret not speaking up to Ms. in this tense atmosphere? Everyone watching the core of the group, waiting for his verdict. The roar of an engine suddenly shattered the silence. Siko, Rei, you two stay here with everyone. Saya and Shizuka, you're coming out with me. Kane issued the order immediately. He took the single dose of newly made drug and walked toward the outside. Saya hurriedly grabbed a sheet of paper, lit it, and followed with Shizuka. That paper had the key final mixing ratios printed on it. Once it burned, even if the others extracted all the same components again, they would be unable to produce the so-called Earth Elixir without those ratios. And the final blending step would be performed by Shizuka. Presumably, Shizuka had memorized it too. If she hadn't, Saya would tell her again. When they reached the outpatient lobby, they saw a middle-aged man rushing in, cradling a little girl in his arms. Doctor, please save my daughter. She's going to die. He begged Shizuka in a choking, crying voice. Shizuka was wearing a white coat now, and in this place she really did look like a doctor. Shizuka had been aiming for the medical profession to begin with, and had been dispatched to Saya's school as a temporary nurse by a university-affiliated hospital. Please lay her flat here. As Shizuka reached to pull aside the little girl's coat, her hand was suddenly seized by someone else. Before Shizuka could say anything, Saya also yanked her backward because Saya had already realized the little girl might be in the process of turning. If they weren't careful, she could attack. Kane, who had grabbed Shizuka's arm, stepped forward himself and pulled the coat aside, revealing the child's limbs. Her exposed arm was almost the same sickly gray-white as the dead. More importantly, there was a wound on her arm. The veins around it were turning black, spreading at a visible pace. It looked exactly like the mutation that followed a bite from the dead. The difference was that this child was slower, and the wound didn't look like a bite. It didn't look like claw marks either. It looked more like she had been cut by something sharp by accident. Most likely, the sharp object had been contaminated with a dead's blood or bodily fluids, and that's how she was infected. Cain cut the man off first. The gun in his hand nearly got stuffed into the man's mouth as he moved to block him. "You know what she's turning into. Don't hurt Alice. I'll take her away." The man dropped to his knees immediately. "Right now, there's something that might save her. It depends on luck." Cain said that, lowered his gun, and took out the vial of medicine. He pulled the stopper, then fed the white, slightly viscous liquid directly into the little girl's lips. Her father, kneeling beside her, stared with eyes full of desperate hope and fear. "Please, please let it work." Shizuka prayed for the child too, her gaze filled with sorrow and tenderness. "Let it succeed, and let this child return to normal. It's working. Shizuka, be careful." Saya couldn't stop herself from blurting it out. The change was visible to the naked eye. The gray, corpse-like pallor of the skin rapidly regained healthy color and blood warmth. The blue-black veins returned to normal, gradually sinking back beneath the skin. At the wound, black fluid seeped out until what remained was red blood. And the little girl's weak breathing and pained expression began to steady, returning to normal. This earth elixir, it really worked against the virus that turned people into the dead. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 1441 words. After nearly 3 more hours of non-stop work, they finally stopped. By now, the sky was already beginning to brighten. The students, who had not slept all night, were exhausted to the point of dizziness, yet so excited they could barely contain themselves. The reason was the 25 blood test collection tubes laid out on a tray. They were not filled with blood, but with a milky white liquid. It was this stuff that had returned a little girl to normal. Even now she was still fine, alert, and full of energy. Even the cut on her hand about 4 centimeters long was gone. It had healed completely, as if nobody would ever guess she'd been injured just hours ago. Then, without any discussion at all, someone picked up the first dose and used it. No politeness, no consultation, just took it and drank it. No one objected. Because the person who took it was Cain. He didn't hesitate. He swallowed the first tube at once, letting it slide down into his stomach. No, before it even felt like it reached his stomach, the thick, milky white liquid seemed to seep and disperse into his real body. Because, strictly speaking, the throat is not inside the body in the same way. Almost immediately, he sensed something off with the wound in his chest, and even more, with his severed arm. It itched. Especially the stump. It felt like something was trying to push its way out of the wound, like it was almost there, but lacked just a little momentum. Cain, who had already removed his metal gauntlet, did not hesitate. He cut the stump open again, carving it into a clean, complete wound. Now the regrowth became visible to the naked eye. Flesh was forming. But it still wasn't enough. He grabbed another tube and downed it. Still not enough. He downed another. The people watching nearby all started staring wide-eyed, practically drooling with envy. In the end, he used 5 tubes before finally exhaling in relief. Only then did it seem like there would be enough left for everyone. But what happened next was even more shocking. It's regenerating. Even bone can grow back. This drug is completely insane. Some people couldn't help blurting it out. And Shizuka, someone training for a medical career, understood better than anyone just how absurd this level of regeneration was. Soon, some people couldn't bear to look anymore. The process of growing back tissue was, in a way, grotesque and bloody. Shizuka's face also beaded with sweat, because the sensation could only be described as savage growth. The pain it produced would be unprecedented. So if anyone ever used this to regrow a severed limb, the best approach would be to have them in a coma, or under anesthesia. Otherwise, it was not impossible for someone to be driven mad by pain or even die from it. Not hypothetically. It could actually happen. 10 minutes later, an arm had been restored, with almost no sense of mismatch. The only difference was that the new arm looked unusually pale, and delicate, so smooth and tender it might have been softer than even Shizuka's hand. Use the rest yourselves. With Kane's announcement, everyone erupted with excitement. One at a time. Saya barked immediately, forcing the overexcited crowd who had been on the verge of rushing in a swarm to stop and form a line. Originally, there were 17 people here including Kane. Adding the father and daughter who had come and made 19. However, Alice had already used the very first dose earlier. That one was not counted among the 25 tubes now on the tray. So logically, 18 people should each get one dose, leaving 7 extra. But Kane alone had used 5. That meant he had taken for more than his share. After everyone else received 1 dose each, that left 3 extra tubes, which would be kept by Shizuka. Do we drink it now? Or do we wait until we're bitten, until we're infected, and then drink it? Marikawa, what do you think? Some people were uncertain. If they drank it now and later got bitten, wouldn't that mean they'd already used it up? Saya, on the other hand, didn't hesitate at all. The moment she got hers, she drank it immediately. She believed what the documentation said, that it would grant lifelong immunity from diseases that plagued humanity 15,000 years prior. Even if that was exaggerated, it wouldn't be exaggerated down to a few days or months. In any case, it meant she wouldn't need to worry about the dead virus in the short term. With the frantic work finally more or less done, Saya could at last think properly about the staggering information hidden inside the Earth Elixir documentation. First, she had noticed the advertising copy. That company even listed sales outlets, places where ordinary civilians could buy Earth Elixir. And those sales outlets were written as star systems and planets. That was a big deal. Some of the star systems, Saya had never heard of. But one in particular stood out: Proxima Centauri, the closest star system to the solar system, about 4.25 light-years away. That meant that in the era this hard drive came from, humanity had already entered an age of interstellar travel. And their range absolutely exceeded 4.25 light-years. As for the word Terra, it was, as the name implied, another way of referring to Earth. And 15K was a year marker, roughly the year 15,000 AD, which was about 13,000 years in the future from now. Terra in the 2K era meant Earth in this era. But the manual explicitly referred to diseases from 15K prior, and it even implied that there were more advanced medicines capable of treating even more troublesome diseases from later eras. This suggested the men who brought the hard drive came from a time beyond 13,000 years into the future. That was so far beyond the future of the T-800's era in Terminator that it was hard to even process. And if Earth Elixir could do this, she couldn't imagine what the more advanced medicine panacea would be capable of. Maybe this was because the hard drive, hardware itself, belonged to a different company. A company that wasn't a pharmaceutical corporation. Like modern computer manufacturers, they build the machines, then supply them to pharmaceutical companies, and their hardware includes their own advertising programs. The program that tested her was likely an advertising program, also a talent scouting program. If you passed its evaluation, it wouldn't just unlock the contents. You'd also receive an invitation from that company and be offered further training and development opportunities. What a shame. In this era, that threat meant nothing. There was no law enforcement from the future to come arrest her. So what was a 2K era high school girl actually considered a genius even by 15K era standards? Not exactly. Their evaluation was based on the cultural and educational level of the planet you were on, and then it generated a targeted test. No internet connection needed. It could read local information by interfacing with nearby devices and scanning the surrounding environment, apparently even determining a 5-tier technology level. And the reason Saya knew it was testing her against 15K era standards was because the test framework clearly belonged to that era. But without internet access, it could only integrate knowledge from the environment it was currently in to build its evaluation. In other words, it was improvising with local data. Speaking of which, if this was a product, it should have a production date. If they could find that, they could pin down the hard drive's manufacturing era, meaning the man's era should be roughly around the same time. But the hard drive had already been reclaimed by that guy, so she couldn't check. And the internal program still hadn't displayed any timestamp information. That custom search function might be able to probe the approximate era. But for now, the priority was letting everyone who had worked all night get some rest. At noon, they would leave this place immediately. In the 15K era, what level had humanity reached? And what had happened that forced someone to return to the 2K era to alter this catastrophe? Such a change would cause an unimaginably massive divergence in the future. After all, this was crossing at least 13,000 years of time. The future would be unrecognizable. Then what about the original timeline, the timeline where he existed? Would it vanish because of the alteration? That led straight to the classic problem. The grandfather paradox. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 15:03 words. Hearing someone calling her name and feeling a tap on her shoulder, Makoto Kiba jolted awake. She almost snapped straight into a defensive stance, only to realize it was Ms. Yuko waking her. The sunlight was blindingly strong now. It was already midday. And she was still so sleepy. After all, she and Ms. Yuko had been tailing that group since last night. They watched them bustle all the way into morning. When things finally quieted down, it looked like the group had gone into a rest cycle. But during that time, Mikoto and Ms. Yuko had realized something. The drug those people were making might genuinely work against the D99 disaster. That little girl last night seemed to have developed symptoms, most likely infected, and could only be carried in by her father. Then that man fed her a dose of something, and the girl recovered almost immediately. She could walk again and looked completely fine. After that, the group got even more fired up, manufacturing something with growing excitement. Then, once the sun rose high enough that it would shine into the room where they were working, they drew the curtains over the glass windows, blocking any view of what was happening inside. Now at noon, there was movement again. They were coming out one by one. Mikoto noticed something abnormal. A sizable number of the dead had wandered near the hospital entrance again, drawn to the vehicles. This time, the man and the sword-wielding girl did not intervene. Instead, the other students stepped up. They still looked scared of the dead, but at the same time, they seemed oddly reassured, as if they no longer feared something. It was almost like it looks like it really does target the mutated virus caused by D99. If they're not afraid of infection, does that mean what they made is a vaccine? Yuko couldn't help murmuring, dazed. A vaccine a bunch of high schoolers could make. It sounded like a joke, yet the scene in front of them said otherwise. She wasn't foolish enough to think a vaccine for a D99 derived virus should be easy. If the recipe looked simple, then something in the underlying logic had to be the real trick. But the fact that even high schoolers could assist meant it wasn't truly impossible. If it were manufactured with industrial machinery, mass production would be absolutely feasible. Yuko wasn't doing it out of habit. Those people knew they were being watched, and not only were they not stopping them, they were openly letting them see enough to understand what was happening. Which meant one thing: the other side wanted them to know. Yuko had already formed a hypothesis, a fairly optimistic one. Mikoto immediately pulled her backpack forward and, as usual, used a mask to cover her mouth and nose. They needed to inform everyone in Black Label immediately inform Director Mochizuki. Because Director Mochizuki had prepared extensively for this apocalypse, especially in terms of medical supplies. If this group could be persuaded to cooperate and relocate to the Mochizuki facility, production could begin right away. Tobioka City. Naturally, it was no different from any other city now, the streets were crawling with the dead. If there was any difference at all, it was that the mayor had handled the initial catastrophe relatively well, at least saving more citizens than most other cities. The main reason was that the mayor and Masamune Mochizuki, the chairman of Mochizuki General Hospital, were old acquaintances. He even knew Director Mochizuki's true identity. So when the outbreak began, Mochizuki General Hospital immediately became the most stable zone remaining in the entire city. Even so, the hospital, despite being the largest in the city, with a vast footprint, was still far too small to shelter everyone. But beneath it was an unimaginable refuge space. A Black Label base. Now, its entrances had been opened, allowing many civilians to take shelter inside. Inside the hospital's conference room, the secretary, Fiona Lon Winchester, abruptly interrupted the meeting and handed a satellite phone to a sickly-looking elderly man, Masamune Mochizuki. "I understand. I'll have Fiona compile and transmit inventories of our medical supplies and equipment over to you. Also, we can't spare anyone else to support you right now, so I'm counting on you." Fiona didn't know what he had heard on the call, but in all her years by his side, she had never seen such a strong emotional reaction from him, nor had the Tokanosa City Field team ever relayed information this shocking. In addition to D99, photograph and document our other confidential medical facilities as well. Organize it into a dossier and send it to Mikoto. Fiona's pupils constricted. Other than the base's security and defense details, wasn't this practically exposing Black Label's entire foundation? Director Mochizuki's commands had always been correct. But this time, Mikoto's team found a vaccine that can treat the virus developed from D99. The other side had a group of high schoolers produce it in a hospital overnight. That's impossible. Fiona couldn't help blurting it out. As someone who had researched D99 herself, she knew how terrifying it was. How could a vaccine be that easy? Unless it was a trap. An injector trap using syringes as bait. As that thought rose, Masamune seemed to read it at a glance. Not the injector. A third-party unknown. And they already clashed with the injector team Mikoto was pursuing. Masamune paused, then continued, his voice lower. Also, for reasons we don't yet understand, the other party's leader was seriously injured. Even so, when he discovered Ms. Yuko and Mikoto tracking him, they exchanged blows. Neither of them could match him. If he hadn't recognized them afterward as Black Label, then Masamune didn't need to finish the sentence. They would have ended the same way as the injector's people. Fiona was stunned. So the injector aren't a match for him. That's right. The twin sisters along with their offspring were destroyed by him. If that was the case, then it truly was unlikely to be some friendly fire deception from the injector. Also, he appears to know Black Label exists. He knows what kind of organization we are. That's probably why he let them go. Fiona's confusion deepened. Someone who knew Black Label, yet wasn't one of them, and was this strong. Then he was likely D99, enhanced as well. Could he be not one of our former people, Masamune said, equally perplexed. He's young. Someone only a few years older than Mikoto, yet not injector, so what other force could manipulate D99 to this extent? Who else could produce a Red Knight besides them? The only remaining line of reasoning was the original team. Someone else must have stolen the work. The injector. Their organization name came from the Jet Injector Plan. A project built on D99 research, meant to obtain the final form of divine power, immortality. That was the theory. But they severely lacked a vaccine, what they called the red liquid. Black Label should have it. And Black Label also had the original D99 virus strain. So the injector had been trying by any means to get it. That was why, once the apocalypse began and once they realized Black Label was involved, they accelerated everything. More infections meant more samples. With enough samples, a special case would eventually emerge, and a vaccine might be derived. And with the world collapsing, the injector could operate far more freely openly, even. In a normal world, the injector might have their own armed forces and even infiltrators embedded in government and military institutions, but in peacetime those resources wouldn't be enough to seize control. If the injector were exposed, they would be eliminated. But when nations and the world itself collapsed, the prepared could stop hiding. They could strike Black Label openly and seize the D99 samples. However, in the chaos of a new age, the injector who intended to dominate the era suffered an unexpected loss on day one. Watching the brief footage transmitted just before the Osprey crashed, Dee fell silent. That man appeared, killed the twins' younger sister in an instant, then raised an unusually large pistol of unknown model and fired at the Osprey. The aircraft went down. I request permission to take the drug and deal with him. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a mask and long hair stood, his voice low. The drug he meant was a half-finished formula. Half-finished meant unstable. It also meant severe side effects. That made most of the room pause. This knight was already terrifyingly strong, yet he still wanted to rely on that substance. On second thought, maybe it was to avoid any risk at all. To remove the princess's enemy, he was willing to pay any price. How loyal. Some people sneered inwardly. I understand, the princess said calmly. Take it and go. The princess was, in other words, the current master of the injector. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 1156 words, corpse. That was the authorities' newly adopted official term for these walking corpses. She'd heard it on the radio. The broadcast was still trying to soothe people, telling citizens not to panic, that things were under control, and that everyone should hide for now and wait for rescue personnel. This kind of crap actually comes out of someone's mouth. Saya really wanted to drag whoever was saying that out of the studio and throw them nearby, just so they could see what they were talking about. Telling citizens to stay put, not run around, and wait for rescue was simply unacceptable. It was nothing but lies meant to slow the increase in bodies as much as possible. And besides, citizens were all fleeing in a panic. That kind of chaos was probably convenient for certain people trying to escape. The powerful and well-connected. When those people got rescued, ordinary citizens would definitely swarm after them the moment they saw it. After Saya spat out that complaint, she noticed the others looking at her oddly. A flicker of irritation rose in her. She wanted to say that her family would never pull special strings, that her father and mother were definitely trying to save as many people as they could right now, and wouldn't divert massive resources just for their daughter. But with everyone already holding a preconceived impression, any explanation would only be believed in a perfunctory way. She swallowed the words. There it was, the police station. Out of the corner of her eye, she also looked at Ray. Her father worked at the police, so it wasn't exactly a coincidence they'd come here. This branch station wasn't far from the river either, so after coming ashore, they decided to take a look. And coming to the station might let them restock some firearms and ammunition. After all, the ammunition they'd brought out from Shizuka-sensei's place was already significantly depleted. That guy had been helping clear them out the whole time, forcing everyone to learn how to handle things themselves, pushing them to adapt to the apocalypse. If they kept shrinking back in fear, a broken world like this would swallow them quickly. One more thing, that earth elixir really did have a preventive effect against the Shirtai viral infection. Someone had been bitten by mistake while attacking a Shirtai, yet up to now, nothing had happened. Still, caution was necessary. It could be that the virus had simply been delayed. They'd also run another test forcing a dose onto someone who'd already turned into a Shirtai. The person couldn't be saved, but the body did revert into a more normal corpse. A corpse that truly didn't move. After that, he even used the corpse's blood to feed other Shirtai, testing whether any medicinal effect remained, whether it could reverse infect them. It was useless. Looks like it's been cleaned out. Siko gave that assessment. The chaos inside wasn't caused purely by the Shirtai. There were clear signs of deliberate smashing and looting. Most likely, rioters had come in and ransacked the place. With the world collapsing, ethics and morality collapsed right along with it. On the way here, they'd already run into two groups of thugs. The first group, he'd killed all of them without hesitation. And now, Siko realized she didn't even feel that post-kill panic or fear. As expected, she really was a bloodthirsty woman at her core. The second group had been 5 people. She killed 3. Alice's father killed 1, and Hirano Kota killed the last. Those 2 still hadn't fully recovered from the shadow of killing. She checked the live stream again. That progress bar had climbed noticeably, around 30% now. A sudden, violent blast. The station's glass shattered in response, and several people screamed. Eyes widening, she saw another missile incoming, fired from an armed helicopter. But it exploded midway as it closed the distance. And Siko immediately caught sight of that man, the one who didn't mind her obvious violent tendencies, the one who'd even openly admitted to his special hobbies, and yet somehow made people feel safe. He'd shot the missile down. And with inhuman movements, he was already closing in on the helicopter. This time he's turned into Spider-Man. Kota screamed with fanatical eyes, staring at that figure. Kota was a military otaku through and through. He'd even done a month of firearms training with a private military company, Blackwater, so his knowledge and handling of guns was far beyond an ordinary person's. And because he loved military action movies, special forces ops, explosions, Terminator-style blood-pumping scenes, he'd always yearned to become a superhero himself. Now a superhero was right in front of him. The men moved exactly like Spider-Man, running along walls and leaping between buildings, using grappling hooks fired from his gun gauntlets to vault across the gaps. It was absurdly exaggerated. The armed helicopter that had attacked them couldn't stop him at all. Then the AH-64 attack helicopter fired 2 more missiles at him. Did you see that? This is the kind of plot that only exists in movies. Kota howled. Takagi, you all saw that, right? Under normal circumstances, if that fat otaku screamed like this, Saya would have kicked him 3 times without thinking. But in the face of what this apocalyptic supersoldier was doing, even she was momentarily stunned. Not just her, everyone was staring, dumbstruck. The 2 missiles still couldn't get close before detonating. The helicopter crew was completely panicking. As he drew nearer, they dumped everything they had left. Fireballs bloomed across the sky, one after another. In the end, maybe because the distance was too close or because of the angle, both sides seemed to be swallowed by flame and black smoke. For a moment, everyone's nerves tightened. But when the helicopter finally emerged from the smoke, they could ease up a little. Because he was there, hanging onto the emptied missile rack. Correction. He'd flipped up onto the stub wing. Checkmate. Kota snapped his fingers, grinning. Truthfully, for someone with that ridiculous marksmanship and those special rounds, shooting down the AH-64 wouldn't have been hard at all. He was clearly trying to capture them. Interrogation. He wanted to know exactly who was targeting them, where the enemy's nest was, and then kill his way through in one push. Of course, if the helicopter had flown higher from the start, it might have escaped capture. Unfortunately for them, they'd apparently used buildings as cover and taken a low, winding approach to avoid being spotted from far away, then launched their strike. The helicopter suddenly lost control and crashed toward a high-rise. Kota didn't look worried. That guy was the protagonist. How could he possibly die? Sure enough, a figure burst out of the flames and smoke, carrying someone in his grip. So today's results: 1 AH-64 attack helicopter brought down. 3 captives taken. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 1344 words. They were in the same group as the Osprey. This time, however, there was a difference. The AH-64 attack helicopter and the personnel aboard it really were from the military. They were soldiers bought off by an organization called Syringe. This sortie had been carried out under a different cover story and pretext. As for the purpose, it looked like it was purely revenge against Kane. If they couldn't kill him, then they would target the people around him, assassinations and ambushes, using that to get back at him. In that case, it was intelligence with no real value. It could be discarded. With that kind of commotion, of course it drew in plenty of Shirtai. He simply chose the most enthusiastic crowd, so enthusiastic they were packed together like canned sardines. The captive he threw down was instantly grabbed by countless hands, gnawed by row after row of mouths. Flesh was ripped away with vicious force, and the men let out a shrill, miserable scream. At this rate, even if he joined them, he'd be nothing but a crippled wreck among monsters. Abandon the vehicles. From here on, we travel on foot. The first to ask, confused, was the blonde health room nurse with a figure most men would struggle to ignore. That airhead look of hers almost made people want to trick her into doing something unspeakably indecent. The target is too big, especially the Humvee. A special-purpose vehicle like that is even more conspicuous. It's easy to get blown into the sky. Just as the glasses girl said, the enemy had already locked onto this vehicle, and it even looked like they could use satellite surveillance. Which meant their movements were happening right under the enemy's eyes. But it's not far to my house. We should still make it before nightfall. If the Shirtai crisis hadn't broken out, even Saya just walking at a normal pace could have reached home before dark. Now the streets were full of Shirtai, but everyone was working together, and with Earth Elixir as support, they didn't need to be overly afraid of minor injuries and infections. Still, they had to be careful not to get grabbed. These things were strong. If one caught your arm, it could snap it. If it grabbed your neck, one twist, and it was over. Or if it bit into the neck and you bled heavily, Earth Elixir might not be able to keep you alive. So they stayed vigilant, yet their courage grew. Their pace naturally picked up. And with him the super soldier, there was no real need for detours. If Shirtai tried to block the way, they could just carve straight through. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. Another helicopter. Is it heading to the Takagi estate? Or searching for us? This was the second helicopter they'd seen, but it wasn't an attack chopper. It looked more like a disaster response helicopter, and with Kane's eyesight, he could tell there was some kind of equipment hanging beneath it. Given what had happened earlier at the school, Saya contacting her father and asking him to prepare certain equipment, this was probably one of the items he'd arranged. Because of nearby buildings blocking the view, they couldn't see the Takagi residence itself, but judging by the helicopter's descending altitude, the distance was under 2 kilometers. And that under 2 kilometers gap was closing fast as the group advanced. Kane caught a glint-like light reflecting off a lens. So someone had spotted them, had they? Then he might as well loosen up a bit. He couldn't be bothered to wait for some fool to come looking for trouble, to stir up conflict, to test him because he looked easy to bully, then force him into a tiresome face-slapping confrontation. To him, this was reality, not a novel. Cutting down unnecessary trouble had real meaning. Saya, who had just put a round through a Shirtai's skull, noticed his sudden movement. All along the way, he hadn't lifted a hand. Now he was like a wolf. No, like a wolf king that had already eaten his fill, indulging an ugly sense of fun as he barged into a flock of lambs, slaughtering lambs that posed no threat to him at all. The Shirtai. Was he stepping in because everyone's stamina was nearly gone? Saya's brain started spinning at full speed. They weren't at the point of collapse yet. They probably really could have made it to her home. So if he was choosing to act this loudly and openly, there was only one likely explanation. He was putting on a show of intimidation aimed at her family. Saya didn't feel offended by that. She trusted her parents to believe him, to understand what he was, an extremely dangerous man, a terrifying man. The problem was everyone else. Some of her father's subordinates were unbearable. People like that might not know their place, might think he was easy to push around, and come looking for trouble, then everything would become a headache. So this sudden display, this inhuman performance, should ensure no idiot tried to learn the hard way. On the contrary, they would feel fear and might even not want someone this dangerous to enter. And sometimes fear itself was a form of suppression, a deterrent that stopped people from doing something stupid. It saved everyone from a lot of boring trouble. And then ugh. Saya threw up again. Not just her, several others couldn't take it either. Wasn't this too much for intimidation? Even her parents would be horrified. What was he, some kind of dismemberment maniac? How much longer do I have to keep my eyes covered? Just a little longer, Alice. Wait a bit, okay. Since she was the group's designated medical support and, because everyone complained she was clumsy, Shizuka hadn't fought. She'd been taking care of Alice. Alice had her father, but he'd joined in the Shirtai purge as well. Otherwise, this hellish scene would have been far too much for a child whose mind wasn't fully developed. Honestly, even as an adult, Shizuka felt like she could barely handle it. Kane, honestly, what if he made her have nightmares? Such an obedient child. She deserved a head pat. Shizuka's gaze returned to the young man who looked a bit younger than her, and she narrowed her eyes with a trace of unease. Why would he have a vaccine that carried a virus? No, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't a vaccine aimed at the Shirtai. When she and Saya had been preparing the formula, Shizuka had also looked over the Earth Elixir operation page and read some of the descriptions. Earth Elixir was more like a ridiculous panacea, something that cured everything. She remembered 2 lines in particular, the kind that left you thinking. First, Earth Elixir could treat nearly all diseases from before the 15K era. Second, on Terra in the 2K era, how one should manufacture Earth Elixir. Those hints carried an unsettling implication. So what had Kane truly gone through before the Shirtai outbreak even happened? Burn scars, an arm once severed, and that horrifying wound across his chest. What kind of nightmare did someone have to endure to end up like that? And yet, even with injuries like those, he was still protecting everyone. For a moment, Shizuka felt gratitude and concern surge up, along with a tug at her heart she couldn't quite name. Shizuka snapped back to herself because Kane had stopped dealing with the Shirtai. Most of them had been cleared out anyway, and they had reached a street blocked off with steel wire. And then she saw several figures approaching, dressed in fire-resistant suits. One of them reached the wire, lifted their hood, and revealed a face that resembled Saya by 70 or 80%. Was that Saya's older sister? No, she'd never heard of Saya having a sister. She was an only child. Then there was only one possibility. That person was her mother. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 1358 words. Yuriko Takagi knew there were extremely capable people in this world, the kind the military sought to create, super soldiers forged through biochemical modification and similar means. In fact, she had seen such people before, members of an organization called Syringe. They had tried to force the Takagi family into cooperation. After being refused, they massacred one of the Takagi family's forces. The execution footage they sent over as a warning was filled with movements that were almost inhuman. A normal human being simply could not break through those limits. Not with that kind of speed. And now she was witnessing that class of person again, only far more terrifying. In front of him, the Shirtai were pitifully weak. If one insisted on exaggerating, it was like ants he could crush at will. With a display like this, Yuriko couldn't help but wonder whether the Takagi family's armed forces could actually hold him back. The several people accompanying her were visibly shaken as well. If she herself had not been standing here, they might have already fled. Even though they remained loyally at their posts, a few of them were trembling outright. Fortunately, she had also noticed her daughter's presence, and that alone eased her mind considerably. Not because she feared her daughter might be used as leverage against her. Yuriko had been watching through binoculars carefully, reading Saya's expressions. This child's gaze lingered on that dangerously lethal young man again and again. It was not fear or unease. It was curiosity, and at times a small, absent-minded daze, as if she'd drifted off while looking at him. That was suggestive. If that was the case, it meant Saya had not been intimidated, threatened or bullied. As her mother, Yuriko understood Saya's intelligence perfectly well. She was not the kind of girl to be swept away by emotion and lose her judgment. If she ever did lose her head, there would be a prerequisite. She would have to be certain the other person posed no danger to her, and no danger to her family. As for his rather excessive method of dealing with the Shurtai just now, Yuriko could understand it as well. So she waited at the defensive line, letting the group approach. When they were within 10 meters, she removed the hood of her firefighter's protective suit. "I'm back, Mom." "Welcome back." Saya looked as though she was about to be the first to leap into her arms. But after remembering something, she stopped herself, forcibly suppressing the impulse. Her hesitant gaze shifted to him, as if waiting for his response, waiting for his permission. How should one put it? It was like two teams meeting. A member shouldn't bypass their leader and rush into excited conversation with the other side first. It felt like overstepping. So Saya's behavior looked like respect, even a touch of awe. More than that, it was as if she had placed herself firmly as a member of his team, rationally considering her stance, and only responding after judging her leader's attitude. "Sir, thank you very much for taking care of my daughter." That was all he gave. He looked like someone who disliked pleasantries, and also like someone who simply didn't know what to say, as if there was a generational gap and no safe topic to bridge it. After responding, he glanced at Saya. Saya seemed to receive permission. She clearly wanted to dash over, but she still restrained herself. Yuriko understood. Saya didn't want to appear too childish in front of him, too naive. "Open the barricade." "Why yes, ma'am." Even the people following Yuriko were still afraid of that young man. In the blink of an eye, the Takagi family estate. A mansion with an expansive courtyard. In another era, it could have passed for a small fortress. Not only members of the Takagi household were here. Nearby civilians had also been allowed in to take shelter. Inside one of the estate's rooms, Saya recounted everything she had seen and heard. "All right. That part, Saya, you don't need to say it." Yuriko cut off the portion where Saya hesitated her guesses about his identity. If she said it aloud, it might feel like leaking his secrets, like betraying him. If she didn't say it, it would look like her own daughter didn't trust her mother. So Yuriko made the decision for her. "Oh, right, Mom. The ones who may have caused the end of the world might be that organization called Syringe." As she said it, Saya watched Yuriko's expression closely. It seemed Yuriko already knew of Syringe. Which made sense. They had said they would capture Saya and use her to threaten the family. They must have approached the Takagi family before, and the outcome had been ugly. However, the claim that this organization was behind the apocalypse did seem to be new information. When Yuriko heard it, her face darkened to an alarming degree. "I understand. Come with me." Yuriko led Saya down to the basement level. That was where the Takagi family's intelligence apparatus was located, and where they could also connect to outside lines. They could also contact her husband, who was currently out gathering the supplies Saya had requested over the phone earlier. Now that Saya had prioritized a list, Yuriko would bring her down, and have the team relay it, so they could bring back as much of what was on the list as possible. Bringing Saya down was also, most likely, because Saya wanted to speak to her father. Even after being told he was fine, she still wanted to hear his voice before she could truly relax. As for the mysterious young man and the rest of the group, Yuriko had already arranged for people to host them. It wasn't that she was slighting them. He, too, clearly wanted a proper bath. After washing up and getting settled, they could speak formally. "Okay, Dad." There wasn't much conversation. Saya understood that in times like these, every minute and every second mattered. She couldn't occupy her father's communication line. When she hung up, Yuriko smiled faintly. "Now, Saya, you should go wash too. You smell awful." Boys definitely won't like that. Saya's body went rigid. Then her cheeks flushed red. "I get it," she left in a huff, cheeks puffed with annoyance. When she reached the bathroom and went inside, she immediately heard noisy chatter, especially from Alice. Including Shizuka-sensei, the other girls were all washing in this spacious bath area. As for the boys, quick showers were enough. They didn't need a large bathing pool like this. But as for that man, unclear they had actually provided him a separate bathroom where he could soak. "Where's Siko-senpai?" Saya realized she wasn't here. "She didn't come in with us." "Right, I saw Siko-senpai follow Mr. That was what made Saya snap to attention. For some reason, a sense of irritation rose in her chest. Kane's body was slightly tense now, and not because of Shirtai. He wasn't alone. A young woman claimed she had entered the wrong room, but she still didn't seem to plan on leaving. If she wasn't embarrassed, should he be the one to retreat in embarrassment? That would be pathetic. Then, with an almost too considerate tone, she offered to wash his back, since it was difficult for a normal person to scrub their own back properly. He didn't refuse. Just like that day when someone helped clean his wounds, he accepted the goodwill. So her fingers began to rub across his back. Then, a different sensation pressed in, and his nerves tightened further from the stimulation. It was pressing against him. It was like the classic anime scene, the accidental backwashing, the too close body contact. "You were hoping for this, weren't you?" What a pervert, her tone sounded disgusted, yet the cadence of her voice carried a teasing lilt. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 1197 Words as the commanding officer of the Combat Division of the Military Private Armed Organization Mithril, West Pacific Fleet, Flagship Tuatha de Danann, callsign TDD-1. The submarine's captain Talitha Tessa Testarossa was waiting on a piece of news. It was extremely important news. News that could immediately change the world, news that could push human history into a completely new era. If it succeeded, the world would become a much better place. "I really hope Mr. Gold is a good person, and that he didn't lie." A middle-aged man with glasses, rigid and unsmiling, the sword who treated people severely and demanded strict standards, turned his head. He was the executive officer, Richard Mardukas. Recently, he had noticed something off about the captain. She seemed less attentive to her duties than usual, and at times she looked tense, distracted, and absent-minded. Most notably, half a day ago, the captain had suddenly produced a formula. She had ordered that this formula be treated at the highest level of secrecy. Richard Mardukas had immediately placed the submarine under full security lockdown, because the captain claimed it was new black technology obtained through her status as a whisperer. With that in mind, her strange behavior over the past several days became more understandable. Most of the crew had not noticed anything in particular, but as her XO, Richard, along with a few others, had clearly noticed the captain's baffling shifts. After all, the captain was still a teenage girl. She was brilliant, and she had become increasingly mature in how she handled matters, but it was still necessary to monitor her carefully to prevent any mishap. According to the formula the captain provided, it was a pharmaceutical recipe called Earth Elixir. She claimed it could cure the vast majority of diseases in the current world, essentially a panacea. It sounded absurd, unreal, but since it came from a whisperer, it had to be taken seriously. However, after reading the operating steps for how to actually manufacture it, Richard Mardukas fell silent. Normally, even if a whisper provided a piece of black technology hidden in the brain, turning it into a practical technique or product could not possibly succeed immediately. Yet the procedure written here looked like a joke. Anyone who could read, anyone with a normal IQ, could follow these steps and synthesize the so-called Earth Elixir. Seeing that, Richard's doubts about the captain returned. Still, doubt was doubt. Testing it posed no real issue. The materials required for the experiment were not particularly restricted, and if it succeeded even once, it would be a product capable of shaking the world. In that case, global disorder and warfare would likely drop drastically, because one of the major root causes of conflict was disease. So they had already used a special confidential communication line to contact Mithril's land-based facility, ordering their research institute, which also worked on pharmaceuticals, to accelerate replication of the formula and attempt Earth Elixir production. And now, Richard suddenly heard the captain's muttered words, and his brows lifted. "Who is that?" "Captain, who is this Mr. Gold you mentioned?" Tessa's face stiffened this time. She had been too excited, too anxious, and she'd let it slip. If she did not explain clearly, this overly strict executive officer would absolutely dig into it. This uncle was such a hassle. He's the provider of the Earth Elixir formula. Tessa did not lie. It was true. That answer only made Richard's brows knit so tightly they could crush a fly. At the same time, another senior figure on the bridge turned his eyes toward them with a measured seriousness. Andrei Sergeyevich Kalinin, commander of Mithril's West Pacific Fleet Marine Corps Special Response Team SRT. After all, Tessa had never left this submarine. How, then, had she come to know some Mr. Gold whom nobody had ever heard of? "Do you think a whisper's black technology comes out of thin air?" "Of course not," Richard replied. "There are multiple hypotheses," Kalinin said. "One of them is that it comes from some form of future technology, transmitted back into the past and stored inside human infants. Those children become what we call whisperers." "In other words," Richard said, pushing up his glasses, "Captain, this time, the person who developed this technology, the person behind this formula, is someone you have actually confirmed exists." Facing Richard's gaze, Tessa held eye contact with a very serious expression, while inwardly panicking. In the end, the XO seemed to accept it, and did not press further, which made her quietly exhale in relief. As for the formula, it was, of course, something Tessa had copied in full while peeking at a live stream. The entire process had been broadcast without omission. That was exactly why Mr. Gold had specifically asked Miss Shikobu Sujima to spread the technology to everyone. So Tessa had immediately ordered her people to reproduce the experiment. If technology from Mr. Gold's world could be used on Miss Busujima's side, then it should also be feasible in Tessa's world. Still, even if they replicated the steps exactly, it might not work. Even if both were Earth, even if the environment was similar, pharmaceuticals could differ. For example, the same painkiller might have the same active ingredients, but be produced by different manufacturers, different brands. During synthesis of Earth Elixir, there could be issues. There might be subtle differences in the painkiller used, differences in ingredient ratios. Some medicines list components but not precise proportions, describing only the effect. And some similar drugs were, in practice, not identical. So ideally, Mr. Gold would come to her world once and bring that hard drive. Then there would be no problem at all. Since the XO was no longer questioning her, Tessa decided to rest her eyes and check what Mr. Gold was doing right now. Hyperdimensional channel. Whisperer login. The moment she entered the channel, a warning wall popped up. Tendo Civil Security Company, don't enter the stream. Red alert. You will regret it. Tendo Civil Security Company, don't enter the stream. Red alert. You will regret it. Tendo Civil Security Company, don't enter the stream. Red alert. You will regret it. She immediately saw the harsh warning text from Miss Kazara Tendo, repeated 3 times. From the emotional intensity of the typing, It was as if Kizara was shouting with a flushed face. So, naturally, the curious Tessa clicked in anyway. What could possibly make Miss Kizara Tendo react like this? It was strangely cute. The live stream image that appeared made Tessa freeze for a moment. What was this? Miss Shikobu Sujima had something held beneath her collarbone, pressed at her chest. Tessa didn't understand at first. But then she pulled the camera back. The live stream, the God's Eye view, could apparently adjust zoom distance now. When she had been copying the formula earlier, she had zoomed very close to see the details. Now, as she zoomed back out End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 70, Chapter 70. 1269 words. Tendo Civil Security Company. Sitting in the president's chair in her office, the black-haired, straight-haired high school girl CEO watched as yet another victim appeared, and she let out a sigh. She had warned them. They still looked. In that case, nobody could say she hadn't reminded them. At least now she wasn't the only victim anymore. It wouldn't be just her eyes that were defiled, and it wouldn't be just her heart that took a substantial hit. A sincere warning. Sorry, but what she actually wanted was a dose of strong, proper stimulation. So, naturally, she wanted to see how this victim would speak in the live stream chat. Yes, purely to see the victim's comments, and then criticize along with everyone else. She wasn't curious and she didn't want to watch, not at all. Absolutely not. Also, the reason she didn't log off was because she wanted to ask the Whisperer Miss about the progress of manufacturing Earth Elixir. Kizara Tendo had watched the entire process too, but unfortunately the medicine names that were harmless to the brain were a mess in her notes. And in her world, it was also difficult to find so many different pharmaceuticals. Whisper Tessa, on the other hand, was incredible, watching while rapidly copying everything down, almost as if she could split her attention perfectly. Kizara couldn't do that. Every so often she had to pull her eyes away from the live stream, and back to reality to check her paper, and then some words overlapped, or she wrote past the edge of the page. She couldn't become a human printer the way the Whisperer could. So if the Whisperer's side succeeded, then once the energy bar filled up, they could use energy coins to transmit Kane straight across. Of course, Kizara had also contacted Shikobu Sujima. If that side could mass-produce it, and have some surplus, she wanted some reserved for her as well. That said, how long would it take for the progress bar that generated energy coins to fill? Right now, it was only a tiny sliver. But Kizara had confirmed one thing. When she went out to hunt Gastria, the progress increased noticeably. Aside from that, she had also witnessed her only employee's handling of 2 targets, and felt a faint, lingering reluctance about it. In other words, as long as she streamed scenes of hunting Gastria, it would keep increasing. Was she supposed to become a war correspondent now? She'd think about it later. She needed to get into the stream and participate in criticism, otherwise the room might close and she'd lose her chance. Kane stared blankly at the face in front of him, a face that was supposed to be disgusted with him. Unfortunately, the disgust was becoming harder and harder to fake, because what the owner of that face was doing made embarrassment seep through her expression instead. The classic backwashing scene had already ended. Now the distance between them was simply too close, the contact too provocative, and the teasing far too practiced. Kane's nerves tightened, and he forced himself to keep breathing steadily. "You were looking forward to this, weren't you?" she said, putting on a tone of disdain that didn't quite match her flustered face. What a pervert. Before Kane could respond, a sudden disturbance snapped his attention sideways. Someone's chaotic voice came from outside the room, and the momentary tension inside was cut off cleanly. A strange sound rolled across the sky, and a heavy downwash pressed toward the ground rotor wash. A helicopter descended through the newly fallen night, and landed on the Takagi Estate's helipad. The first person to disembark was a broad-shouldered man. His presence alone carried that wordless authority of someone who did not need anger to intimidate, a man whose willpower looked unbreakable. Welcome back, Dad. As the chairman of the Tokunosu region's largest right-wing political association, Tsuchira Takagi merely nodded to his daughter. Now, he would see with his own eyes what sort of person his daughter had brought here, whether the threat his wife described was real. What is it? Tsuchira asked. Worried I'll clash with him. It's just nothing. Saya's reply came out tangled. She wasn't worried her father would clash with Kane. Her expression made it obvious her father had misunderstood. She wasn't worried. She was sulking. He bullied you. Then why do you look like you're angry at him? Dad doesn't need to understand that. Saya burst out, then shrank her neck under her father's deathly stare. Tsuchira didn't like her raising her voice like that. It was rude. So Saya fell silent and followed behind him. Just before entering the VIP reception room, Chairman, do you really intend to meet him? One man urged, his voice unsteady with fear. It's dangerous. That thing is a monster. Saya glared at him, instantly displeased. He was one of the people who had been with her mother earlier. Had he been frightened out of his mind? Don't spout nonsense. How could he call someone a monster so casually? He claimed he was worried about the chairman's safety, but in reality he was trying to persuade Tsuchira to send them away, and not allow them to stay here. The man went rigid. Tsuchira's stare had pinned him in place. In the next second, Tsuchira opened the door. His body stiffened almost imperceptibly. His eyes locked onto one person immediately. It wasn't because there was only one male in the room, there were several women there as well, and Yuriko was among them. No, the reason he fixed on that young man at first glance was instinct. If one had to describe it in animal terms, it was the intuition of a beast. Humans were animals too. Strip away civilization, cast them back into the wild, and eventually they adapted, and the beast's intuition returned. Tsuchira hadn't abandoned civilization to live like a savage. This was something he had forged after years of dealing with all kinds of factions, walking through real crises, and surviving them. A hard-earned beast instinct. The instant the door opened, his body snapped into a level of tension he had never felt before, warning him that something terrifying was inside. His muscles screamed for him to stop before his conscious mind even finished processing the scene. So Tsuchira's gaze followed the source of that pressure. A young man. He looked like a university student at most, but to Tsuchira, that still counted as a boy. He wasn't particularly bulky. If anything, he had a studious, almost bookish air. To an ordinary person, he might even look harmless. But that was only because ordinary people lacked the experience to recognize danger because they had not stepped close enough to death, or climbed high enough to see what lay beneath the surface. To Tsuchira's senses, there was a chilling aura of death wrapped around him. How many life and death situations had he endured? How many people had he killed? Compared to the old monsters Tsuchira had met, men who had survived real wars and true darkness, this young man felt even more frightening. Now Tsuchira understood why Yuriko had used a single noun to describe him. Not as an adjective. As a noun. The meaning was entirely different. And in that moment, Tsuchira realized Yuriko's warning, he could destroy this place alone, was not exaggeration. If anything, it might have been conservative. His daughter had brought home a truly troublesome existence. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 1143 words. Conversation like this felt like merchants haggling. Especially when it came to signing contracts, both sides always had their little schemes, trying to play word games and slip in loopholes. Or rather, it was like politicians negotiating around some matter. Kane did not like that. For something that could be settled in a few simple sentences, he stated things plainly and directly. First, Seiko was his representative, and there would be no compromises on security. Second, he wanted the fastest possible turnaround. Within 48 hours, he was to receive a new batch of Earth Elixir. I understand. Please give me 1 hour to prepare. The reason he needed an hour was that Soichiro had to rearrange the Takagi family's current manpower, reassign tasks, and focus their main effort on collecting pharmaceuticals. He also had several targets in mind, 200 of them aside from large general hospitals. There were also pharmaceutical plants. And this time, they would not be relying only on helicopters. A helicopter simply could not transport much, and it was not as if he had the authority to mobilize a large heavy-lift transport chopper. This operation would primarily be a convoy by vehicle, departing in groups and hitting multiple locations simultaneously. Of course, he also needed to explain the situation to his subordinates. Otherwise, with such an abnormal-looking operation, some people might refuse to cooperate. It was not mainly because they feared taking risks, getting into trouble, and becoming one of the living dead. Rather, in the current situation, once people realized the world had already collapsed, and there might be no future, some of them became pessimistic, believing that what remained was nothing more than a drawn-out death. If they were going to die anyway, then they wanted to die with their families. They wanted, in the little time they had left, to stay with their loved ones as much as possible. And some people's families had not yet been brought here. They were desperate to go out and find them. So there had to be a reason, something that would make the subordinates follow. And now there was indeed a compelling reason, a reason strong enough to rouse them: Earth Elixir. They had 2 doses left, and he handed them over, one for himself, and one for his wife. What are they trying to do again? Probably some kind of political performance. The murmurs did not come from the Takagi household. They came from the citizens they had taken in. Hearing those comments, Saya's brows knitted tighter and tighter. Some people still seemed not to understand the true, fundamental upheaval that had occurred in society, no, in the world itself. They did not understand that there was no going back. They treated it like an earthquake: take temporary shelter, and then everyone could go back home once it passed, returning to the old days. So were these people truly stupid, or were they simply avoiding reality? Did you see clearly? He is no longer human, and yet he is still alive. Dad drove his sword through the heart of a living dead, and that thing was still alive. As Dad said this, he closed his eyes and took a shallow breath. The next instant, Dad opened his eyes. Farewell, my friend. In life, that living dead had indeed been one of Dad's friends, someone Saya would have called uncle, and a person she had felt was fairly decent. As those words fell, Dad's sword had already flashed down with ruthless sharpness, severing the head cleanly, finally leaving it utterly incapable of moving. And that scene made the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. But it's not time to despair yet. The one who said that was not Dad but Mom. In truth, the 2 of them were playing their roles, one the hardliner, one the soft touch. When Mom stepped forward, her tone was gentler and warmer, unlike Dad's ferocity. Just today, the national authorities have already achieved a certain degree of progress in developing a medicine against the living dead virus. As she spoke, Mom produced a blood sample vial, the kind used for drawing blood. And that instantly changed the crowd's mood. People grew excited. A vaccine. They developed it that fast. It feels like there's some conspiracy. Could it be staged? Madam Takagi, are you saying that as long as someone takes this vaccine, they won't become one of the living dead? But for now, we only have 2 doses. Those words made the crowd freeze for a beat, then the uproar threatened to explode, and they had to be restrained. The reason was simple: people believed the doses would only go to the powerful, that the lower classes would be ignored. That sense of unfairness would quickly trigger chaos. Just talking doesn't prove it works. Wouldn't it be best to have someone get bitten once to test it? Curses flew immediately, shouting about using common people as test subjects, about inhumanity, and worse. I'll say this: do you people really want to get yourselves killed? Do you truly think you have the ability to lead this chaos? After that speech, one by one, they fell silent. Mom's meaning was simple: right now, Dad was the keystone. Without the couple's leadership, this place would absolutely collapse. It sounded arrogant, didn't it? But Mom had the gift of rhetoric. She laid everything out in detail: what needed to be handled, what needed attention, how the place would be run. And now, as the benefactors who saved your lives, it's time for you to repay us. All we need is one person to step forward for everyone, for the world to contribute a single share of strength. This was a test of human nature and human hearts, and also a way to sort people, and cut away what needed to be cut away. And yet, everyone remained silent. No, someone did stand up, but they were from the Takagi side. As for the citizens, they stayed silent as ever. In the end, on the citizens' side, only 3 people stepped forward. Those who had shouted the loudest all shrank to the back, trying to hide themselves in the darkness of a world already swallowed by night, where the lighting was too poor to expose them. They feared being pointed out, named, dragged forward. So they only needed one person to test it. Would they draw lots? In truth, they never intended to use those people for the test. They watched as Mom suddenly walked to a cage. Inside, there was still a living dead locked up. Mom suddenly extended her arm inside. It was so abrupt. Her beautiful limb was instantly torn away in a savage bite, a chunk of flesh ripped free. And the citizens who witnessed it became even quieter. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 72, 1385 words. Likewise, Saya, who witnessed the scene, bit down hard on her lip, because she understood this was Mom's real objective. Even though Mom had not told her that objective at the start, once Mom began speaking and deliberately provoking the crowd, Saya realized what she was about to do. And even though Saya knew Earth Elixir worked on Alice after she had already been infected so long as she had not fully turned into a living dead, she could still be cured. Mom's reckless action still made her deeply uneasy. This was a direct bite, not like Alice's earlier case, where she had been accidentally cut by something sharp and infected through contact with the living dead's blood. Hurry, hurry and drink it, Mom. Saya couldn't help shouting, because Mom still hadn't taken it. Saya knew exactly what Mom intended to do. To prove she was truly infected, and that the virus was spreading, she planned to wait until symptoms appeared before drinking it. Saya couldn't endure that. She rushed forward and was thrown back by Dad. Dad even raised the blade in his hand, standing right behind Mom. Once it was confirmed she had fully turned into a living dead, he would personally cut down his own wife. Mom, what are you waiting for? Drink it, now. Her arm had already become visibly horrific. Veins bulged, the skin turning a bruised purple-black. Then she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and Saya's heart leapt into her throat. We really can't drag it out any longer. Yuriko's voice came out like a growl, strained with pain as the virus invaded her body, her veins standing out in stark relief. If she delayed any longer, she could feel her consciousness slipping past the point of resistance. She brought the Earth Elixir to her lips and drank it down in one gulp. This was the whole point of the performance. She did not take it first, but allowed herself to be bitten before taking it. If it failed in the end, wouldn't that be a disaster? But even if it failed, it would still be a data point, proof that the best practice was to take Earth Elixir before being bitten, because taking it after the fact could not be relied upon. However, if she drank it after such obvious infection symptoms had already manifested, and then recovered, then the shock value would be far greater, and the proof of the drug's potency far more convincing. Yuriko was personally acting as the test subject, and she was doing it in front of her own daughter. The violent dizziness in her head rapidly receded. The pain in her body ebbed away like a tide, quickly draining into nothing. The abnormalities in her arm, its corpse-like pallor, and the black vein-like markings visibly faded at speed, faster even than the infection had advanced. In only a few breaths, her arm returned to normal. Not only that, she also felt the wound itching as it healed, and the bleeding stopped swiftly. It seemed what her daughter had said was true. It also carried a rapid wound-healing effect. But according to her daughter, this thing did not merely treat the living dead virus. She claimed it could cure almost all diseases in the current world. If that was true, it was nothing short of a miracle, a mythical panacea that healed all ailments. Calling it Earth Elixir was, in that sense, perfectly fitting. Did you see that? Soichiro's low, forceful words made everyone's eyes burn hotter and hotter. This was exactly what he wanted. Most of that heat, of course, was naked craving for the medicine. If they had not feared him, they might have rushed in to seize it on the spot. But at the very least, now that they knew a drug existed that could prevent the living dead virus, their will to survive, their desire for a future became fiercely real. And now, I need people to step forward and come with me to collect the raw materials to manufacture it. After he said that, no one stepped out immediately. 10 seconds of silence passed. Then Tanaka, Ayaha, and the others came forward. Very good. These brave volunteers will, of course, be the most qualified to receive this medicine, and their families will be given priority access as well. This isn't fair. It was that sharp-tongued, malicious woman again. Saya nearly pulled out her pistol, and put a round through her right there. If Saya remembered correctly, that woman was even younger than Mom. As for why she looked like such an awful, middle-aged hag, there was only one explanation: her face matched her heart. A person with an ugly soul wore an ugly face. That woman even tried to rally the other women, shouting about what women should bang. She shut up forever. A hole appeared in her head. The gunshot stunned everyone into silence. Saya, startled as well, turned her gaze stiffly toward the source of the sound and saw Mom holding a pistol, the muzzle still faintly smoking. Clearly, Mom had finally had enough of that vicious troublemaker. Wait, Mom's decision to act so decisively was also because of that guy. Which meant he was losing patience too. If they wasted any more time, he might start killing to clear the way. The pistol Mom used was not the one that fired bullets capable of melting almost any material. That weapon was too dangerous. One shot could affect far too many people. This was an ordinary sidearm from this world, seized from personnel on an armed helicopter. If you want priority access to the medicine, then join the team. If you have objections, sorry, we do not accept your objections. If you won't accept that, then leave the Takagi household. And if you keep making trouble, you will be permanently silenced. Mom was no longer gentle. She had become a cold, ruthless queen. She was too cool. In the blink of an eye, only 10 minutes remained before departure. The team split into two groups. One would be led by Kane himself, and his members included the original few, especially 3 people who were essentially indispensable. Saya, the glasses girl certified by the obtained hard drive. Shizuka, the school nurse familiar with pharmaceuticals. And Siko, the kendo girl who had invited him into this world. Kane noticed a distinct change in Siko, who had just stepped out of room 630, and he froze for a beat. That should have been at least D grade. How had it dropped by a full 1.5 grades? As for why he noticed immediately, he couldn't help it. Just now, those D-grade assets had helped massage his back, along with some more subtle assistance, that left his blood pressure dropping in a way that was hard to ignore. I used cloth strips to bind them. It makes it easier to massage your back. Seeing his confusion, she explained it like that. So that was it. Then the reason she had called him over earlier was to ask him to help. What a pity Saya had suddenly run over and shoved him out of the way. Suddenly, with hearing far sharper than any of theirs, Kane caught the familiar sound of a motorcycle engine, the same kind of roaring he had heard before from the bike that had been secretly tailing them on the dirt road. He walked to the balcony and looked toward the source of the sound. His pupils widened as he caught sight of the figure. So they were only coming now to make formal contact with him. That was rather slow. If possible, he would have preferred to cooperate with the Black Label people. Their side offered better security, and their equipment would be more comprehensive than what was available here. Unfortunately, their headquarters was not in Tokanosa City, but in Lower Ward City. If when he had first been invited into this world, he had known that the story from that work was also unfolding here, he might have been able to reach that organization's location before the Living Dead outbreak. If the verification failed, it would have been a pointless trip. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 73. Chapter 73 1469 words. If it were not for needing to receive the data being transmitted from the hospital, Mikoto and Yuko would have made contact with them long ago. Because it was not being sent through a normal network, but via satellite, it was relatively slow. Even so, they had already confirmed that the other side's medicine was indeed effective against the Living Dead virus. From a distance, they had also seen Madame Takagi demonstrate it personally. In full view of everyone, she was bitten by a Living Dead, then drank the medicine, and did not turn. Once all the data finished downloading, they were about to make direct contact with the other side. Who would have thought the other side was also preparing to depart the Takagi residence, with the goal of collecting more pharmaceuticals for a second batch of the so-called 100 medicine sealing process. As a result, Mikoto hurriedly joined their team, while Yuko needed to remain behind to hold the fort in Sinew Village. On one hand, she had to investigate what kind of cooperation agreement Soichiro had reached. On the other hand, she felt that Soichiro's side did not have any particularly strong tactical depth. If people from Syringe attacked, they would likely struggle to hold. Right now, Tokanosa City needed someone with Soichiro's resolve to consolidate the remaining forces. They could not allow Syringe to plunge the city into even greater chaos, let alone allow Syringe's backer to successfully raise an armed faction and turn the city further into Syringe's experimental ground. Yes, in this city, Syringe had a major financier. Their patron was the Shido family, second only to the Takagi family. So Soichiro could not be allowed to die casually. So that means the Shido family's spy has already penetrated deep into their internal structure and built a new power base, the so-called Trinity faction, Saya said in a low voice, pushing up her glasses. No wonder before departure, he had deliberately emphasized one instruction: if they encountered any member of the Shido family, no matter who it was, shoot on sight. In the corner of her eye, Saya glanced at Rei. Knowing the Shido family was this rotten only made Rei's expression sink further. If Koichi were down there on the ground right now, and it fell to her to execute him, she probably would not feel much psychological burden at all. Saya's gaze returned to the Black Label member, Mikoto, who came from an illegal organization, albeit one that was an enemy of Syringe. Yet the person Saya couldn't stop looking at wasn't Mikoto's affiliation. It was that Mikoto looked far too much like Rei. Not the identical twin kind of resemblance, but rather a resemblance that was hard to describe. That disgusting fat otaku would have put it this way: the silhouette and vibe were like a perfect cosplay. The biggest differences were hair and eye color. Rei was orange blonde, with brown eyes. Kiba Mikoto, on the other hand, had long silver hair and golden irises. Both used guns as their weapons, but one wielded a spear, while the other used a revolver. When you left the school, you should have just shot that Shido bastard dead, Saya said. Back when they took the bus out, she had seen that men survive and loiter around the parking lot. Saya felt that, with his capabilities, killing Koichi would not have affected their escape at all. As for why he did not kill him back then, Saya could understand it now. On one hand, he urgently needed to produce Earth Elixir, and he also needed people who would obey. If he started indiscriminately killing people from the outset, and the victim was Koichi Shido, a man who was extremely good at disguising himself, then in the eyes of the students in the school district, Koichi was practically a second teacher. If he had simply shot him without explanation, no one would have dared to get on the bus. As for the fact that he had said he would kill a student on the spot, Saya had assumed at the time that he really was that cold-blooded, to the point she was nearly scared weak in the knees. But once she calmed down afterward, she realized the student who had been killed had something wrong with him. He had likely already been bitten, just not yet showing symptoms, and he was clinging to false hope as he tried to sneak onto the bus. I'm not complaining. I just think that was. Saya hurriedly tried to explain. She saw his brow tighten slightly, and she panicked for no reason. Even though she understood perfectly well why he had not killed Koichi, the words jammed in her throat and refused to come out, leaving her stumbling and incoherent. "I know you're not complaining, so you don't need to panic like this," Kane said with a shrug. "It actually makes me a little uncomfortable. It doesn't match your character setting." Even so, he truly hadn't expected the Shido family to be one of Syringe's financiers and partners. If that was the case, then the Shido side would never be allowed into the Takagi household again. Then he looked at the girl in front of him again, the heroine from Triage X Kiba Mikoto. He hadn't expected her to exist in reality, and he hadn't expected her to look this much like Rei. Of course, this heroine was far stronger than Rei. Whether it was righteousness, personality, or sheer willpower, she outclassed Rei by a wide margin. They were both high school girls, yet Mikoto had already begun to uphold chivalry and justice, executing the kind of darkness that the law could not punish. "Your partner, that what something ran?" Kane asked. "What ran?" Mikoto looked confused. Then, a name surfaced in her mind. "You mean Arashir Mikami," she said. "How would he be my partner? If the Living Dead outbreak hadn't happened, I was supposed to evaluate him that day to see if he was qualified to join Black Label. How could he possibly have been paired with me? Though now, I suppose he counts as a probationary member of Black Label." Probationary member? Kane's eyebrows lifted slightly. That diverged from the plot he knew. In the story he'd seen, the protagonist had already been teamed up with her for some time, and then they ran into the first discovery arc where the zombie plague was spreading through the city. But that was similar, because it had not been exactly like the Living Dead in full. It was more like living corpses. In the plot he remembered, the early stage was mostly violent frenzy, like rabies. Now it seemed that if the two works existed in the same shared world, then the real situation differed significantly from the manga. He could not treat the manga's storyline as absolute truth. Does Arashir Mikami have some kind of problem? Mikoto asked, unable to stop herself from tensing up. This man seemed to know far too many secrets. Could it be that Arashir was someone Syringe intended to plant inside Black Label? "He should be fine," Kane said. "As for cooperation regarding Earth Elixir, you can discuss it in detail with the Takagi household later. I expect you'll arrive there soon anyway." Mikoto frowned. Director Mochizuki already dispatched a helicopter. "At most, it'll be just over 10 hours. And can you guarantee you won't be hit again by Syringe's aerial firepower?" Kane asked. "No," Mikoto admitted. "Then taking cars would be safer." "Didn't I say there's no time?" Kane said. "Besides," he cut off mid-sentence. "Look at the sky." As he spoke, his gaze swept out the window. He had not noticed the high-altitude abnormality immediately, because he had been talking to Mikoto, and not paying attention to the outside, much less the upper sky. The one who noticed first was Siko. She tugged at him and shoved his attention toward the window. Mikoto pressed her face to the glass, angling her eyes upward. Her pupils widened. She saw something dragging a streak of light as it cut across the night sky. "That's a missile," Shizuka said, confused. As the driver, she had a better angle, and could see the anomaly more clearly. "A missile? Could it be?" Soichiro's face changed. At first, even though he recognized it as a missile, he didn't feel a strong sense of danger. No matter what, it wouldn't be aimed at Tokonosa's city. But then he thought of something, and his expression turned grim. The worst-case scenario he had mentioned might be about to happen: a high-altitude nuclear detonation. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. 1206 words. Because of the discovery of electricity, human cities in the 21st century all became sleepless cities. All kinds of neon lights illuminated cities that would otherwise be swallowed by night, making the nighttime streets lively and bustling. However, because the living dead crisis erupted during the day, once night fell, aside from a few systems that still lit up automatically, the city was naturally much darker than it used to be. After a full day of chaos, even more lights went out. And so, under this kind of night sky, anything glowing as it streaked past overhead became especially conspicuous. Most people could recognize what it likely was, because it was not exactly rare. Occasionally, when some country launched a rocket to send a satellite into space, you could see a trail across the sky. In the daytime it might not be very obvious, but at night it was extremely striking. But now the world had already collapsed. Under normal circumstances, there should not still be any rocket launch plans. That meant what they were seeing now was more likely the trail of a missile, something with technology comparable to rockets. In peacetime, even if you saw a missile trail, you would not worry too much. You would assume some country was running a test. But now there were no longer any functioning countries left in this world. So it might well be a real warhead-bearing missile, and very likely carrying humanity's most vicious, most brutal weapon, nuclear. Watching that arcing trail, it was clear it was not heading straight for Tokonosa City. So Saya, who witnessed this, could only hope it would continue over Tokonosa City's sky and fly farther away. It crossed from one end of Tokonosa City to the other very quickly, and in that direction there was a base. That was probably the actual target. "Looks like it's not attacking us," Shizuka said dully. The instant her words fell, the night world suddenly flared white, brighter than daytime. Shizuka's scream snapped everyone back. She screamed because her phone was smoking, and anything related to electronic devices started malfunctioning. That abnormal daylight also vanished quickly, and darkness swallowed everything again. In that moment, the world truly went black. The city had still had some lighting before. Now even that was gone. "This is beyond awful," Saya's voice broke the pitch-black silence first. In the end, they still hadn't been able to avoid it. "It's an EMP attack." Mikoto's voice came out trembling as well. Now it was over. Unless an electronic device had special protection, the vast majority of equipment with electronic components had been destroyed in this instant. So Mikoto immediately moved to open her briefcase, but a hand pressed down on it. "Wait before you open it. If you open it right now, it might have been fine, but the moment you open it you could get caught by a lingering wave." Kane explained it like that. The laptop Mikoto carried was stored inside a special case box that could protect it from EMP damage. And there was not only one such case. Saya also had one in her hands, with a laptop inside. In addition, a third case held various electronic parts and devices, such as radios and a satellite phone. All of those cases were provided by the Takagi household. "Miss, look after yourself, will you?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Didn't I tell you before we set out? We might run into this." "Do exactly what I said. And keep your voices down." Saya scolded the people behind her who had scrambled out of the vehicles, her tone edged with anger. And to keep the convoy calmer, she began directing them. So the team was quickly given light again. It was not because they had prepared a bunch of flashlights and similar gear in EMP-proof cases, or because those items had avoided electromagnetic interference. Instead, the lighting came from kerosene lamps, things that had nothing to do with electronics. In the blink of an eye, the convoy was moving again. There were 3 vehicles total. 2 had been acquired by Shizuka's side, and the third was a large truck. The reason the 2 cars could still start was because their owners had modified them further, adding anti-EMP measures. The truck, of course, had not. Even though they had spare parts stored in metal cases, it still looked like it could not be repaired anytime soon, at least not in the short term. After that, they forced their way through all kinds of obstacles along the road. Even steel barriers were directly melted by the bullets from that special gun. "What kind of bullets are those, exactly?" Mikoto stared in disbelief at the metal obstruction that had been melted away. If that hit a person, no, even a living dead, calling it melting was not quite right. It was closer to vaporization. And the melting effect they could see was only because the obstacle had enough mass and thickness for the liquefaction to be visible. With a weapon like that clearing the path, they reached their destination quickly, the largest general hospital. The near world. A cargo-type aircraft came to a stop in front of A2. As the hatch opened, 2B and 6O pushed a box down the ramp. It was a metal container with an unusual design. Then, right in front of everyone, 2B activated the metal box. With a series of clacking mechanical sounds, it transformed, reconfiguring itself into a set of power armor that did not fully cover the entire body. In terms of silhouette, it looked like a VTOL fighter that had transformed into a humanoid mode. In fact, it really could transform into a fighter configuration as well, a compact, mini-flight unit. Then 2B turned her back to the power armor and merged with it, immediately beginning real environment ground testing on the spot. This was the newest weapon system Commander White had the Android Research Center produce. In these 2 days, White had the researchers working themselves to the bone, forcing it into a finished, usable form. So now 2B was testing it directly on the surface. If there were no issues, A2 would transmit this equipment to him. That golden energy coin had already filled earlier, half a day ago, when he took part in a small-scale clash against machine lifeforms and maxed it out, obtaining 1. With this, safety should improve at least somewhat. Because this equipment also carried a force field defense system. You could practically say it let you survive even being gutted. But since it was a prototype machine, the force field generator had been miniaturized to the point it could be mounted, which meant it could only be deployed briefly. If it was pushed to maximum defensive output, it would last at most 5 seconds. But in that world worse than hell itself, given the brutal environment he would face the moment he returned, even that would help him endure the hellfire that blasted skyward. Even 1 second would do. That 1 second might be the hope that kept him alive. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 1411 words. This was the largest general hospital, and there were still some survivors here. In a sense, that was a good thing, but it was also a bad thing. The good thing was that people were still alive. The more living people remained in the world, the more human vitality the world still had. The bad thing was that when people had already fallen into despair, they were easily emotionally triggered and prone to irrational behavior. So once they saw that this team had real strength, they desperately wanted help. If you couldn't keep them under control, they would keep nagging, and everything would become difficult at every step. As for this situation, they had anticipated it. So Saya and the others watched as a Takagi family member walked over to those people. This person was like a politician, the type who knew how to talk, and was suited to the job of soothing people's emotions. With that side handled, Saya's collection of pharmaceuticals began to proceed smoothly as well. And the selection of medicines here was more complete, so she connected the eye into her laptop, and began preparing multiple formula sets. She had to admit it. This eye really was high-tech. The eye was an extremely precious treasure. She plugged it directly into computers that had been scrapped by the EMP attack, and somehow it could still read their data, even open the hospital's internal system. Right now, Saya was also working on a special formula, something he had specifically reminded her to try. He told her to make use of those extremely expensive drugs, the special medications ordinary people could never afford, and the kinds of drugs that normally weren't even used. She was to filter those out and feed them into the Earth Elixir manufacturing program, letting it analyze and derive new formulae. And also those medicines that required refrigeration. Because of the EMP attack, the environmental temperature was shifting, and those drugs would quickly spoil and be ruined, so they needed to be added as well. After that, she would use other drugs, building around the Earth Elixir manufacturing program, using Earth Elixir's formula as the baseline. Shizuka-sensei, what is this? Oh, this is for... She also had Shizuka-sensei help, because Saya could only understand the drug descriptions at the literal level. She didn't know the targeted properties and professional specifics behind them. For example, what reactions occurred between two drugs, and what the description meant in terms only industry professionals would understand. Of course, she couldn't read that at a glance. She could have the Earth Elixir system further interpret it and make it comprehensible to her, but that would cost even more time. With a professional like Shizuka-sensei on hand, who understood what those reactions and descriptions meant, they could save a great deal of effort. In the blink of an eye. So this is what you call making a vaccine. Mikoto stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She had already seen them produce a vaccine in another general hospital before, and it had even been a group of high school students helping. But now, watching the production process from this close distance, it was so outrageous that it felt like children playing house. And the so-called raw materials for the vaccine really were just pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients. It didn't even look like they needed rare materials. It was as if any medicine could be used as a material, so long as it was medicine. It looked that simple. How could that be possible? The real secret had to be in that laptop in Saya's hands. No, not the laptop. That hard drive. Suddenly, Mikoto frowned when she noticed something. 3 people were approaching. They looked like a nurse and a doctor from this hospital, plus a patient, or perhaps the patient's family member. They were probably coming to take some medicine. That had happened before. However, Mikoto sensed that these 3 were different. The closer they got, the more tense they looked, even frightened. "Save me." The voice came out in a sobbing whimper, their face filled with terror. "Answer me." Mikoto raised her handgun at them immediately, and with her other hand she slammed the door shut behind her. She fired a warning shot because they didn't stop. That also proved something. They were being threatened by something so severe they dared to keep running straight into her muzzle. Yet they only hesitated briefly, and then kept charging forward. And at that moment, Mikoto noticed an earpiece hanging by their ear. She understood. Someone was threatening them through the earpiece. Threatening them with what? Mikoto's face changed drastically when she saw something. Something was bulging under their clothes, an odd outline in light and shadow. Very likely. So should she shoot them? But they were obviously innocent people being forced. If she didn't shoot, then her own life was threatened, and so were the lives of the people behind her. She pulled the trigger, but they still kept coming. Because she hadn't hit them. Because she still couldn't bring herself to shoot an innocent person. She couldn't hesitate again. At that moment, a streak of light flashed past Mikoto's side and struck the runner in the neck, piercing deep. The one who threw it was Siko. She had been watching the corridor on the other side, noticed what was happening here, and acted without the slightest hesitation. This woman was brutal. No, it wasn't brutal. It was clear-headed judgment. That person was doomed either way, destined to become a human bomb. Since they were going to die regardless, it was better to end it sooner and keep their own side as safe as possible. That was rational thinking based on the surrounding environment. Mikoto spun around immediately and yanked open the door behind her. "Get down, now." As she shouted the warning, she slammed the door shut again, then lunged toward 2 people, tackling them to the floor. What followed was not the heavy sound of the door closing. It was a deafening explosion. Just as Mikoto had expected. The mastermind realized they could no longer push forward and detonated the bomb. In an instant, the entire pharmacy shook as if an earthquake had struck, chaos erupting everywhere. At the same time, the glass wall on the same side as the door shattered with a crash, fragments spraying inward. What happened? What exploded? It hurts. The students and adults who had been helping to produce medicine panicked, and some were injured, crying out in pain. After Mikoto adjusted first, she immediately stood and looked toward the front of the pharmacy. The door had been blasted open. The explosion zone was a wreck, and the corridor walls on both sides had collapsed inward. You could tell how terrifying the bomb's power had been. What the hell? A terrorist attack. Saya cursed as she pushed herself up. Miss, see cousin, we're under attack outside. What about inside? Are you alive? A warning came through the radio from one of their own. So which bastards attacked them? Saya's first thought was syringe. Outside, they were suddenly hit by a fierce barrage of fire from below. The two guns opened up almost to the split second, and the ambush angles were perfectly symmetrical. This didn't look like human-operated fire. It looked like preset, automated fire. And the enemy was clever. The two fire positions could not be observed at the same time. That meant no matter how you moved, one fire position would always be blocked by obstacles. So you couldn't destroy both at once. The result was that the vehicles loaded with medicine were turned into honeycombs. At that moment, his gaze locked onto someone who had brazenly appeared right in front of him. A heavily built figure, covered head to toe in something like armor. It looked like heavy-powered armor at first glance, but it clearly wasn't. It was more like a layer of metal skin laminated over the entire body. And the face was covered by a mask like something out of a nightmare. Confirmed. Winged Golden Horse Leech, A2, if that set can be used now, transmit it over here immediately. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 1399 Words in the pitch black night. In a night that had suddenly gone quiet, the gunshot was thunderously loud, as if the sound had been amplified more than tenfold compared to normal conditions. The one who pulled the trigger was a member of the Regia family. The muzzle of the gun in his hands gave off a faint wisp of smoke. His target was a figure wrapped head to toe in a metal micelle bodysuit. The bullet hit. It even struck true. But it only kicked up a tiny spark on the target's body, doing no more than causing the target's stride to pause for the slightest instant. That scene left the Regiman stunned. His face turned incredulous, disbelieving. Then his finger seemed to lose all reason, as it kept squeezing the trigger. A rapid series of shots echoed through the night. On the attacker's body, more sparks burst out, as if the person were truly impervious to blades and bullets. But in the very next moment, this seemingly invulnerable, ill-intentioned intruder abruptly, 763, dodged, accompanied by an even heavier gunshot. About 10 meters behind where they had just been standing, the ground flashed red and ignited in an instant. The shock sound didn't even fully leave his throat before the impact wave that followed blew away the remaining weak gunfire noise like it was nothing. The special steel suit that could withstand ordinary bullet impacts felt as though it had been shattered by a single punch. His abdomen had the sensation of being punched clean through in an instant, and his internal organs felt like they'd been smashed into pulp. Immediately after, everything in his vision began pulling away at high speed, until his back slammed into something, and the forced retreat finally stopped. In that moment, agony surged along his nerves and forced his brain into clarity about one thing. He had still underestimated how terrifying the opponent was. Against this kind of enemy, the thought of testing the waters should never have existed. It was fatal. Without hesitation, within the space of a single second, he stomped down on the huge rock beneath his feet. In the next instant, the battle suit was no longer merely something he wore. It truly became part of his body. On the inner surface where the suit pressed against skin, a massive number of needle-like barbs surged out, stabbing into flesh. They even had hooked barbs, latching on and adhering completely. Those needles injected the latest developed enhancement drug. In an instant, it spread through his entire nervous system. He could feel his body burning, splitting apart, as if it were being torn into pieces. In truth, it was his cells undergoing extreme high-speed metabolism, splitting and multiplying at a furious pace. In an instant, the suit also felt unbearably tight, swelling until it seemed ready to burst. He could also feel something growing out of him, especially around his head. His hands, too, had changed. He had the distinct sense that his hands could now tear a person apart with ease. The process was excruciating, but he reveled in the explosive surge of power erupting inside him, as if it were spilling out of his body. So, the world slowed in his eyes. It was as though time itself had become sluggish. And so, when a fist was about to smash into his cheek, he raised his hand and caught it. In that instant, he saw clearly the astonishing changes in the man who was about to destroy him. Then next, he would properly enjoy himself. He hoped that this newfound power would at least let him savor battle a little, if only for a moment. Savor-bang. The slow world in his vision seemed to accelerate in a single instant, and his head was hammered by two deafening impacts. It was as if someone had pressed his head into the ground and smashed it down hard. His eyes were forced to stare along the surface of the earth at point-blank range. His pupils dilated. He saw that the hand that had been gripping the opponent just a moment ago was now bent in the opposite direction. His pupils contracted violently. A gun muzzle, seemingly magnified many times over, was now aimed straight at him. At this moment he understood. He had still underestimated the opponent's strength. He had believed the power he gained after enhancement would be enough, yet he still couldn't withstand the other man's punches. His arm had snapped, and then the opponent's fist kept smashing into his temple, pouring in with terrifying speed, until his pupils turned dark. So the gap in strength was still this great? Not exactly. The power granted by the drug, he hadn't even had time to familiarize himself with it, much less use it properly. Otherwise, he should have been able to trade blows for at least a short while. But his awareness ended here. After the muzzle flashed, he sank into eternal darkness. Cain set the bone back into place, correcting the dislocation that had pushed through skin. He had to admit it. This time, the guy they sent actually had some ability. Taking that punch head-on had still left his arm in this state. He rolled the headless corpse over, narrowing his eyes at the bulging metal module on the target's back, the indicator lights still flickering. He took a dagger and cut it off. It really was like the other man's skin. When he peeled it away, it immediately exposed a layer of raw muscle where there should have been skin. "You're hurt?" Halfway through, a slightly surprised voice came from beside him. "Do we extract it now?" The speaker continued. Cain understood it was Siko talking. Somehow, she had already arrived in this world in an instant. "Then take it out." As he replied, he saw Siko take several steps back. Then, directly in front of her, a metal cube appeared out of thin air. Cain stepped in and pressed his palm onto an area that looked like a palm print authentication pad. The moment his hand touched it, it began to glow. He also felt a faint current run through his arm. Verification passed. Logged in user, unmanned. The electronic voice sounded. The cube glowed brighter, cracks spreading all over it as if it were about to explode. Then it began transforming, like something straight out of Transformers. When it finished unfolding, the familiar silhouette made Cain think of the anime Infinite Stratos, also known as IS. This powered armor frame looked strikingly similar to the IS weapons in that series, the kind that only react to women. So in that work, the setting was like this. Because the male lead was the only man in the world who could activate the weapon, he enrolled in the IS Academy, a school full of girls, where he showed off and built a harem. Now then equip it and start getting familiar with the weapon's operating method. It should be roughly the same as the two operating systems he had taken away earlier. If there was any major difference, it was probably that this one also had a flight system. In addition, it could transform into a miniature drone. Its shape closely resembled the fighter of the Mitsuba unit, only in a miniaturized form. He glanced at the piece he had peeled off and tried scanning it, hoping the data would be valuable. It was transmitting 4.6x data, and it was sending it via satellite. Track the receiving location. Understood, Master. The response was not a dry, mechanical electronic tone, but a crisp female voice. And the voice module had 4 types. One was the strict, cold type A female boss or queen-like deputy leader. One was the seemingly emotionless type and almost mute, Kaderi, doll-like girl voice that simply followed orders. One was the kind that sounded rigid and competitive, with a reliable next-door big sister vibe. And the last was a bright, naturally airhead, innocent girl type. Kane thought all four voice sources were quite good. Adding a feature like this was almost certainly 6.0's little perversion. After seeing the information he wanted on the display, Kane revealed a faintly pleased smile. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 77, New Fanfics poll started. Hi, everyone, the new fanfics are up on WN, the poll will start now. As always, I will put the rules here. 1. Most reviews 1 point. 2. Most votes 1.3, most power stones 1.4, most comments on chapters 1 point. Just spam them, I will read them all. XD. The winner will be continued, but I may pick more than one if they do good enough. Anyway, I don't want to give too much spoilers about the fanfics, so give them a try and check if they are your taste or not. Naruto, make Sunagakure great again. A Naruto fanfic that starts when Gaara is declared Kazekage. The MC didn't want to die, so he starts a revolution and gets to become Kazekage. My system is myself. Anime fanfic that starts on DxD. Basically the MC's cheat is to kill his other's version of himself, and if he does it he obtain their fate and powers. Pretty fun. OFC Harem Warhammer 30k. My pre-March is Remilia Scarlet AWH fanfic that was made for Slaanesh fanatics. Basically a comedy/not comedy that focus on the MC trying to survive the fact that Doraemon made a mess on the WH universe transforming Kurz into a Remilia. And of course, they made even a bigger mess as they went on. It is fun and well heretic as fuck. The poll is for free in P at TR3 on. Chapter 78, Chapter 77 1193 words Syringe Headquarters. Confirm that the life signs have disappeared. The girl responsible for the Syringe organization's computer systems delivered the report with a hint of astonishment. She turned her gaze toward the other technicians beside her. They were not IT staff, but the developers of that special combat suit. She wanted them to interpret the satellite-transmitted data what it actually meant. Judging from their expressions, the situation seemed to have become more serious again. This operation had originally also been meant to collect experimental data along the way. Yet after what looked like a full activation, the host's life signs stopped responding in under 10 seconds. Was there a problem with the drug inside the suit? Did it kill the user outright? What happened? The tone sounded relaxed, but it made both of them stiffen badly because the owner of that voice was the princess, the master of Injector. Princess, this data. The developer explained the meaning of the currently received, satellite-relayed data in terms everyone could understand. In broad strokes, the drug activation was fine. The subject's transformation matched the projections. However, the sudden termination of life signs was not because the drug malfunctioned. Rather, the subject may have suffered an instantly lethal external factor. So even after gaining a boost, he still got killed in just a few moves. Is the other side really that strong? I don't know. And because he died too fast, we couldn't capture the subject's final vital activity data. The developer explained with sweat pouring down his forehead. In truth, there were still things he had not said. The transmitted data included the test subject's heart rate, breathing frequency, blood oxygen, and several hormone secretion indicators. From that, they could infer the subject's condition. They could even tell whether the subject had entered a combat state or not, because the physiological metrics differed drastically. But the feedback here showed that after entering combat, in under 2 seconds he immediately used that half-finished drug a close combat boost that enhanced his own strength. That was a problem. Shouldn't he have traded blows with the target first, confirmed he couldn't win, and only then used it? Using it immediately from the start. Did that mean he was certain that without it he would lose? Or was it possible that in the very first instant of contact, he realized how terrifying the opponent was, and had to use it at once? And the result was that after using it, he still couldn't last even 5 seconds before his life rapidly withered away and vanished. That implied two possibilities. 1. The drug really did have an issue, and the subject couldn't endure it dropping dead on the spot. 2. The opponent was simply too horrifying. If it was the latter, it was hard to imagine what kind of monster the enemy was. It would mean they had truly provoked an extremely dangerous existence. Of course, he didn't say any of this. A princess as clever as the one before him would be able to see it anyway. I'm not here to blame you. After all, I was involved in developing that drug as well. That line from the princess made the developer finally let out a breath. The next second, the girl responsible for IT suddenly lunged toward the computer and began hammering the keys. What is it? Princess, this. I'm not sure, but it looks like we've been breached. She said that, yet she couldn't find any evidence of intrusion at all. But the anomaly she was seeing on the computer should have been impossible. How to describe it? It was like the computer had briefly rolled back, it stayed restoring everything to what it was 1 second earlier. A 1-second anomaly like that could be used as a rollback to erase every trace of the intrusion. And that same 1-second anomaly could also mislead people into thinking it was nothing more than lag, an ordinary stutter or delay. But she was sensitive to data. She was a genius hacker. She had still caught it within a window. In the briefest instant, her program code had changed. So if this really was an intrusion, then the attacker's skill was beyond her imagination. This was very bad. There was a good chance this place had been exposed too. After arriving on scene, Mikoto also saw a corpse that looked distinctly abnormal. The body was horrifying, as if it had been flayed, but the limbs were stranger still. First, horns had grown from its head. Around the mouth, beast-like fangs had formed. The eyes had become vertical slit pupils. Then there was the body. The arms had grown long, almost like an ape's limb proportions. Especially the hands, the fingers now looked like claws. Put simply, the corpse gave the impression of a horned demon from a ghost story. And this corpse was clearly one of Injector's people. Beside it was a shattered mask, the kind of Oni-style mask the Injector organization liked to wear. The monster also looked obviously powerful, because Mr. Kane had even injured one of his arms. But none of that was what shocked Mikoto the most. It was what Mr. Kane was wearing right now. A flight-capable powered armor suit. This sci-fi, was it really something this era could develop? I'm heading out. I'll be back within an hour at most. After leaving those words, he rose into the air. Once he reached a certain altitude, he vanished into the night sky at an astonishing speed. That was a sonic boom, right? The fat man beside them spoke with a trembling voice. Mikoto also stared blankly at the receding silhouette. Supersonic flight. Was this really a product of this era? As expected. He's a super soldier from the future. Mikoto looked at the fat man in disbelief. His name was Hirano Kuda, right? Those two barrels on the flight wings, just looking at the shape, there's no way they're meant to fire physical shells. Those are laser cannons, right? And to support energy weapons at that scale, miniaturized like this, it definitely wouldn't be chemical fuel. Microfusion. The fat man seemed to be a technician of some sort, excitedly analyzing as he spoke. You said he's a super soldier from the future. How do you know that? Mikoto cut him off. Isn't it obvious? It's just that, after listening to the fat man's explanation, Mikoto roughly understood, and stopped paying attention to his ever-expanding, self-fueled delusions. So that's what this was. A military otaku fat guy who'd watched too many movies, and was filling in the gaps with his own imagination. Even so, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. At this point, even if an alien popped out next, Mikoto didn't think she would be that surprised. But there was one thing she could be sure of. The people of Syringe had done it to themselves. They had provoked an existence they absolutely should not have provoked, and it was now on its way to deliver a return gift. Serves them right. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, 1157 words. In the night, several figures were perched atop a high-rise, watching the disturbances in the neighboring city. 2 days ago, when night fell, that city had been just as noisy and bustling. But now, under the night sky 2 days later, it was terrifyingly quiet. In that ghostly stillness, even the tiniest movement felt as if it had been amplified countless times, rendered painfully clear. "Ha, it's done." A small, pink-haired girl with short twin-tails grinned. She had fluffy animal-like ears, and at her neck hung a cute little pet with patterned markings, like a toy. This was no ordinary drone, and no ordinary remote-controlled toy car. There was a bomb installed on it. It would definitely give that bastard organization Syringe a little surprise. Call it payback for ruining her career as an idol. Orha Nashida, a middle school student, was an idol, and she'd been just about to launch a nationwide concert tour. But then this bastard organization turned the world into this, and now how was she supposed to hold a concert? So as a member of Black Label, she was going to blow them up first and flip the tables on them. Orha, don't do anything reckless. The blue-haired, mature woman in what looked like a nurse's outfit lowered her night vision goggles. Her gorgeous face carried a stern warning as she reprimanded the child. Yeah, I know, Seo-san. Orha stuck out her pink tongue with a wronged look. Of course she understood the real mission right now, which was to find Syringe's true location. Then Orha also stuck out her tongue at the other person. This red-brown-haired woman wasn't from Black Label at all, but a righteous policewoman named Konomi Suzu. During the shock crisis after the virus outbreak, the group had accidentally discovered Syringe operatives hidden among the civilians, trying to sabotage things and stir up chaos, intending to plunge the shelter at Mochizuki General Hospital into disorder. They'd moved to intervene on the spot, but the target got away, which left Orha annoyed. Because they had already noticed the suspect too. They'd been closing in quietly, planning to seize them in one go, and then interrogate them for anything useful. But this policewoman had blundered in and alarmed the suspect, who immediately bolted. And then, during the chase, the policewoman actually followed right along. In the end, Seo-san had no choice but to let the policewoman come with them. Otherwise, with a hot-headed officer like this acting alone, she would only interfere with their operation. Worse, the suspect might have anti-surveillance capability. The policewoman could get spotted, lured into a trap, and meet a gruesome end. So, with one pull, she was brought into the team, and under Seo-san's lead they played a deadly game of hide-and-seek with the enemy. Eventually, the suspect likely truly hadn't noticed their trail, and they made it smoothly into the urban area surrounding the shelter. If so, they might be able to catch Syringe's base. According to their deductions, Syringe headquarters was also in this country, and might be hidden in one of the cities around Tobioka City. What is that? Konomi suddenly noticed a light in the night sky rapidly approaching. Seo-san, publicly a nurse, privately the heavy weapons assault vanguard of Black Label's team, followed the detective's gaze toward the darkness. It was a moving point of light traveling unbelievably fast. The speed was absolutely beyond the sound barrier, and the flight path was a straight line, while the altitude steadily dropped, as if it were going to arrive above the city. Seo-san's expression changed drastically. One possibility surfaced in her mind. Seo-san, that isn't a missile strike, is it? Orha, now watching it too, recalled the incidents from the past few days. An ordinary missile wasn't an issue. There was no reason it would be aimed at them. But if it was a missile with a nuclear warhead, then forget it. You'd just lie down and wait to die. As soon as she said it, the object had already entered the city's airspace. In the blink of an eye, it swept directly over their heads. That doesn't look like a missile, does it? Even though it was moving at supersonic speed, the blurred silhouette didn't resemble a missile. More importantly, something jaw-dropping happened next. What even is that? Orha let out a small, involuntary cry. What kind of thing could fly at that speed? Because it was too far away, she couldn't make it out with the naked eye, so she raised her binoculars and fixed them on the floating point of light in the sky. She lined it up, and then she finally saw what it was. It was what the hell? Orha's voice came out tangled. It was something vaguely humanoid, with its flesh wrapped in some kind of ring-shaped apparatus. If she had to describe it simply, it was like one of those mecha girls from anime. No, not a mecha girl. This looked more like a mecha guy. Was she sure she wasn't seeing things? She rubbed her eyes and refocused on the silhouette. It was the same. Then Orha's entire body stiffened. The figure lifted its head and looked over, straight at her, Seo-san, and Konomi. It really might have noticed them. Considering all that high-tech equipment on its body, detecting them wouldn't be strange at all. So that thing on him, was this really technology that should exist in this era? But that still wasn't the key point. His equipment began making sharp, mechanical clicks as it transformed. On the two tubes mounted on the mechanical wings on his back, parts shifted and combined into what looked like a gun. Well, gun was probably the right word. Comparing it to his body proportions, the barrel was as thick as a neck. He aimed that chest toward the ground. Then the wings on his back began to glow, as if they were drawing in starlight and moonlight from the already dim night sky, causing the surrounding brightness to drop further, making the world even darker. Orha didn't actually hear any crackling sound. It was her own trembling. Because she saw what looked like electric arcs jumping and flashing at the muzzle. The muzzle grew brighter and brighter. It looked exactly like a futuristic weapon attack from a sci-fi movie, the kind that sliced through space itself. Orha swallowed hard, her eyes locked onto it. In the next instant, like a beam meant to pass judgment on darkness, it pierced the void, tore open the night, and unleashed a purifying verdict upon the sinful land swallowed by blackness. For that moment, the world went silent. That silence lasted only an extremely brief instant. Then it would be followed by a heaven-shaking burst of brilliance. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 80, Chapter 79 1181 Words Syringe Headquarters. A young girl with a green ponytail kept checking through her backpack. For some reason, she could not let go of that brief 1-second rollback, the way the image had jumped. She did not believe it was ordinary visual delay, nor an abnormal frame rate stutter. Yet no matter how she checked, she found nothing. Not a single thread, not a single trace. But that was exactly what made the scene terrifyingly clean. Unwilling to accept it, she kept digging as if she could force something to surface. Then suddenly, an alarm window popped up. It was the surveillance system she had written herself. It had captured an anomalous silhouette. It definitely was not the dead. She had already coded filters so that reactions characteristic of the dead would not trigger special alerts. Otherwise, with corpses everywhere on the streets, and their constant noise and motion anomalies, the system would be screaming non-stop. So the alert that had just appeared could only mean one thing. Someone was approaching the base. In this city, how many living people were even left? Someone from a local group? Black Label? The latter was far more likely. She clicked the alert, and a new window expanded. Aerial surveillance. Something in the sky. Narrowing her eyes, she saw a single point of light hurtling toward them from the distant darkness. At that speed and trajectory, was it a meteor? With the world in chaos, it could just as well be a missile, and that would be very bad. She immediately activated more monitoring devices, and ran a rapid analysis on the target. The result made her blood run cold. It could turn. It was being controlled. It actually changed direction mid-flight. That instantly connected to her earlier suspicion of intrusion. Maybe it really had been a hack. Maybe their coordinates had been exposed and a missile had been fired straight at them. Without hesitation, she triggered the emergency alarm. A shrill siren tore through the entire base. But the alarm likely would not do much, because at this rate, it would hit directly above them in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. There was nothing anyone could do in 2 seconds. Then what is that? The base leader jerked up, about to dive onto the bed behind her and roll into a hidden compartment mechanism in the wall. But she stopped dead. On the monitor, the approaching point of light suddenly braked and hung motionless in midair. She rushed back to the computer and switched to a high-resolution feed to see what on earth could stop in the sky after flying that fast. The image sharpened little by little. It was not a missile. It was what is that? A dazed, tangled sound spilled from Reika's lips. A figure in powered armor. So sci-fi it made her skin crawl. In the next instant, her reflexes snapped into place, because the intruder raised a weapon that looked deeply wrong and aimed it at the ground. If that fired as the electrical arcs around the muzzle intensified, the screen abruptly went white, the lens overwhelmed by blinding light. Almost simultaneously boom. Heaven and earth shook, like an instant magnitude 8 quake. Everything swayed violently. Bad screams erupted everywhere. There was fear in the voices, but more than that, pure panic. The shaking came fast, and it ended fast. Reika, knocked to the floor, scrambled back up and stared at the computer, which was now vomiting out alerts. It listed which systems had been damaged and what failures were cascading through the base. She ignored all of it. Her eyes were locked on the surveillance feed. The ground above had been blasted open, revealing a massive hole that looked bottomless. The rim of the crater glowed red, seeming to flow. In truth, the ground itself had been melted by extreme heat. She forced herself to look closer. Then she hammered the keyboard again, bringing up internal camera feeds. And she saw it. A shaft punched through most of the base's layers. On one of the levels it had pierced, the torn rim of the opening still glowed. Beside it lay a corpse reduced to only half a body, the rest simply gone, clearly vaporized by the strike. That man had been one of the organization's stronger fighters. And against an attack like this, pitiful, did not even begin to describe it. Her gaze snapped back to the surface feed. Reika's lips trembled as terror rapidly filled her face. The intruder carrying weaponry so far beyond this era that it might as well have belonged to another century did not hesitate. Whether he dropped down through the breach or entered directly, it made no difference. The moment he reached the first level and saw living targets, he became the embodiment of death, and began harvesting lives immediately. Multiple death rays. They carved through bodies as if human flesh were softer than tofu, and it was never just once. Several beams lanced through, slicing people into chunks of meat. Those who were not closest to the Reaper tried to evade at once. It did not matter. The death rays cut through obstacles with almost no resistance, then chopped the bodies behind them into pieces. In less than 10 seconds, everyone on the first level, people in other rooms included, had been harvested. Even when someone hid behind walls made of thick metal plating, the intruder fired a special shot, the wall ruptured instantly, and the laser followed. Anyone inside had no chance of survival. Now he was moving into the second level. There was no meaningful resistance, just like the first. And honestly, what could anyone use to resist this? Against a monster this unfair, there was no counterattack. Before anyone could even move, the death ray had already cut them apart. As for who the intruder was, Reika already had a good idea. When their Osprey had been shot down, the deputy leader had confirmed the enemy's arrival. Even now, with a strip of cloth or a visor-like mask covering his eyes, it was still clearly the same person. This was retaliation. Astro's strike, how long had it even been? And he was already here, delivering payback. We really did provoke someone we should never have touched. Reika let out a bitter, almost helpless laugh and collapsed back into her chair. She had no intention of running. There was no option to run. because the enemy's machine seemed to have a special scanning system that could accurately pinpoint everyone's coordinates. So all she could do was wait for death to arrive. She reached down and picked up a can of cola she had pulled from the fridge earlier. Halfway through the can, she saw the wall of her room begin to melt. Before she could even see that death angel clearly, a death ray swept across her. Her consciousness was swallowed by darkness. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 81. Chapter 80 1262 words. It was a gaping hole that looked like it had been torn open, with a faint red glow still lingering along the edges. This was where a high-energy beam had swept past and left everything heat-scorched red. Even the concrete had been vitrified into something glassy. And centered around the open breach, the surrounding buildings had suffered the blast wave's impact. Countless windows shattered at once, spraying fragments across the area. Most of the debris had already fallen, but there were still occasional pieces dropping here and there. With the moonlight being fairly bright tonight, the falling shards caught and reflected it as they drifted down, strangely beautiful. A disturbance on this scale had practically drawn in the whole city's dead. They might not have sight, but their hearing was abnormally sharp. Almost instantly, as if by unspoken agreement, they converged from every direction. Faintly, you could already hear countless dead shuffling in from all sides, gathering toward this place. Before long, this area would probably become a tightly packed sea of bodies. But in a night this quiet, other chaotic sounds were equally clear. They were coming from below the opened breach. Gunfire, the sound of explosives, and human screams. It sounded like 20,000 bullets detonating at once, roaring through streets filled with the dead, shaking the entire roadway until it trembled. It was the first time she'd felt panic this strong, because what was happening in front of her was genuinely beyond exaggeration. Miss Sakura, can you tank his bombardment? Are you an idiot? Do you think my shield is Captain What's-His-Name's vibranium shield from the movies? Then I think we should leave immediately. This unknown newcomer, this kind of weaponized mobility, it turned out we'd been using leftover rejects all along. She glanced at the drone bomb in her hand. After Oraha's modifications, she was a genius technician. In her own right she'd been confident it was world advanced. But compared to the gear on that man, it was like pitting a modern jet fighter against a World War II prop plane. It was outright bullying. So if they didn't hide now, once he finished dealing with them and turned his attention toward the three of them, they were done. Seo was about to tell Oraha to leave first, but before she could finish, the enemy was already right in front of them. On an open patch of ground roughly 1 kilometer from the blast center, the earth suddenly bulged upward. A passage cracked open, and a modified military Humvee came roaring out like a beast set loose. Through night vision, she saw the driver wearing a ghost-like mask. It was the syringe crew. At the same time, someone else in the vehicle popped up through the roof and immediately began operating the roof-mounted machine gun, aiming straight at the passage entrance behind them. In the next second, as if he'd seen something, he squeezed the trigger. The gunfire poured into the passage mouth in a savage stream. Seo snapped her gaze over and saw a figure emerge from the passage, trying to rush through the entrance before it could close. Faced with incoming 7.62 mm fire, he didn't dodge at all. He charged straight into it. And then, before a single round could strike his body, sparks erupted in midair as the bullets ricocheted off in all directions. This is... As a policewoman, Konomi Suzu was so stunned she couldn't even form words. Because what grabbed Konomi's attention wasn't some high-spec force field shield unfolding from his armor. Miss Sakura, do you think the policewoman can do something like this? With this rate of fire and this caliber, you can do it in a dream. But you can't block a sweep like that. You'd get turned into a honeycomb. Seo and Oraha both fell silent. Right in front of them, he was using a slender blade purely and directly to hack apart an oncoming machine gun spray. Every single bullet. Every single warhead. All split. So on the Humvee, one of them immediately pulled out an RPG. In the next second, the RPG exploded. Correction, it wasn't a self-inflicted detonation. A beam of light pierced straight through the rocket the instant the men pulled the trigger. That explosion sent the Humvee out of control. It slammed into a wall and finally stopped. Two survivors staggered out, stumbling as they tried to run. They didn't make it 5 meters. As several beams swept over them, both legs were severed clean off and left behind on the spot. The two bodies continued forward from sheer momentum, then crashed hard to the ground. That should have been the end of it. But before their bodies even hit the ground, several more flashes of light passed, then the bodies dropped like shattered pottery, splitting into multiple chunks of flesh with perfectly neat cross-sections. Orha's body locked up instantly. Cold sweat broke out all over her, as if a finger from the Reaper had traced up her spine, numbing terror shooting straight into her skull. At the same time, she immediately released the drone in her hand and raised both hands fast, making a throwing posture, terrified that if she was even a beat too slow, she'd be chopped into 7 or 8 pieces as well. A red dot had landed on her body, an obvious weapon lock from the man's gear. Not just her. Seo and the policewoman had them too. "We're not with the ones you're fighting." Orha shouted the explanation at the top of her lungs. He flew over, stopping when he was about 2 meters away, his true form shimmering into view on the surface of a gauzy distortion, overlaid with a flickering image feed. His gaze snapped to the mask hanging at Seo's waist. "This mask isn't the same as Syringe's. The design is different. We really aren't with them." Orha was drenched in sweat as she explained, because she was genuinely about to be killed thanks to that idiot girl. "This mask should have been swapped out a long time ago." "Your Black Label." That made Orha go quiet. He seemed to know Black Label, but she couldn't tell what his attitude toward Black Label actually was. "If you want cooperation, you'll need some time." Leaving only that sentence behind, he turned, rose into the air, and then streaked away like a meteor until he vanished into the black horizon. Orha let out a long breath, her legs going weak as she collapsed onto the ground. Seo also exhaled deeply, and only then did she finally unseal the opening at the tear in her clothing. At this distance, she finally understood just how terrifying that man was. The terror wasn't the intimidation of his weapons. It was him. He carried a deathly aura so heavy it didn't feel like he's killed a few dozen people. It felt like no matter how many you killed, you still couldn't build something like that. It was like death from hell itself had wrapped around him, like he'd lived alongside a devil on the road ahead, and never once left its company. So what did that line mean? Cooperation. With Black Label. She couldn't understand it. Someone with gear like that, meaning a power behind him beyond imagination, still needed cooperation. When they got back to base, she'd ask Dr. Mochizuki. For now, at least they confirmed what was happening with the base that had been breached. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, 1302 words. The crackling pala sound was the cables discharging intermittently, briefly lighting the dim underground corridor. It also illuminated a heap of butchered flesh, and a floor stained dark red with blood. Lifting her foot, Orha could feel her shoe tack to the ground. It was the stickiness of dried blood. Now she, Seo, and the idiot policewoman had gone underground. This really was Syringe's hideout. From the massacre on display, it was easy to picture what happened, a slaughter so one-sided there hadn't even been the chance to resist. This base probably had no survivors. "What is it, Hitsuji?" Seo suddenly tensed. Was there someone alive down here? Following the direction of Seo's focus, Orha flew her drone closer. The camera centered on the spot, and she checked the live feed on her laptop screen. What is that? Orha blurted, stunned. "That's a ghost, right?" The policewoman's shocked reaction fit what Orha was seeing. It was a dismembered body, but it looked like something out of an old ghost story. Not a spirit kind of ghost, but the yokai kind, an oni with horns. Is this one of Syringe's biosoldiers made through the D-99 experiments? Orha noticed gouge marks nearby, shaped like claw rakes, almost like a goat's hoofclaw had torn through something. And what it had torn through was steel plating. Judging by the depth and spread of those scratches, if that thing hit a human body, it would tear someone open like paper. But even a monster like that had been cleanly carved up by a laser. They continued down the corridor and found more incubation tanks, 10 in total. All of them had been killed. Seeing the terminal still running, Orha immediately moved to jack in and see if she could pull any data. Seo spotted something, a disc. It looked deliberately placed, left there on purpose. Had the person who came through here left it for them? Orha, check this first. She inserted it, located the file, and clicked. When it opened, they realized it wasn't just one camera. It was a compiled cut footage from multiple security feeds across the entire base, stitched together. So Orha and Seo got to watch, in full, exactly what kind of hopeless force Syringe had faced. Looks like he didn't clean everything up. Someone got away. No, not got away. More like they were lucky enough not to be in this base. And this disc was left specifically for the one who escaped Togo Reika. Togo Reika was Syringe's princess, the organization's figurehead and current leader. Orha's gaze shifted to Seo. Because this Togo Reika probably had something to do with her. Seo's father, Togo Itaru, had already been confirmed as the one who founded Syringe in the first place. Of course, that didn't mean Seo as part of Syringe. She'd just been used as an experimental subject by a father who'd long since gone off the rails until Black Label found her, and Yuko rescued her. And now this Togo Reika was claiming to be Togo Itaru's daughter as well. Seo had no memory of any sister, older or younger. Which meant it was likely a daughter her father never mentioned, raised somewhere else. Back to the point. The man who made even Syringe despair had left that disc for one reason only: to twist the knife, and to deliver a message. Put bluntly, it was, insects shouldn't try to fight the sky. But also true. It would make Togo Reika grind her teeth harder, rage harder, refuse to accept it, and still be completely powerless. That, too, was despair. Black Label Base. The Chief of Staff, Fiona Lon Winchester, got another update from Mikoto via satellite phone. Syringe had been enhancing humans with D-99, derived drugs, creating bodies that looked like Oni. Even though that thing had been effortlessly disposed of by Mr. Kane, Fiona already had Mikoto and Yuko's assessment of his strength. And once she compared that to the fact he'd still taken injuries while killing Syringe's people, she understood exactly what it implied. That Syringe operative had been extremely dangerous. If Black Label ever had to kill someone like that, they'd probably pay a brutal price to do it. But that wasn't even the main issue. Syringe had provoked him, and Mikoto reported that he'd produced weapons far beyond anything that should exist in this era, then went straight to retaliate against Syringe with them. And now, less than 30 minutes later, Fiona received a report from Seo and Orha that left her stunned all over again. The timing was too clean. From Orha's report, Fiona also learned the specifics of Syringe's experiment program, how far it had progressed, and what its end state would have looked like. If Syringe had succeeded, then in a collapsed world like this, they really might have been able to dominate everything. But all of it, every dream Syringe had been strangled in the cradle by the appearance of this man whose origins were still completely unknown. According to what Orha had described, once the subject stabilized, they would have gained terrifying, superhuman power. And yet under Mr. Kane's absolute force, the whole thing felt almost laughable. It only confirmed what Fiona had already begun to suspect. His power was beyond the range of anything Black Label could even properly interpret. And someone like that wanted to cooperate with Black Label. It was hard not to feel uneasy. Tokanosa City. At the largest general hospital. We did it. Someone's voice burst out, trembling with excitement. Faces that had been caught between anticipation and fear finally tipped fully into relief. Because the newly produced Earth Elixir had completed testing successfully. A volunteer took it, then was scratched by the dead. No infection. But right as the mood peaked, a nervous voice cut through it, "Even if it works, can we get out?" The room fell heavy again. About an hour earlier, the massive commotion, especially the explosion, had drawn the dead from across a huge portion of Tokanosa City. Now the hospital was sealed in. Looking out, all anyone could see was a dense, endless corpse tide blocking every route. On the rooftop, Kiba Mikoto was scanning for a way through. Her plan was to bring down a nearby high-rise to smash open a path. To break a building, she needed explosives, but she also had a special weapon in hand. It was something he'd tossed to her right before leaving. A rough, cyberpunk-looking handgun. But its rounds were anything but normal. And the recoil was vicious. Earlier, she'd fired a few shots to deal with emergencies, and each one hit like a sledgehammer so hard it nearly snapped Hitomi's arm with that .75 caliber kick. Then she saw a fast-approaching point of light in the sky. Mikoto froze for a beat, then the tension in her body eased. He was finally back. And the next moment, she saw just how terrifying his armor and weapons really were. He hovered above the corpse tied jammed in front of the hospital gates. The weapon systems on his body flared, bright lines cutting through the night. Multiple beams crossed and interwove into something like a net as it swept over the horde, a scene that made Mikoto's skin crawl. Unfolded. Thousands of the dead collapsed as if their bodies were made of blocks, spilling into piles of chunked flesh. It dwarfed the warning demonstration he'd staged back when he first arrived at the Takagi estate. That earlier hell had been ugly. This was the real thing. A true meat block inferno. At the same time, something strange began happening to the three teams on the rooftop as well. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, 14-19 words. He was breathing hard, heavy, ragged gulps of air as sweat dripped non-stop, splashing onto the hand braced on his thigh, still trembling. His pupils widened slightly when he noticed the ugly bite mark on the back of his hand, those savage tooth impressions slowly knitting back together. So it was real. He really was immune to the dead's virus. Takashi Komura laughed, and there was something twisted in that smile. The joy of surviving by a hair's breadth, and the terror of realizing he'd gotten someone killed. Suddenly, a hand settled on his shoulder. He flinched and whipped his head around. The owner was a man in glasses, neat and mild-looking, the very picture of a gentle academic. Koichi Shido, a teacher from Fujimi Academy. "Komuro," Shido said softly, soothing him like a frightened child. "You didn't do anything wrong. If anything, you did the exact opposite. The fact that you took that vial and used it is precisely why you've become humanity's hope." Humanity's hope. Takashi echoed, dazed. Along with the confusion, something else welled up from deep inside, an aching, shame-covering expectation. A hope that could smother his guilt. A hope that could tell him he hadn't made the wrong choice. "Yes," Shido said. "Humanity's hope. Think about it, they said the drug wasn't complete. That means it might fail when used. If Chairman Takagi had taken it and it failed, it would have been wasted. But you used it and you succeeded. You're immune to the dead's virus. That means your blood is hope. It means your blood carries the serum that can resist the virus." Shido explained it all so carefully, so gently, guiding him step by step. The panic inside Takashi began to settle. His breathing eased. His mind steadied slowly, imperceptibly under Shido's spell. That was exactly what it was. But Shido wasn't entirely wrong. If Takashi truly had immunity, then his body was an invaluable key to developing a vaccine. And a key like that, of course, needed to be held by Shido. "So don't burden yourself with guilt," Shido continued, voice warm and understanding. "I'm sure the chairman will forgive you. He'll even be relieved that you were the one who used it. When that happens, you won't have to fear his family hating you. You'll be the one who can save them." The one who can save everyone. Who knows, Saya might even start admiring you, this savior of hers. You might win the young lady's heart. Bit by bit, Shido fed the hunger inside Takashi, coaxing it toward the surface. When he saw the tremor in Takashi's eyes, the subtle swallow in his throat, Shido's lips curved faintly. As for Soichiro Takagi, he was probably finished. But Shido wasn't going to leave it at that. He brushed his fingers lightly against his neck, where a wound had been cut. If Takashi, that good boy, hadn't rushed in and interfered, Shido's head would have been taken clean off. So he would have revenge. He would crush the Takagi family completely. Soichiro hadn't expected himself to misjudge someone so badly. He'd known Takashi's parents for years. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't reconcile that couple with the kind of person their son had just proven himself to be. And yet, here he was paying the price already. After his team entered the hospital to gather medicine, they also rescued survivors in and around the building. Among them was Takashi's group students and others who had escaped from the academy. So it wasn't strange that Takashi learned about the drug that could treat the dead's virus. Soichiro had announced it openly before they left. Everyone had heard. He himself hadn't used the drug, not because he didn't trust it. His wife and daughter had taken it. What reason did he have to doubt it? He kept the remaining vial for one reason only: insurance. If something happened and they lost all samples, they'd have nothing to work from. No baseline to produce a vaccine. That was why he kept it. He intended to deliver it to a region where the state still had real power. A place with soldiers. A place more stable than this city. A place where manufacturing a vaccine might actually be possible. They were collecting supplies normally when the dead suddenly broke through their defenses, and the entire scene turned into chaos. Soichiro had no choice but to step in personally. If he didn't, his own people would be torn apart. And in that confusion, he saw one figure. Soichiro had been tailed before. He knew what that meant. And he'd already decided, if he encountered this man, he wouldn't hesitate. Because Shido's family and the shadow behind them were connected. One of the money pipelines. One of the hands bankrolling the filth beneath the surface. Soichiro moved without hesitation, closing in to cut him down. And as he advanced, he noticed something else: the breach in their line was wrong. Too clean. Too sudden. When he strode toward Shido, the man's guilty, evasive look all but confirmed it. Shido was likely the reason this chaos had erupted. So there was even less reason to hold back. For someone like him, Soichiro could take a head with a single stroke, without wasting effort or time. Shido screamed as Soichiro's blade came down and a metal baseball bat slammed in, blocking the killing blow. The one who saved Shido was Takashi. Soichiro froze in genuine shock. Then, a dead body dropped from above, falling from a higher floor, about to smash into Takashi. Soichiro reacted on instinct and grabbed him. Partly because he'd known the Komuro family for a long time, and partly because, until that moment, he'd still thought Takashi was a decent kid. So he seized Takashi and hauled him in, shoving him up and aside to get him clear. But the accident still happened. The falling dead clipped him. Its teeth caught his arm. And Takashi, too, couldn't completely avoid it. Another dead behind him raked him, leaving a scratch. In that same instant, the vial on Soichiro's person was knocked loose. It fell, rolled, and skittered toward Shido. Soichiro finished dispatching the dead that had entangled him, and immediately moved to reclaim the vial and to kill Shido. But Shido realized what it was. He kicked the vial away without hesitation. In that situation, Soichiro had to prioritize the vial. By sheer luck, it flew straight into Takashi's hands. And that was where the real problem began. Shido immediately told Takashi what it was: a drug that could stop someone from being infected and turning into one of the dead. And with his inflammatory, goading words pushing and urging, Takashi's survival instinct flared like a trapped animal. Like someone who can't swim, thrashing in deep water when a rescuer comes close, they don't think. They grab, they climb, they shove the other person under just to keep themselves above the surface. They don't care if the other person lives. They only care that they do. So in that panic, Takashi drank the drug. Soichiro could only give a bitter, helpless smile. When he snapped back and tried again to kill Shido, he was already falling. Soichiro had no choice but to use what remained of his consciousness before it was eaten away to arrange as much as he could. "Commander, hold on a little longer," his confidant's voice came to his ears again. "We're almost home." After he understood what had happened, he immediately called off the hospital run and ordered a full retreat. He had to get back. There was still a chance if the other unit had returned, maybe they'd brought back the Earth Elixir. His vision was a haze, but when he stared forward, it did look like they were close. The only reason he'd lasted this long was because he'd acted decisively, severing his own arm. And still, the virus wouldn't stop. He didn't know how much time passed. He only knew he was at his limit. Then he heard the familiar, heavy footsteps approaching. "Has Saya come back yet?" he asked. "So it's too late," he murmured. "Let me die as a man who can still see people," he said, his fading awareness making one final request. And the last thing that reached him before everything slipped away was the sound of his wife's enraged, grief-stricken screaming. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 84, Chapter 83. 1647 words. It was sci-fi wrapped in a beautiful shell, almost like a mechanical angel. And that made it easy for people to forget what it really was, a weapon. A killing weapon. Only when it actually unleashed its power did they realize just how dangerous it could be. So they stood there, still a little shaken, staring at the chunks of flesh carpeting the area around them. The heavy stench of blood, mixed with that rot-like reek of spoiled meat, even seemed to draw animals closer. "Did Yukone say something?" Kiba Mikoto asked with mild curiosity as she took back the satellite phone. After Yukone contacted them, she'd had Mikoto hand the phone over to him. Mikoto had seen him frown slightly. Clearly, something had happened to another team. But he didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward a pink-haired girl in glasses. "Why are you looking at me?" Saya Takagi frowned, but there was a tremor of unease in her voice. "Your father is dead." Kane's reply was blunt. He had no intention of hiding it, and letting her find out only after she got home. Sooner or later made no difference. It wouldn't bring him back. So he'd rather she knew now and faced it now. The girl who answered sounded calm. She turned and walked straight toward the room, where they were still producing Earth Elixir. "Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and make the Earth Elixir." Her voice carried out steady, faintly detached. Rational to the point of feeling like there was no emotion left in her at all. Not a trace of grief over her father's death. Almost heartless. Seeing that, Kane's frown deepened. He didn't think Saya believed he was joking. If anything, she'd accepted it immediately. And Saya wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about her parents. If her parents died, she'd be the sort who might not even want to keep living. She was smart, genius level smart, but she shouldn't have been able to stay this composed. Could it be a side effect of the Earth Elixir? Kane started to suspect the Earth Elixir had a side effect, something that suppressed emotion. That was bad. Absolute rationality was more troublesome, and more dangerous, than someone with feelings. All it took was a slight twist in someone's thinking, especially someone exceptionally intelligent, and they could become terrifying. It didn't quite add up. If it suppressed emotion, then the others who'd used Earth Elixir should have shown it too. Yet they still reacted normally. He could see it in their eyes when they looked at him, and when they looked at the scattered corpse chunks. No numb indifference. So was it that the smarter the brain, the faster emotion got stripped away? With that in mind, he discussed it with Seiko Busujima and Mikoto, trying to confirm whether Earth Elixir really had that kind of side effect. I want to say, is it possible that Rei Miyamoto spoke up, as if she'd just formed a theory? It came from putting herself in someone else's shoes. What kind of possible? Someone asked. Earlier, Kane, you used 5 doses of Earth Elixir, right? Your arm grew back. Is it possible that if someone uses even more, then no matter what injuries they take, they can regenerate? Maybe even if they get killed and turn into one of the dead, they could come back. It sounded absurd, even to Rei, but she'd seen his limb regenerate after 5 doses. It didn't feel impossible anymore. That's different. The reason I can regenerate limbs isn't because of Earth Elixir. For me, it's just a nutrient supplement packed with the raw materials the human body needs to regenerate. Kane's tone hardened. And don't even think about using more than 2 doses. If you go over that, your body will have problems. Same as how a person can't drink unlimited water. Too much and you get water intoxication. He'd said it like a warning. As for Rei's idea, it was probably correct. What was happening with Saya wasn't rationality. It was obsession. She believed that if they just made more Earth Elixir, she could save her father. And if Kane told her it wouldn't work, she wouldn't hear a word of it. She'd only decide he didn't want to waste that much medicine on her father. In a sense, Saya had gone a little crazy. How did Takagi's father die? Rei couldn't help asking. Kane's eyes flicked to her with a look that made her inexplicably uneasy. Komuro Takashi. Your childhood friend killed him. Rei froze. Takashi killed Saya's father. How was that even possible? Rei knew the Komuro family had ties with the Takagi family. And Saya was Takashi's childhood friend. The 3 of them had grown up together. They knew each other inside and out. There was no way Rei could believe Takashi would do something like that. Unless a thought struck her. Her lips began to tremble, her eyes reddening. One possibility. Takashi had turned into one of the dead and attacked Saya's father. So Takashi was Takashi's still alive. He's alive, so how could he have killed Takagi's father? How could? Kane said, voice edged with amusement. When death is on the line, human nature usually doesn't hold up. Especially when both of them were infected with the dead's virus. And there was only 1 dose of medicine that could save them. He let that hang for a beat. What choice do you think people make? Why you mean? Takagi's father didn't use that dose and gave it to Takashi. That had to be it. And this guy was horrible deliberately wording it like that. You think Saya's father was that stupid? Kane's tone grew sharper, more mocking. If this weren't a fallen world, sure, maybe he might sacrifice himself to save Takashi. But in a world like this, he wasn't only carrying his own life on his back. He was carrying more people's lives. He had responsibilities. You think he'd trade all those lives for one ordinary high school kid? Rei's face tightened. Seiko, meanwhile, understood why Kane was doing this. He was deliberately giving Rei a sliver of hope, then crushing it inch by inch, pushing her deeper into despair. Seiko had already sensed he didn't like Rei much. Or Takashi. And then Seiko remembered what Black Label's Kuroneko had said about the manga of this world she'd read, the plotline, where Rei was supposed to fall for Takashi. So if Kane disliked Takashi, was this? Honestly, Seiko couldn't imagine herself liking a guy like that. Takashi had a certain reputation at school. If you put it bluntly, he was a delinquent. So whatever that work claimed was probably unreliable in places. Takashi killed Takagi's father. That's impossible. Takashi wouldn't be able to beat him either. And that demon wing, how could he deal with that? Kane abruptly changed direction. Shido Koichi. You hate that man, right? Rei blinked, then nodded. Takagi's father found him. And yes, he charged in and tried to cut him down immediately. Ray's breath caught. So that bastard finally he didn't die. The surge of relief that flashed across Ray's face was snuffed out instantly. He got away. He should have died, Kane went on, savoring it, but thanks to Komuro Takashi's kind heart, he stopped Takagi's father's blade and Shido lived. Ray's expression went stiff. What was this? Her childhood friend saved her enemy. And here's the best part, Kane continued. A dead body dropped down from the floor above right next to them. He narrated it piece by piece, exactly how her childhood friend had behaved, like a perfect fable of the farmer and the snake, except this time, the childhood friend was the snake. By the time he finished, Ray looked pale. Her nerves weren't holding up at all. As for the syringe base they'd just dealt with, Kane had deliberately compiled that kind of morale-crushing video as an open, brazen threat. A show of force. It meant that if Syringe didn't have absolute confidence, they'd have to curl up like rats and stop attacking recklessly. Because Kane couldn't stay in one place for long and comb the area endlessly. Leaving that video behind ensured that, if Syringe wasn't stupid, they wouldn't dare stir up trouble for a while. And that window of time would let Seiko's side build strength at breakneck speed. By the time Syringe believed they could come out again, Seiko's faction might have expanded to an absurd level. And honestly, leaving a video like that also had a bit of swagger to it. You really are pretty damn nasty, Mikoto said, unable to stop herself. He could have just said it all up front. Instead, he toyed with her. Ground her down. Kane replied flatly. I was never a good person. Good people don't survive in hell. True, Mikoto said, nodding. She joined Black Label for the same reason, because she couldn't be a purely good person either. Even if the people she killed were embodiments of evil and darkness, she still didn't believe she was justice. So what kind of hell was Kane talking about? It wasn't the dead. His missing arm, the earlier wound in his chest, the kind of weaponry he carried. She couldn't imagine what kind of hell would leave someone like that injured. And based on what she knew, those injuries had existed before the dead crisis. Something that big should have caused a stir back when the world hadn't collapsed and the internet was everywhere. But instead. So was that possibility the military-obsessed fat guy mentioned actually real? Kane was too mysterious. And it made Mikoto want to understand him even more. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 85, Chapter 84 1336 words. There was still about half the return window left. If Kane had been sent to this world by some main god, like in those infinite horror scenarios, assigned a mission and forced to clear it, then you could say the mission was already done. He'd achieved his first stage objective here, a successful application of an STC, and he'd already obtained a finished product. It was Earth Elixir, not a universal elixir, but once he returned to his own world, he still felt it would be more useful than the armed rig A2 had given him. The Thunderhawk gunship was being blasted by a surge of superheated air rising from below, but it wasn't enough to sweat the craft out of the sky. At worst, it would turn the Thunderhawk into an oven. It could still fly for a while until the heat softened and warped things enough to make it fail. The real question was whether the people inside could endure being baked. And the Earth Elixir they'd secured was perfect for treating the burns that kind of heat would cause. Kane suddenly took off his visor and handed the controller something that looked like a drone remote to the person beside him who'd been watching with blatant longing, Mikoto. She'd been staring at him operating it, watching the drone sweep through the streets and laser count the dead, so eager it was almost painful. That so-called drone was actually the Flying Power Armor Unit, an armed flight system that could shift into a Nyar-style fighter form. He had it cruising at 847 meters, lancing the dead with lasers as it went. It really did feel like a 3D flight shooter game. As for the visor, it was also from the near side. Once you put it on, it functioned like an AR headset, sharing the flight unit's perspective in real time. Ah, really? She asked that even as her hands were already taking it. Lasers only. Standard output. Kane wasn't worried she'd run off with it. He was that relaxed. The gear was bound to him. Without his authorization, she only had limited control anyway. And he wasn't worried about her crashing it like a brand new driver totaling a car. The onboard intelligence would autocorrect and avoid hazards. Mikoto nodded like a pecking chick, then focused completely. Kane glanced at the twin-tailed girl with glasses. Saya's lips moved like she wanted to say something, then stopped. She looked like she wanted a turn too, but she ultimately stayed quiet. Kane understood what she actually wanted. Not to play. She wanted to use the flight unit to reach the Takagi estate, and confirm the situation herself. Saya desperately wanted answers right now, but she was also terrified of seeing the confirmation in front of her eyes, terrified that every second would bring another nail of bad news. As for Takashi, Shido, and the rest of that group, Kane had already piloted the unit back to the scene to scan the area and found nothing. They were probably hiding in some building. The unit did have life sign detection, but if someone was tucked deep inside, it couldn't confirm faces. No way to be sure it was them. He'd have to wait for daylight. People like that tended to come out once the sun was up, and then it would be easier to search. Half an hour later, they were back at the Takagi estate. A crisp slap rang out, followed by the clatter of multiple items hitting the floor. Are you awake now? Yuriko Takagi stared at the red handprint blooming on her daughter's face. Her voice sounded almost emotionless. Then she bent down and gathered up what had fallen from Saya's hands, 10 packets of medicinal powder. Saya had been trying to use them to bring her already gone father back to life. But that was clearly impossible. So Yuriko had slapped her. Stop doing something meaningless. Stop wasting supplies that could save more than 10 people. Think carefully about what you're going to do from here on out, Yuriko continued, her tone heavy. And don't just sit there blaming others because you can't face reality. She was worried about one thing now, that once Saya accepted she couldn't bring him back, her grief would harden into pure vengeance. And that vengeance might spill onto the mysterious young man. Saya might blame him for sending her out to collect supplies because if she hadn't gone, her father wouldn't have been caught in the situation that killed him. Yuriko could only hope her daughter wouldn't be that childish. There was no one to blame. Yuriko had her own work to do. She didn't have the time to comfort her daughter's heart. She needed to take over her husband's responsibilities and keep more lives from being extinguished. So she left the room, went outside, and found the mysterious young man. Could I trouble you with something? Of course. The Takagi estate's electricity and water came from a dam power station on the lake to the north. A facility like that normally required a disciplined team of trained specialists, people organized enough to keep the station running and handle maintenance. And the noise of an operating station was exactly the kind of thing that would draw the dead, who relied on hearing. Now the station was in critical trouble. The dead were close to breaking in. If the station lost its crew, or if any key systems were damaged, the estate would lose both power and water. Worse, the EMP strike earlier had caused malfunctions there as well, and the crew had been trying to restore the line. Restoring power to the entire city was impossible and pointless. Most of the city's infrastructure had already collapsed, and leaving power on broadly would only create additional hazards. But repairing the line feeding the Takagi estate should be feasible. A Takagi team was already stationed at the dam to maintain that route. They were just missing a few critical components the estate had, but couldn't deliver. The EMP had disabled the helicopter. So Yuriko had no choice but to ask him. And please, Yuriko added, take me with you. If she showed up in person, the team would feel reassured and continue repairs with confidence, and she needed to personally deliver the Earth Elixir to them. This time, Saya had produced around 200 doses at the hospital. Kane had taken a quarter for himself. What remained was still enough for the estate and the people at the dam. And if Kane went alone, even if he solved the crisis, the crew wouldn't accept a miracle drug from a stranger without suspicion. They'd hesitate. All right, Kane said. It only took 15 minutes to reach the site. Kane and Yuriko stepped down from a basket like a hot air balloon's gondola, loaded with supplies. They hadn't taken a balloon, though. The flight unit had simply carried them over suspended like cargo. By the time the dead were dealt with and the power line repairs were stabilized, dawn was breaking. Kane reeked of machine oil. He'd effectively served as a human crane. The EMP had left some machinery unusable, which meant certain heavy components couldn't be swapped out by normal manpower. And there was another issue: even after the dead were neutralized, leaving piles of bodies to rot would invite plague. So Kane ended up doing far more heavy lifting than he should have had to. The miniature near-fighter circling overhead caught a group of survivors approaching the area. Among them were several familiar faces. He hadn't even gone looking for them. They'd come straight to him. Kane found Yuriko and spoke quietly. "Do you feel like playing a game?" Before she could physically take revenge, he wanted to toy with her state of mind, let her feel hope, and then rip it away into despair. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 86, Chapter 85. 1281 words. In a fallen world, electricity and clean water were the keys to survival. Especially after last night's EMP strike, this city was truly finished. The nights ahead would be lightless, and that made everything more dangerous. Without power, humans became prey once darkness fell. But Shido had heard from Takagi Soichiro's people that the team stationed at the dam had prepared for an EMP scenario. If they were affected, they would start emergency repairs immediately. Shido also understood he couldn't get into the Takagi estate. Which meant the fortress the other 3 teams were heading for had to be the dam power station. And it wouldn't be just the Takagi family up there. There would be other survivors, 2 other people he could whip up and steer. Taking the station wouldn't be that hard. More importantly, he had Takashi Komura, the so-called savior of humanity. That alone would make it much easier to sway the people inside. And if talking didn't work, then he had a backup plan. His leverage was simple: a gun. Honestly, he'd been lucky. On the way to the station, still not too far from the dam, they'd found an armed rescue team. Probably a squad dispatched from a military base, sent to repair and secure the power station. Too bad for them. They never made it. A small plane had fallen out of the sky and smashed into them, and with the dead swarming on top of that, the squad was wiped out. When Shido's group arrived, there weren't any dead wandering nearby. Something must have drawn them away. That stroke of luck let them scavenge freely. The bodies, some killed by the crash, some by their own hand, still had firearms on them. The military vehicle had more. So if the people at the dam refused to listen, Shido would simply threaten them into compliance. As they moved closer, they found an enormous number of dead bodies, though it looked like most of them had been reduced to chunks of meat. The air reeked of scorched flesh. Someone had clearly been burning the bodies, and the heavy smoke and flames made it hard to see what was what. Still, it meant they needed to stay alert. It was possible the dam had already been reinforced, organized survivors, maybe even trained fighters. Soon they reached the dam's perimeter. There were makeshift barricades, fencing, and even improvised electrified wire, and people on watch. No police uniforms. No military uniforms. Shido's tension eased immediately. He stepped forward to talk, but the guards were extremely wary and refused to let them in. Shido demanded to speak with whoever was in charge. They said they'd go get someone, but no one came. They were stalling. And the longer this dragged out, the more likely it became that Takashi, the human bargaining chip, would have to be pushed to the front. "Looks like you still don't understand how important our team is," Shido announced. "Do you know this student, Takashi Komuro, could be humanity's future hope?" The guards gave him looks of open ridicule. That reaction was completely normal. "Takashi, just bear with it a little." Shido patted Takashi's stiff shoulder, then signaled the people behind him. They dragged a dead body forward, one they'd already beaten, and crippled to the point it could barely move. Right there, under the stunned stares of the dam's guards, they shoved it down in front of Takashi. Time to prove it. Takashi took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeve to expose his forearm, and leaned toward the dead thing's mouth. When he got within a couple inches, it suddenly lunged, neck stretching forward, and bit down. The pain hit instantly. Takashi's face twisted. He yanked himself free, leaving a clear bite wound on his arm. Fortunately, they'd already smashed most of the creature's teeth out. Otherwise it might have torn away a chunk of flesh. Then, with a mix of dread and desperate hope, Takashi raised his injured arm high, making sure the people inside could see it. "Watch closely," Shido urged. "Watch the wound. Watch what happens." Shido even lifted Takashi's arm higher for emphasis, and then everything fell silent. A full minute passed. More staff came over. More eyes gathered. Whispers spread as people started to piece things together. A few remarks made Shido blink, like someone was about to let something slip, only to be cut off by a sharp gesture from a coworker. One was even covered at the mouth to shut them up. Shido didn't understand the exchange, but he didn't care. Everyone was watching Takashi now. This was exactly what he wanted. Shido said, adding a dramatic sigh. "Takashi is fine. His arm isn't showing any abnormal changes. Look carefully, the wound is already healing. Do you understand how important he is now?" Then his tone sharpened into outrage. "What are you standing there for? He's a special case, immune to the dead's infection. With his blood, you could develop a vaccine. If he dies by accident, do you have any idea what a loss that would be for humanity?" He sounded heartbroken and furious at the same time. So they should open the gates right away, look at them with hope in their eyes, and dash. Something was off. They weren't reacting. Not at all. "You're still unmoved." Across from him, no one spoke. Instead, several people stared back with undisguised contempt, some even with anger. Then the crowd parted. Two figures stepped through. And the moment Shido saw one of them, his face tightened. "Aunt Yuriko." Takashi's voice came out shaky and frightened. He saw it immediately, her gaze wasn't gentle anymore. It was cold. Disgusted. Which meant the truth was out: Takagi Soichiro's death, and Takashi's part in it. They knew. That. "I didn't mean to, Aunt Yuriko." Takashi tried to explain, weak, rambling, barely coherent. Besides, even if Uncle Takagi used it, it might not have worked. Then we both would have died. But I was the lucky one. If they can use my blood to develop a vaccine, then Aunt Yuriko and Saya can become immune to the dead's virus too. At first he sounded guilty. By the end, he sounded like he'd done nothing wrong, like he deserved credit. Yuriko's expression didn't change, but inside, her revulsion hit its limit. She could tell Takashi's logic had Shido all over it. It was like he'd been coached, brainwashed. Those lines didn't sound like something Takashi could come up with on his own. But Yuriko felt no pity. If Takashi could be twisted into saying things like this, it only proved what he was underneath: stupid, selfish, and rotten. And the reason she hadn't shown herself earlier was simple. She wanted him to climb all the way up on hope, then fall into despair. That little performance had been suggested by the men beside her, too. An ugly sense of humor. Yuriko didn't interrupt Takashi as he kept babbling. She just signaled quietly. A few Takagi men stepped forward, dragging a dead body with them. Right in front of Takashi, they deliberately let it scratch them. Bite them. Then they raised their wounded arms for everyone outside to see. And they said nothing. The silence spread. It infected Takashi's momentum like a cold fog. His flushed, excited face drained back into pallor. "Takashi," Yuriko said at last, voice edged with ridicule, "it looks like you're not the only one favored by heaven." Everyone here who's taken Earth Elixir is favored by heaven. That single sentence shattered a high school boy's savior fantasy. Takashi's face began to warp, cracking into something ugly and twisted. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, 13-12 words. Shido Koichi chuckled, sweeping his hair back with one hand. So it really could be mass-produced now. A finished product. Meaning everyone at the damn 750 power station had already taken it. Immune to the dead virus. Every last one of them a savior. And just like that, his dream of molding Komuro Takashi into a savior, using him as the core of a new world paradise under his control, shattered on the spot. Takagi Yuriko. So you're laughing at us? You're treating us like clowns, is that it? A moment ago he still looked every inch the gentleman, but by the end of the sentence his face had twisted, his lips trembling. Looks like we'll have to use slightly rougher methods to make you behave. After he sighed those words out, Shido snapped his fingers. That snap was the signal. His followers behind him brought out their weapons from where they'd been concealed. In an instant, the people at the power station separated by the dam's barriers saw the guns and panicked. They panicked hard, falling all over themselves, looking utterly ridiculous. Shido was good at hiding what he really was, and he could tell at a glance that most of them were putting on a show, acting scared. Still, some of them did flinch for real, worried someone on his side might accidentally fire. More than that, though, was the confidence on their faces, like they genuinely believed that if this came down to force, his side wasn't worth looking at. But Shido hadn't seen any weapons on them. And the distance between the two groups was close. Even if his people had only touched a gun for the first time today, they still knew how to pull a trigger. At this range, they could hit plenty of targets without even trying. So where was Takagi's group getting that kind of nerve? The answer was standing right there, this guy. A young man. From the beginning to the end, the way he looked at them was like they were monkeys in a cage, like he was watching a show. It made Shido's skin crawl. The masks were off now. No point holding back. He made a flashy motion, drew the pistol he'd hidden inside his coat, and aimed, ready to be just as rude as they were. He squeezed the trigger. There was no feeling of a trigger pull at all. Instead, his palm separated from his wrist and dropped, still holding the gun. A split second later, agony detonated through his arm. Shido's mind couldn't even form a coherent thought before the scream tore out of him. And it wasn't just him. Behind him, the armed men were screaming too. What the hell had happened? Shido's eyes jerked up to the sky. A drone, sleek, shaped like a small fighter, hovered above. The thin streak of light he'd caught earlier, it had come from that. The drone shifted slightly, and this time he saw it clearly. Several beams flashed out, firing backward. He turned and saw someone trying to run. A clean red line appeared across the runner's body, perfectly straight. Then the body split along that line and collapsed into neatly cut chunks of flesh. Run faster, the young man said, sounding almost delighted. All you'll become is meat. Shido snapped his head back toward the voice, toward the man who'd been getting under his skin the whole time. Then, in what felt like a blink, Shido was staring in numb confusion at his surroundings. He still hadn't processed his defeat. He couldn't understand how the Takagi family had power like this. But one thing was obvious. He wasn't at the dam anymore. He'd been hauled back to the Takagi estate. His hands and feet were bound, and he was pinned down in an open area like a criminal awaiting execution. Sasaya, believe me. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to get your dad killed. You know the situation back then, there was no guarantee the serum would work on him. And it turns out I was right. I became the hospital's, Komuro Takashi rambled on, desperate to explain himself. And when that happens, I'll become the most important person in the world. Humanity's savior. And you, Saya, you'll be. Just hearing it made Saya feel physically sick, nauseated enough to gag. But she didn't interrupt him. She wanted to see how much worse he could get. How much uglier his heart could look in the open. That way she could take revenge with no burden at all, clean and satisfying. And our child, maybe they'll become the leader of humanity's future. Saya nearly threw up. Her mother finally couldn't take it anymore. Aunt Yuriko, I'm telling the truth. I'll take care of you to take care of you properly. And if you don't mind, you could marry me too. You and Saya, both. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone around them froze, stunned like they couldn't believe a person's soul could be that hideous. Saya couldn't hold back anymore. He'd dragged his filth onto her mother. The gunshot cut him off mid-word. Takashi went rigid, then slowly, mechanically, looked down toward his crotch. A heartbeat later, an animal scream tore out of him so ugly and unbearable it made people want to vomit. Saya. Wait, don't kill me. We're friends, aren't we? We grew up together, didn't we? Saya kept the cold muzzle trained on her sobbing childhood friend, wondering what sin she'd committed to ever have someone like this in her life. Ray, help me. Tell Saya to stop. The one he begged. Miyamoto Ray stayed completely silent. Her heart felt dead. She didn't have an ounce of pity left for the person in front of her. Where's Hisashi? She still asked it anyway. Back then it had been the two of them together. So why wasn't Hisashi here? As Takashi explained, Ray's face went darker and darker, her hands trembling like she wanted to ram the gun into his mouth. Hisashi was dead. That night after Saya's father died, Hisashi had tried to leave the group. Takashi claimed it was betrayal, that Hisashi would expose their hiding place. So Takashi accidentally shoved him. Hisashi fell. He got bitten. Then Takashi put on a show, insisting Hisashi should be a test subject, that drinking Takashi's blood would make him immune, stop him from turning into one of the dead. It failed. What a shame. Hisashi didn't receive heaven's favor, he didn't. Ray's slap landed with everything she had. Teeth actually flew, several of them. In her eyes, Komuro Takashi wasn't human anymore. He was a devil. And the moment her gaze shifted to the other man, Shido Koichi, her hatred surged even higher. Takashi becoming this wasn't an accident. He'd been coaxed. Corrupted. Led by a devil like Shido. Ray wanted to kill him right then. But Shido, despite knowing exactly what was coming, didn't beg, didn't plead. He just sat there with that calm, resigned look, like, fine. Life or death. It was infuriating. Hey, Saya said, voice tight with rage, staring at Shido. Is there a way to torture him so he can't keep making that face? So he can't keep looking like he doesn't care? There is, Kane said. Make him drink earth elixir. Protect the places that would kill him instantly, his throat, that sort of thing, then throw him into a swarm of the dead. That was Kane's answer. Shido's expression finally cracked. The man who'd been acting like death meant nothing went pale in a single beat, blood draining from his face as terror flooded his eyes. He understood immediately what that meant. A punishment so cruel it was worse than dying. A living hell you couldn't escape. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, 1308 words. Shido Koichi was given a perfect destination. Most of the dead in that area were little kids, which meant their jaws weren't very strong. They wouldn't be able to tear off big chunks. And since he'd taken earth elixir, he couldn't turn into one of them, couldn't become their companion. So the dead would just keep chewing on him. As for the crazed high school boy who'd convinced himself he was a savior, he got the cleaner ending. They let him leave this world the quick way, his head taken off in one decisive stroke. In the blink of an eye, time reached the point where Kane had exactly 24 hours left before he'd be sent back. Which meant he'd already been in this world for a little over 3 days. Most of day 3 had been spent dealing with the dead in this city. Of course, wiping them all out in a single day was impossible. The real work was identifying the other survivor zones, running rescues, and cutting open safe corridors. As for mass-producing Earth elixir, the more it looked, the more the best place was right here, at Black Label's base. The facilities were complete. So to keep this place stable too, I never thought an old man. The gunshot cut the old man off. His body, and the chair he was sitting on, were practically vaporized. The underground emperor of Fushimi City. The absolute authority in a family that controlled nearly half the city. Kane couldn't be bothered to listen to his last words, so he sent him on his way. And as for the rest of the family, he cleaned them out with almost no guilt at all. They were the kind of people you could execute 10 times over and still feel like it wasn't enough. Especially that young master, a nauseating, obese sack of flesh, who'd earned his death by sheltering that monster 100 days. On top of that, this family also had ties to Syringe. Cooperation in places, hostility in others. To put it simply, the Fushimi family, Black Label, and Syringe were like a three-kingdom standoff. When Black Label looked stronger, the family would secretly aid Syringe to suppress Black Label, so their own dark businesses wouldn't get targeted. But when Black Label looked too weak, the family didn't want to face Syringe head-on, and they definitely didn't want Syringe growing so strong that the family would have to bleed itself dry to contain them. So they'd flip the other way and quietly leak Syringe's intel instead. Ideally, from the family's perspective, Black Label and Syringe would annihilate each other cleanly. Even if that didn't happen, as long as both sides were badly crippled, the family could sweep in, wipe out what was left, and harvest the spoils from both organizations in one bite. That's the difference between a cheater and a whale, I guess, Nashida muttered. The Fushimi family was the city's biggest tumor, already terminal. Black Label knew it, but they'd never had the scalpel to cut it out. Now it had been eradicated in under an hour. No, more accurately, under 10 minutes. The moment they entered the enemy's headquarters, they carved straight through it without effort. So the Fushimi family, after bleeding this city dry for years and piling up obscene wealth, could be called the ultimate whale, the #1 spender in town, the strongest whale there was. Too bad they ran into a rule-breaking cheater. Kane was using power that didn't belong in this era. He crushed them without even trying. And the cheat on his body, that sci-fi combat rig, had Oriha, who loved weapons and tech, practically drooling. Laser strikes. Beam cannons. Those special rounds that didn't need casings. Oriha wanted to take it apart, study it, and honestly just play with it. The more she looked, the more she liked it, until she couldn't help stepping closer, reaching out to touch it with her hand. Kane gave her a flat look, half speechless, as the busty loli actually drooled at the corner of her mouth. It's handled. Now take me to your base. Kane's main reason for going to Black Label's base was simple. He wanted the real sample of the D99 virus. If it really was as described, if it could make limb transplants easy, with no rejection, then to a surgeon it was basically divine. And if he could bring it back to the Warhammer side, and if it could be applied there too, then using it in Adeptus Astartes augmentation procedures would be a massive breakthrough. More Astartes for the Imperium meant more leverage against every monster and nightmare clawing at humanity. Of course, it wasn't because he felt any deep empathy for the Imperium, or for mankind, like he was fired up to make the world better out of pure righteousness. It was simpler than that. A safer world meant his own day-to-day life comfort, entertainment, everything would scale upward with it. As long as he couldn't completely detach from this universe, then if he had the power to improve the environment, he was going to invest it. Slowly, steadily, until his life improved along with it. But if he wanted the Imperium to use D99, he'd need someone influential to believe him. Ask the Lord Regent. He'd been dragged in by that Emperor Lightorb to do contract work, but people like Gilliman didn't know who he was at all. That Emperor Lightorb hadn't revealed anything about him. Maybe it was worried he'd draw the attention of the Four Gods. Still, it wasn't like he had no options. Kane had always suspected the identity of one particular grease monk he'd been trading with. Grease monk was what he called those people who'd replaced most of themselves with machinery. They worshipped the cult Mechanicus, headquartered on Mars, ruling it outright. They provided the vast majority of the Imperium's technology and manufactured every kind of weapon, armor, vehicle, and even Titan war engines. In other words, the Imperium's science and industry were basically in their hands, and so was the production of nearly all machines and war material. The grease monk Kane suspected was, in the cult Mechanicus, something like a heretic. And the only reason a heretic like that could still exist was because he was too capable. The conservative grease monks hated him so much they ground their teeth, but they couldn't afford to get rid of him. Because he was trying to modularize everything. Standardize production. Make it truly assembly line. In the cult Mechanicus, that kind of thinking was heresy. They preferred handcrafting and layers of priestly ritual, with efficiency so pathetic it was almost comedic. Meaning that if this grease monk successfully pushed modular production across the board, a huge portion of the cult Mechanicus would become obsolete. As an aside, from one angle the cult Mechanicus was basically Kane's peer group, because one of their core missions was scouring the Imperium for STCs, science became archaeology. The cult Mechanicus were the official, sanctioned archaeology team, while he was more like a tomb raider. And they also enforced a harsh crackdown on independent civilian research. Anyone outside the cult Mechanicus doing unauthorized experimentation got crushed. It was one of the major reasons the Imperium's technological development had stagnated this badly. Right, and since it was a cult, of course they had something they worshipped. That thing was the Emperor, a blazing sun deep in the warp. Which was why Kane kept calling him the Emperor Light Orb. At first, he'd thought it was a main god light orb, like he'd been dumped into some kind of god-run survival game. Turns out it was the Emperor Light Orb. It was the warp. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 89. Chapter 88. 10:22 words now. Kane sat in the car Black Label's people were driving, headed for their base. He closed his eyes like he was resting, but in reality he'd opened the hyperdimensional channel. A quick look showed a few people online. Might as well chat a bit. Gossip a bit. Just as Kane was about to type, something strange happened. The channel interface began to blur, fading like it was turning transparent. At the same time, another display surfaced, something like a radar hologram. In the center floated a complex, multifaceted crystal polyhedron, pulsing outward with search waves like a scanner. Then, 2 points of light appeared. A line shot out from the crystal polyhedron, linking to each light point. Golden toilet, what's going on? Fallen angel Kuroneko, looks like someone new is joining again. Martian, 2 light points, does that mean 2 people are joining? Seventh heaven, I hope whoever comes is from a peaceful world like Kuronekos. That ID, Seventh heaven, wasn't that the poster girl? The 3D zone celebrity from his past life. Even more popular than 2B. Kane was about to probe for details when the chat window faded. He couldn't type anymore. Once the 2 light points were pulled fully into the radar, the hologram vanished like a mirage, and the hyperdimensional channel interface returned. Then the system notification popped up in the main feed. New member Asuna has joined. New member Magical Girl Madoka has joined. Kane stared at those 2 IDs and went quiet. Was that really Workhorse Asuna? And Magical Girl Madoka was even more blatant. There was only one person that could be. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, Asuna, don't tell me it's Dojin Asuna. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, no, that's not the point. The point is Magical Girl Madoka is here. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, no way. Is it that Madoka? Has she already become a magical girl? Fallen Angel Kuroneko, Kyubi must die. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, that demon thing turned kid's dream job into a high-risk profession. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, QB needs to be slash at $% caret asterisk underscore backslash Kuroneko was spamming so hard it was obvious her world knew those works too. Especially Puella Magi Madoka Magica. She was so furious her words devolved into garbled Martian, either pure profanity, or the system censoring her. Martian, Kuroneko, calm down. What's wrong? Tend to civilian security company, she's obviously lost it, but... Magical girls. There's really a world where magical girls exist. Whisperer, magic. That kind of unscientific power is real. Fallen angel Kuroneko, maybe it wasn't but it is now, isn't it? Madoka joined. Madoka, hurry up and strangle Kyubi. Fallen angel Kuroneko, oh no, wait, that thing is almost impossible to kill. It has endless spare bodies. Magical girl Madoka, that. I was joking. I'm not a magical girl. The emotional tone in that line made Kane raise an eyebrow. It didn't feel like a lie. Fallen angel Kuroneko, huh? You haven't become one yet. Wait, are you Kane Madoka? Magical girl Madoka, yes. My name is Kane Madoka. The magical girl thing is just like an online handle. When I was little, I watched anime and wished it could be real, so I picked that as my ID. Fallen angel Kuroneko, that's great. Madoka, listen, you absolutely Mr. Golden Toilet, Kuroneko, shut up. Fallen angel Kuroneko, huh? What's your problem? Golden Toilet, come to Seiko's live stream channel. Madoka, you're not allowed in. Magical girl Madoka, ah? Golden Toilet, also, do you know who Kyubi is right now? Magical girl Madoka, huh? I don't know. Golden Toilet, good. Then you, good kid, just wait obediently and don't eavesdrop. That was Kane speaking silent until now, and suddenly dead serious. Madoka said she didn't know Kyubi, but Kane still couldn't tell what point in her timeline she was at. The absolute beginning. The start of the main story. One of the loops. So once they entered the live stream channel Fallen Angel Kuroneko, what is it? Why are you so serious? Golden Toilet, if she really is the Kane Madoka we understand, and you tell her the truth about her world right now, you'll only push her closer to the magical girl side of things. You might practically drive her into becoming one. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, huh? Why would that happen? If we tell her how disgusting and dangerous Kyubi is, wouldn't that stop her from becoming a magical girl? You think Madoka is still confused about joining the hyperdimensional channel, and doesn't trust us yet? That's possible. Golden Toilet, that's not the real problem. If Madoka truly has the personality we're talking about, then even if she knows the truth, Kyubi's tricks will still hook her. It'll be easy. A little moral blackmail and she'll soften immediately. That was why Kane cut Kuroneko off earlier. Telling Madoka the truth now would only expose her prematurely to the other side of her world before she ever needed to see it. Fallen Angel Kuroneko. That could absolutely happen. That thing is so vile. Tend to civilian security company, so what's the situation, exactly? Could someone explain it to those of us who don't know? I am completely lost. After that, Kane stayed quiet, letting Kuroneko explain what Madoka's world was like. He listened carefully to see whether Kuroneko's version of Puella Magi Madoka Magica matched what he knew. From what he heard, it was basically the main story. No mention of side stories. Either her world didn't have the spin-offs, or it simply wasn't necessary to dump that much detail right now. And yes, Mommy Tomo's scene was in her version too. The same gut-punch darkness, the same kind of moment that made Kuroneko rage hard enough for the censor to start biting again. Which brought them back to the real problem. If Madoka was destined to meet Kyubi anyway, then contact might be unavoidable. So how do you stop Kyubi from exploiting her? Kane had a rough idea. Exploit a wish loophole. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 90, Chapter 89 1361 words. Tenda Megu was, of course, familiar with the term magical girl. Back before the world became like this, otaku culture had been mainstream in this country. And within that culture, there was an entire genre built around the concept of magical girls. Usually, it went like this: a teenage girl runs into some cute familiar. The familiar warns her that the world is in danger, asks her to sign a contract, and promises that if she becomes a magical girl, she'll gain supernatural powers to defeat evil and save the world. On paper, that sounds like it should be a bloody, violent kind of story, right? But magical girl series were rarely portrayed that way. Most of them were kids' shows, meaning the fights were more goofy and cute than anything else. Because they were children's shows. How could they be packed with gore and violence? They were supposed to be healing, feel-good stories. That's why kids loved them. And that brat liked the genre too. The show's name was something like Heaven Punishment Girls. Now, though, after hearing Kuroneko explain it, Tenda finally understood just how dark the world of Puella Magi Madoka Magica really was, how it took the magical girl profession and shoved it to the opposite extreme. It shattered the idea that magical girls were a symbol of comfort and healing, twisting it into something else entirely. That cute, safe job the magical girl became a high-risk occupation. And that so-called Kyubi was a nightmare familiar. A demon that exploited and deceived magical girls with surgical cruelty. A sick, inhuman thing. This creature called itself Kyubi, but it also had another name, Incubator. In other words, to that Earth, it was an alien life form. The Incubator's civilization was extremely advanced. They discovered that the universe's entropy was increasing and, if that continued, everything would eventually slide toward heat death. To prevent that outcome, they needed an enormous amount of energy to refill the universe, to keep it from freezing into final silence. So they developed technology that could convert emotion into energy, an absurd, almost miraculous technology. But their species didn't have emotions. So they targeted human girls in puberty, the phase of life when emotions were most intense. They used those girls' hopeful hearts, harvesting the immense energy released when a soul falls from hope into despair. And when a girl's hope becomes despair, that's when a magical girl falls and becomes a witch. Kyubi lured girls into becoming magical girls, then sent them to hunt witches without telling them that witches were what magical girls became in the end. And once a girl became a magical girl, her soul was pulled out of her body and crystallized into a physical object, a soul gem. Her body and soul were separated. If the soul gem moved too far from the body, the magical girl's body became like a zombie, still moving but empty. Not because the body died, but because the soul was the controller. Past a certain range, the soul couldn't perceive the body anymore, and consciousness fell into darkness. On top of that, using magic in battle consumed power, and pain, emotional strain, and despair would cause the soul gem to become cloudy. So a magical girl had to regularly cleanse that contamination by using grief seeds to draw it out. And when a soul gem became fully polluted, turning pitch black, it would birth a grief seed. That process was the transformation from magical girl to witch. And when a soul gem shattered into a grief seed, it released an enormous surge of energy. Kyubi collected that energy to prevent the universe from sliding toward heat death. On the surface, it could be described as sacrificing a few for the sake of the many, for the survival of countless species across the cosmos. In reality, it was simply feeding its own civilization's energy demands, paid for with Earth's girls. And in the course of harvesting that energy, no one even knew how many girls had been sacrificed. The shrine maidens and holy maidens in ancient legends, the stories about girls defeating demons, those were all part of Kyubi's machinery. By the modern era, it had slaughtered who knew how many girls, and in Madoka's generation it created a tragedy that spiraled into infinity, the endless loop. A magical girl named Akemi Hamura, trying to save Madoka, kept rewinding time over and over, attempting every method she could think of to stop Madoka from becoming a magical girl. In the end, she failed every time. She could only watch her best friend die in front of her again, and again, or fall, and become a witch. And the reason Madoka was chosen in the first place was simple. QB saw that she could produce the largest energy output in history. In the final loop this last time, Madoka made a wish unlike any before. A great wish. A wish that would save every magical girl who had become a witch in the past, pulling them out of despair and giving them hope again. But the larger the hope created by that wish, the larger the corresponding despair it should produce on a cosmic scale. Because she wished to bear everything. To shoulder it all herself. Yet this time she didn't fall into despair, because her wish was for everyone's happiness. For her, that meant there was no room left for despair. And so she became a god. It looked like ascension. Like a happy ending. But it was also brutally cruel. Because she gathered the soul gems of countless magical girls across parallel worlds and timelines, restructuring the universe itself to fulfill a wish that exceeded existing order. Madoka's individual existence was erased. She became a universal law, everywhere, yet unseen, unrecognized, and unremembered. In the new world, she was gone. Only Homura, because she had traveled through time, still remembered her. Madoka was left with an eternal solitude. That, too, was cruel. That was the story Kuroneko told them. And then, in the Channel 10 civilian security company, if Homura rewound time countless times, and still couldn't stop Madoka from becoming a magical girl, then what are we supposed to do? Fallen angel Kuroneko, if this is the start of the main story, then it means Madoka will become a god, but that kind of godhood is torture. Golden Toilet, if becoming a magical girl can't be avoided, then when she's about to sign the contract, we interfere with the contract. Martian, mess with the wish. Kazuki, oh? You mean like exploiting wish logic, like asking a genie for 3 more wishes as your third wish? Golden Toilet, exactly. We bug abuse it. Asuna, but if they're the most advanced civilization in that universe, there's no way they'd leave such an obvious loophole. They wouldn't allow that. Golden Toilet, wrong. I believe Kyubi will keep its word and grant the wish. I bet other magical girls have tried something like that before and got it granted. But granted doesn't mean the bug works. Kyubi will play word games or engineer an accident. Maybe you get your 3 extra wishes, but before you can use them, you die or turn into a witch. Or something happens that forces you to act fast, leaving you no time to think. You burn those wishes in a panic, and your attempt to chainbug the third wish fails. Asuna, then what if the first wish is I won't die, and the second is I won't become a witch? Whisperer, not becoming a witch doesn't mean you won't become something else. If the wish isn't perfectly specified, Kyubi can still twist it. Kazuki, in other words, the wish has to be flawless, so perfect that civilization can't find a single angle to exploit. Golden Toilet, exactly. Kazuki, interesting. That basically means we're trying to outsmart a civilization that's been developing for who knows how many years. Relying on the intelligence of a chat group to challenge the strategic sophistication of a civilization with an incomprehensible technological head start. Was that naivete? Was it stupidity? Or was it ignorance mixed with courage? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 91, Chapter 90. 1086 words. The conversation fell into silence. After all, they were talking about a contest of wits against a civilization so advanced it treated the universe like its backyard garden. And this chat group thought it could win. No matter how you looked at it, their odds of victory were effectively 0. Unless every member's home world threw its full weight behind them, and even then it would only raise their chances by a hair. It wasn't completely hopeless. Kazuki Yuko was quietly waiting to see whether that man would reach out a hand to help the magical girl. Because from what she'd seen, his world looked like humanity had already entered a true interstellar age. A civilization like that had to have deeper foundations than her own era, broader knowledge, stronger systems. She'd watched the entire Earth elixir crafting stream, and it had been absurdly idiot-proof, like the tech was so mature it made her imagination feel small. If people from that level of civilization put their minds to it, maybe they could produce a truly perfect wish. And that perfect wish didn't have to be anything grand like save the universe or prevent heat death. That kind of thing was too distant for humans. Earth could end long before the universe ever reached its final thermal death. And humanity. Even more so. The traces of civilization might be gone long before that. To a teenage girl with, at most, a century of life ahead of her, that was an unimaginably remote future. Not worth torturing yourself over. With time spans that long, who knew what kinds of terrifyingly powerful species might appear, or what solutions might be found. But then again, if Kuroneko's story was right, and Madoka really did become a god, in the end remaking the universe as a living law, then that was practically myth. For someone with a scientific worldview, it was hard not to feel shaken by that. Still, it didn't look like the gods of old stories. It looked more like a kind of scientific apotheosis, something forced into existence by the incubator's technology. Which raised an unsettling point: if technology advanced far enough, if it could bend universal laws and rewrite the rules of reality, then to people who couldn't understand it, that would be indistinguishable from divinity. And that man's world clearly had gods, too, at least, something like them. In the earlier streams, hadn't he been slaughtering demons? She'd even caught fragments of their whispers. They called him an untouchable, something that made them physically uncomfortable. At first she'd wondered if he was a psychic, using some power that repelled them. And psychics, from what little she could infer, were clearly another category of abnormal ability. She could understand the demons muttering at all only thanks to the hyperdimensional channel's translation. But even that translation had limits. Yuko had noticed it by watching Kizara's streams. When Kizara ran into police officers speaking in heavy regional dialect, Kizara didn't understand the man, neither did Yuko. So the translation wasn't absolute. It seemed anchored to what the streamer could comprehend. If the streamer understood, the viewers understood. If the streamer didn't, the viewers didn't. Now that the new member, Magical Girl Madoka, had been broadly figured out. What about the other new member, Asuna? What kind of world did she come from? Asuna wasn't her real name. It was just a handle. Her real name was Yuki Asuna. In her world, full virtual reality had finally been perfected, and it had been applied to Vermorks. And today was the official launch of Sword Art Online SAO. Asuna had used her brother's Nerve Gear headset to log in. Unbelievably real. She was still her age, and yet she was experiencing tech that, just a few years ago, should have belonged to a much more distant future. Then, roughly 3 hours after entering the game, the hyperdimensional channel system appeared out of nowhere and pulled her in. At first, she assumed it was some new SAO feature, some hidden system. She assumed the members were just other players. But soon her friend felt something was off. That girl with the ID, Fallen Angel Kuroneko, had started introducing Magical Girl Madoka as someone who came from an anime. That was ridiculous. And as Kuroneko kept talking, she leaked even more impossible-sounding information. The people in this channel might come from completely different works, and those works might exist in other members' worlds as movies, anime, manga, or even games. To Asuna, it still felt like a joke. Like some elaborate Shinibu chat group roleplay. But once she talked to other players once she talked to other players inside the virtual world she was currently trapped in, she discovered that only she seemed to have the hyperdimensional channel. Even worse, the interface didn't appear as an external pop-up. It was projected directly into her mind. So if Kuroneko was telling the truth, Asuna started to panic. Madoka's world was horrifyingly dark. If that was real, then could something similar happen to her? And Kuroneko's earlier reaction made it obvious. Just from the ID, Asuna, Kuroneko seemed to recognize her. Meaning, in Kuroneko's world, there was a work that included Asuna. Which meant Kuroneko might know what the future of Asuna's world looked like. And that brought up the part that really bothered her. Kuroneko had called her Dojin Asuna. Asuna took a slow breath. In the live stream chat, after Dr. Kazuki's last line had left everyone in awkward silence, she forced herself to ask. Asuna, Kuroneko, could you tell me why you called me Dojin Asuna? Strictly speaking, Kuroneko hadn't revealed her own gender. But the emotional texture of her messages, the tone, the way she reacted, it all felt unmistakably female, and probably around Asuna's age. Fallen angel Kuroneko, you're not Yuki Asuna, are you? Asuna's stomach tightened. So Kuroneko really did mean her. Asuna, yeah. Then the channel went quiet. That silence made Asuna even more anxious. Asuna, so. Why do you call me Dojin Asuna? Fallen angel Kuroneko. You'd probably be happier not knowing. The hesitation, how conflicted Kuroneko sounded, only made Asuna more unsettled. That nickname clearly had a story behind it. And the key was the word Dojin. What had happened? What exactly had people done with her name to make her earn a label like that? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, 1275 words. Yuki Asuna couldn't figure it out. What exactly was a dojin? She thought it over, but still couldn't understand why a word like that would make her famous. Fallen angel Kuroneko at Mr. Golden Toilet, you know Dojin Asuna, right? Explain it. Kuroneko clearly didn't want to say it, and that reluctance only made Asuna more uneasy. Was it something serious? Something tragic like Puella Magi Madoka Magica? Serious enough that Kuroneko couldn't even bring herself to spell it out. Golden Toilet, Dojin Asuna. What's that? I know the story of Miss Yuki Asuna's world, but I've never heard that nickname. Fallen angel Kuroneko, don't play innocent. Your typing gives you away. Say it. How many have you read? Golden Toilet, how many what? What are you even talking about? Kuroneko, be clear. Fallen angel Kuroneko, heh. Jujinshi. The R18 kind. Don't tell me you haven't seen a stack. Golden Toilet, oh. I-360, get it now. So that's where Dojin Asuna comes from. But I really haven't read any. Golden Toilet, I have read a tiny bit of Kuroneko's, though. Even Asuna understood now. Because of how she was raised, she didn't touch otaku culture, but that didn't mean she knew nothing. The moment she fully processed what they were saying, her face went burning red. Asuna, let's not talk about dojins. Could you tell me what's happening in my world instead, Kuroneko? Fallen angel Kuroneko, right. Almost forgot. Asuna, what's your situation? How far are you in SAO? What floor? So she really did know. She knew Asuna had logged into Sword Art Online SAO. Asuna, the VR game Sword Art Online SAO. I just logged in. I was only doing the initial trial. Fallen angel Kuroneko, what? And no hurry, log out. If you can log out, do it now. Don't play this game. It's a death game. If you die in there, you die for real. Log out, now. The sheer urgency in those messages made Asuna feel like someone was right next to her, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. Die in-game, die in real life. That sounded too absurd to be true. Besides, the game had gone through testing before launch. If a bug like that existed, there was no way it could be kept quiet. Still, even if Kuroneko sounded unbelievable, logging out first wouldn't hurt. She could always talk after she was out. So Asuna immediately brought up the main SAO menu, and raised her right-hand index and middle fingers straight, then swept them downward, the standard gesture to open the system window. A long, violet glowing panel appeared. Asuna stared at it and then scanned the options again. And again. Had she remembered wrong? Was the log out button somewhere else? She searched, and as the seconds passed, her face drained of color. No matter how many times she checked, she couldn't find log out. Asuna, I can't find the log out button. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, no way. Then it's over. It's that guy Kayaba Akihiko. The developer did it on purpose. He shut off log out. He's trapping all of you in there. That couldn't be right. If Asuna stayed logged in too long, her family would come into her room. They'd force her off, pull the headset right off her head. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, don't think they can just take the headset off and save you. If they remove it, you die on the spot. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, there's a component in the headset that fires a high-output signal and destroys your brain. Asuna went even paler. Asuna, Kayaba Akihiko did this. Why trap tens of thousands of players? What's the point? Fallen Angel Kuroneko, the point is to make you play. He's got this dream, like he wants to be the protagonist in a novel, cross into another world and go on a fantasy adventure. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, so he built this game, but a game is still just a game. To make it real, he turned it into reality. In this world, if you die, you really die. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, the only way to end the death game is to clear it, beat the game. Asuna, he's insane. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, yes. He's sick in the head. A straight-up psycho. Even so, if tens of thousands of people were trapped in a VR world and dying, the government wouldn't just stand by. There would be rescue attempts. There had to be. But then Fallen Angel Kuroneko, Asuna, don't assume you'll be rescued soon. In the plot I know, it takes about 2 years before the game is barely cleared. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, and in that time, thousands die. Asuna's body trembled. Thousands. And 2 years to clear the game. Which meant the outside world couldn't break them out. Meaning she might have to survive 2 years in this place. And here, she didn't know anyone. Not a single familiar face. She'd have to live through it alone. Asuna, maybe it's a system bug. Maybe they'll fix it any minute. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, if only. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, listen, next, the mastermind should show up. You'll probably see it soon. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, everyone will be forcibly teleported back to the central plaza of the town of beginnings. Kayaba will appear in the sky in a creepy form and tell you the truth. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, he'll announce you're trapped, you can only log out by clearing the game, and if you die here or if someone removes the headset outside your helmet will trigger and destroy your brain. All she had to do was wait. Wait and see whether that mastermind really appeared. Whether a bell rang. The sound rolled over the town of beginning Central Plaza, and at the same time a blue pillar of light swallowed Asuna whole. A chill went straight through her. The light drowned out everything until she couldn't see, couldn't orient herself, then it faded. Her vision returned. And the world had changed. She was in the Central Plaza. A sea of people packed shoulder to shoulder, players everywhere. The crowd erupted into confused chatter. Most people assumed it was some kind of announcement event, a special program, maybe a launch day spectacle. And Asuna heard it, 2 voices saying they couldn't find the logout button. The atmosphere tightened. Panic edged into the noise, and the plaza felt like it might boil over at any second. Then Asuna's pupils shook as she looked up. The sky had turned a deep, blood-red hue, ominous, like the entire world had been stained. At the center of that red, something thick and viscous gathered, like an enormous drop of blood. It swelled, shaped itself and became a giant wrapped in a dark crimson cloak, looming in the air above them. Exactly like Kuroneko said. "Welcome to my world." The voice was low and heavy, and Asuna felt her heart sink. If it were just a GM doing theatrics, those words might have been nothing. But this wasn't that kind of atmosphere. This felt not like an event. Like a declaration. Like a god speaking down to insects. My name is Kayaba Akihiko, and I am the only person who can control this world. Asuna's hope collapsed another step. The developer himself logged in, acting as GM, and speaking like a terrorist who had seized hostages and was savoring the moment. Don't say it. Don't say the thing, I don't want to hear, Asuna begged silently. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 93, Chapter 92 1134 words. Yuki Asuna, like many others, stood there in a daze. The panic and shouting all around her didn't seem to reach her at all. It wasn't until someone accidentally bumped into her that she finally snapped back to reality. The bizarre figure in the sky was already gone. The declaration was over. From today onward, 48,000 players would be forced to live in this world. If they wanted to escape, they would have to clear the colossal floating castle Aincrad. And now, in this world, the revival system had been removed. Once your HP hit 0, your brain would be cooked by microwaves and you would die. What kind of joke was this? A lot of people refused to believe it, but Kayaba Akihiko promptly pulled real-world news reports into view, showing that the outside world truly had fallen into chaos over the players being trapped. There were even reports of people forcibly removing VR headsets, followed by confirmed deaths. Of course, it was also possible that all of it was fabricated. That Kayaba had staged the broadcasts to scare them into compliance. Just kidding. We have to clear 100 floors. According to players from the beta, it took almost half a year just to clear floor 6. Half a year for 6 floors. Then how long is 100 supposed to take? And during the beta, the average player died over 100 times. Now there's no revival system. What kind of sick joke is this? The voices around her only made the weight in Asuna's chest sink deeper. At this rate, would she be stuck in this world for the rest of her life? Then something struck her and the color returned to her eyes. The superdimensional channel. If that thing truly wasn't part of SAO, then maybe it could pull her out of this nightmare. She needed to talk to Kuroneko immediately and get more concrete information. If Kuroneko knew it took 2 years to clear the game, that meant she understood this world far better than any ordinary player. Maybe she could provide a faster route to clearing it. Asuna, Kuroneko, could you tell me what you know about SAO? Especially information about the boss fights. Fallen Angel. Kuroneko, I probably can't give you that much. The novels and the anime didn't describe most floors clearly, aside from a few specific ones. And even if I tell you some boss traits, they might not be accurate. The information from my version of the story could differ from the reality you're in. Asuna could tell Kuroneko was being extremely cautious, afraid that if her intel turned out wrong, it could get Asuna killed. Asuna understood that. Still, she hoped Kuroneko would share whatever she did know, and she would treat it carefully. She also wanted intelligence about other players who was strong, who might die under certain circumstances, so she could avoid those risks. If she could keep more capable players alive, she could gather them together and increase their odds of clearing this death game. And then another thought surfaced. Could there be GM plants among the players? People monitoring progress from inside. If any player discovered a loophole, some way to escape or clear the game prematurely, they could report it to Kayaba so he could patch it. So Asuna asked directly. Fallen Angel. Kuroneko, ah. For that, you could say yes, and you could also say no. It was vague. Ambiguous. Like Kuroneko was hesitating, caught in a dilemma. Then an idea flashed through Asuna's mind. Kuroneko said Kayaba's dream was to experience a fantasy world adventure. But Kayaba couldn't possibly be satisfied staying a GM forever, watching everyone else play. To fulfill his dream, he would have to participate. Which meant Asuna, is Kayaba Akihiko mixed in with the players? Fallen Angel. Kuroneko, That reaction all but confirmed Asuna's suspicion. Asuna, who is he? What's his ID? Kuroneko went silent. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, I can't tell you. It's like what happened with Madoka earlier. Telling you too soon isn't necessarily a good thing. Asuna understood the concern. If she lost her composure and tried to confront Kayaba directly, she could be killed on the spot. And even if she told others and tried to pressure him with numbers, it probably wouldn't work. More likely it would just help Kayaba bury his identity deeper. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, and I really hope you won't spread the idea that the GM might be hiding among the players. Asuna, why? Not naming him was one thing, but telling her not to even warn people when the danger could be right beside them felt harder to accept. Then someone else answered. Tendo Civil Security Corporation, what else could it be? Human suspicion. People start doubting each other. When emotions hit the extreme, it gets ugly. You'll end up with players turning on each other and killing each other long before anyone finds Kayaba. Asuna's face went white. She'd assumed Kuroneko was worried Kayaba would become more cautious. But this meant she might have to guard the secret alone. Fallen Angel Kuroneko, about everything you want. Any SAO intel, I'll it and send it to you later. But remember, it's for reference only. Asuna, yes. Thank you. After that, the conversation drifted back to Madoka Magica. In the end, they decided to handle Madoka for now by feeding her a safer, simplified warning. They told her there was a bad guy named Kyubi who would trick girls into signing a contract, basically selling themselves. Like a talent scout. If Madoka met him, he might sweet-talk her into debuting as an idol with a magical girl concept. So all she needed to do was watch out for that. No need to live in constant fear of kidnapping, or being dragged away. Just don't blindly trust strangers. That way, when Madoka truly met Kyubi, she'd have a chance to avoid falling into the trap. And if she did meet Kyubi, she had to tell everyone immediately so they could explain the truth. Only then did Asuna turn her attention to the live stream. Asuna, what is this live stream playing? The camera hasn't switched once. It's like a single uncut shot centered on that dark purple-haired Wani-san. At first, Asuna thought it was some kind of show, a zombie apocalypse story. But the longer she watched, the more wrong it felt. Busujima Kendo style, that's a live feed from my world. So that's what it was. Wait, live. The ID, Busujima Kendo style, was that beautiful long-haired woman with the dark purple hair. So the scene being broadcast. Those were real zombies. Her world was truly being swallowed by something that horrific. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 94, Chapter 93 1351 words. After getting a better sense of what the superdimensional channel could do, Asuna Yuki finally understood its capabilities. It was not just a channel that let people from different worlds chat. With a single cross-world invitation, you could actually travel to someone else's world. And the so-called live stream function could earn energy coins, also known as cooldown accelerators, for the cross-world invitation skill. Right now, only one person had successfully obtained those energy coins, then actively opened a cross-world invitation, and traveled to another dimensional netfriend's world, the user with the ID Busujima Kendo style. They had even brought over technology capable of treating the virus in that other world. Which meant the person most likely able to help Asuna right now was that Grey Rice net friend with the ID Mr. Golden Toilet. From what she could tell, his world had already reached interstellar travel. If he came to her world, cracking the virtual tech on her side should not be a problem. And if he could do that, he could pull her out, saving tens of thousands of lives. Also, he already knew information about her world. Clearly, in his world, there were works related to her situation, probably the very series Sword Art Online that Black Cat had mentioned. According to Black Cat, he might know even more than Black Cat did. In other words, Sword Art Online had more volumes released where Mr. Golden Toilet was. Unfortunately, the moment he heard about little Shizuka's problem, he logged off. Now there was no way to ask him anything. Live stream. He had deliberately waited for Crossworld invitation to come off cooldown, and it had cost 10 energy coins. She could not just shamelessly ask him to spend another 10 coming to her world to help. Putting aside what 10 energy coins were actually worth, why would he help her in the first place? And from some of what Black Cat had said, his current situation might be the most dangerous of anyone's. That meant he definitely could not waste energy coins casually. Even if again, according to Black Cat, he had cooled down Crossworld invitation partly to avoid danger in his own world, that did not mean he had to come to hers. Unless she had something worth his time. But what could she possibly offer? It seemed like there was only one thing. Energy coins. She would live stream. Anyway, aside from him being the only male, the rest of the cooking tools were all female. Mochizuki General Hospital. It was even larger than the biggest general hospital in Tokanosa City, and it was famous nationwide. Because they had prepared in advance, the hospital had not fallen. From the looks of it, things here were stable, and there was actual security. These were not Black Label people. Black Label did not have this many bodies, and as an illegal organization, they could not operate so openly. The security force here was the city's regular police. The mayor had a relationship with the hospital's director personally, or at least close enough to be considered a half-member of their circle, so the police had been told to prepare immediately. The vehicle carrying Kane did not enter through any of the normal hospital entrances. Instead, it drove in through an underground access point on the perimeter, heading straight into the subterranean base. He was here to assess the environment, and to acquire D99. There was no small talk. Someone led him straight inside, and they eventually reached an elevator that continued downward. When the elevator stopped and the doors opened, a woman was waiting with an elderly man seated in a wheelchair. Kane walked up to them. "This is D99. I hope you'll use it properly," the old man, Masamiya Mochizuki, said in a strict voice that still carried a hint of weary resignation, handing over the briefcase he held. Then he produced several blood collection tubes. Inside them was the Earth Elixir. "Do you have a computer I can use? Preferably one that can connect to your hospital's equipment, pharmaceuticals, and system functions." Up on the surface, most hospital devices with electronic components had probably been destroyed by the EMP strike, but the underground base should still be intact. After all, once you got inside this base, the power systems and infrastructure looked largely functional. Clearly, they had EMP shielding. Also, the EMP intensity this city took was far weaker than what Tokanosa City had suffered. So overall, this place could practically be considered fully operational. And the hospital's records and database systems should have server backups down here. "I'll show you the way." Oriha Nashida volunteered like an excited grade schooler, shooting her hand up. Her eyes kept drifting to the device in Kane's hand that looked like a tablet. That device had been removed from the armored rig, and the rig itself had transformed into a drone that was now patrolling overhead. In short order they arrived at a dark, sealed room in the base's server area. After the computer powered on, Kane first pressed a small block about 5 or 6 centimeters wide against the machine. The block lit up faintly. At the same time, his tablet screen changed, and the computer's desktop appeared on it. A shared screen. Did that little block contain a wireless module? "Saya," Kane said, "try having the Earth Elixir system interface with this place. Pull their medical resources. Then generate Earth Elixir formulas, everything from the most rational, highest efficiency use of supplies, to the most wasteful but fastest production formulas. I want a full range." Normally, the world's network infrastructure had already collapsed. And to link Saya's computer to this system, it was not a matter of hacking Black Label's satellite. That transmission speed would be far too slow. What made this possible was the equipment A2 had sent over, specifically, the transforming drone armor. It had flown high into the sky, acting as a temporary communications satellite, and building out a network platform. And because Saya's computer had the hard drive augmentation, it could detect and connect to that broadcast signal. The bandwidth was absurdly fast. But no matter how fast the network was, this server room sat behind heavy shielding layers. The signal could not effectively penetrate thick earth down to this depth, especially not through EMP-hardened construction. Kane had anticipated that. When entering the base, he had deployed several repeaters, extending the signal inward from the underground entrance. Either way, it saved him from having to bring people down here and risk unnecessary trouble. It went smoothly. The connection was live. Massimian was a top authority in medicine, and with his assistance, they could identify the most suitable formulas more quickly. With nothing else to do, Kane let his attention drift to a short-haired blonde woman nearby. She was the hospital's dean. He found the structure here a little confusing. The elderly man was the chairman of the hospital's board, yet this woman was the dean. Her body looked slender, almost frail, yet she possessed a vitality that was hard to believe. Kane could clearly sense it. Her life force aura was far stronger than anyone else's, so strong it was practically glaring. This life force aura was not some mystical feeling. It was judgment through the five senses: breathing, heartbeat, temperature, micromovements, posture, and countless other physical signals used to estimate someone's vitality. Now that he had quieted himself and sharpened his perception, it was even more obvious. If an ordinary person's vitality were like a 100 to 150 watt light bulb, then someone trained like Yuka might be several times brighter. But this dean was like a bulb well over 500 watts. Once the crowd around them thinned out, it became unmistakable. Right back at the syringe base, there had been some interesting scanned materials. That organization suspected Black Label had a hidden successful special case, someone they were keeping concealed. And successful meant successfully achieving ageless immortality through D99. If the flesh truly could become ageless and undying, then that kind of vitality would indeed be beyond imagination. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, 1273 words. For Kane, one of the strongest urges he enjoyed indulging these days was simple eating. Back in that world, it was hard to get a single decent meal. Most of the time, you either ate compressed rations with no flavor at all, or some kind of paste-like sludge that tasted, frankly, indescribable. The nutrition was fine, but eating that for a long time was genuinely miserable. After all, he was not born in that world, raised on it from childhood. He had grown up with all the food of the 21st century. Then suddenly switching to that stuff was like falling from heaven straight into hell. In that world, there was also something people jokingly called corpse starch food, and yes, he had eaten it. And since the word corpse was in the name, the source of the raw materials was, obviously, a bit. If it was just ordinary animal carcasses, that was one thing. But what if human bodies were being used to make it too? The answer was, yes, there really was starch made from human corpses. That kind was usually rarer. Under normal circumstances, unless things got extremely dire, people would not go so far as to process human bodies into food. Still, the term corpse starch was, in practice, more of a catch-all insult for any synthetic food or synthetic ingredients. As for the ingredients, while human material was rarely used, all kinds of bizarre biological remains absolutely were. In short, because of how that world was, enjoying good food was a luxury. So now that Kane was back in a normal world, he was finally eating familiar food again. "Is your stomach a black hole?" Orha said, acting completely at ease as she reached out and poked his belly with her small hand. Honestly, she had never seen anyone eat like this. He could go compete in one of those world eating contests. But it did not feel like a simple "he can't get full" problem. It was more like he had spent ages surviving in the wild, and the second he returned to civilization, he started making up for lost time going all in on modern food. And even after eating that much, his stomach barely looked any bigger. That was why she called it a black hole. What did you used to eat? She asked, still clearly interested when he did not respond. This time, he reacted. He did not answer, but he pulled a few items from his clothing and handed them to her. What is this? Orha stared curiously at the small packets in her hand. The packaging looked like those little cracker packs, almost like Cheez-It-style biscuits but smaller. Each piece was about the size of her thumb. She opened one. Inside was a dry, yellow-brown block that looked like a tiny biscuit. Probably some kind of compressed ration. She brought it to her mouth and took a bite. She had expected it to be hard as a rock, but it was not. It was closer to candy, hard, crunchy when you bit down. The problem was that it had no taste. Still, Orha, somehow completely fearless about this, swallowed the whole piece. It's made from corpses, Kane said. Had she misheard? Or heard wrong? After a brief silence, Orha's expression finally cracked. Her face flushed hot. Why, you're kidding, right? I'm not kidding. It's corpses. Then why emphasize the word corpses on purpose? Why not just say it was made from animal meat or something like that? Because corpse immediately made people think of their own kind. If you don't believe me, take it to be tested, Kane added, his tone faintly amused. You'll find the types of corpses in it are extremely. That single line made Orha's face go even paler. Diverse. Maybe you'll even find your own kind. That was it. The moment the words, your own kind, landed, Orha's face went bone white. She could not take it any more. She bolted on the spot. She really was going to get it tested. Was it really made from corpses? One of the two girls asked, stepping closer. Kane answered her without looking up. The two girls had very similar faces, close enough that you could call them sisters at a glance. They had probably approached because they saw Orha here, and it looked like they were circling in with the intention of picking a fight. With their outfits fashionable, flashy, more like idol costumes for a concert, it reminded him of the idol sisters who had shown up in Triage X. As for the compressed blocks he had handed Orha, he had not lied. They really were processed from corpses. Back in Atu's world, she had made him some emergency food and stored it in his powered armor. Those compressed food blocks were made by processing wild animals caught on Earth plus some crops. Once an animal was killed, the body was, by definition, a corpse. So saying it was processed from corpses was not wrong. And aside from being tasteless, this stuff was still far better than the Imperium's so-called corpse starch. Sometimes it was not even about flavor. The texture alone could make you want to throw up. I'm telling you, you're Orha Nashida, aren't you? Can you at least listen when someone's talking to you? Kane ignored them outright. As long as the formulas were still being finalized and, before production was complete, he planned to use his free time to indulge his appetite properly. Next up, fried chicken and burgers sounded good. Kane noticed something and raised an eyebrow. I'm telling you, she could not stand it anymore. As an idol, Mikazuki Heiran was furious. She had started out speaking politely, and he had not acknowledged her once. The way he dismissed her so completely made her blood boil. But her angry voice stopped dead in her throat because Kane suddenly pulled out a handgun and pointed it at her. What the hell? Was this guy sick in the head? He was annoyed, so he just pointed a gun at her face. Wait, was it even real? And even if it was real, would he actually fire? She was not bang. At that distance, the shot was deafening. The sound felt like it rattled her eardrums. For a full 3 seconds, Heiran froze like she had been turned to stone. Then her body went limp, and she collapsed to the floor like her legs had been cut out from under her. Something warm seemed to spill out. Are you okay? Her younger sister cried, panicking as she lunged down to her, frantically checking her over. What's wrong with you? Why would you fire, huh? That's... Orha came rushing back after hearing the gunshot and saw the Mikazuki sisters like this. Heiran could be sharp-tongued and arrogant sometimes, but she was actually kind-hearted. The type who sounded mean but meant well. This time, though, she had picked the wrong person to provoke. But still Kane was not really going to kill someone, was he? As Orha ran up, she noticed something else, and her expression snapped tight. About 3 meters behind the sisters, a body lay collapsed. Had the base been breached? Probably not. More likely, the person had already been infected and had transformed right here in the dining area. That was a disaster. If someone had been bitten, then fled into the base and turned afterward, that was bad enough. But if it happened because someone got hungry and did something stupid, that was truly lethal. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 96. Chapter 95 1459 words in the blink of an eye. The twin sisters stood there watching the departing figure until he turned into a streak of light and vanished. That was not a metaphor. He truly disappeared into the night sky like a shooting star. Stop spacing out. He's gone. I am not spacing out. The night looks nice today, that's all. The stars are pretty. The stars are pretty. Orha glanced up at the sky, then looked back at the older twin Mikazuki Heron with an almost smiling, almost not smile. This girl was interesting. That sudden gunshot had saved her, sure. But with Heron's usual bratty, spoiled attitude, she should have been sulking, putting on a show of being angry, acting all proud and prickly. Instead, after that shot, she looked like she'd been scared stiff. She did not dare show even a hint of irritation or resentment toward him. She even looked afraid of him, her eyes refusing to meet his. Is it not allowed? I just like the night sky in weather like this. Heron kept stubbornly talking back. In truth, the moment he fired, she had been badly frightened. But once she realized he had shot the corpse behind them, that fear and anger twisted into something else entirely. Her heart had started pounding like crazy. Just replaying the image of him drawing and firing without hesitation, it felt ridiculously cool. He had been rude. Insultingly rude. She should have been furious. And yet she could not stay mad at all anymore. She had even tried to force herself into a pretend, I'm mad at you mood, but the second she saw him frown slightly, she panicked and backed down. It was not that she genuinely feared he would shoot her too. She was afraid he would decide she was annoying, and truly start hating her. And in that moment, Heron understood something she did not want to admit. From that instant on, she had become love at first sight. Sure. Orha had been about to tease her a little more, poke at her for fun, but the radio crackled, calling her over, so she gave it up. They had already rechecked the corpse situation. They confirmed it was an infection brought in from outside, not something caused by the base itself. Now they were rushing to prevent any further infections through food. They were pushing Orha to help inspect things, use her computer skills to comb through the surveillance feeds, watch for anyone suspicious hiding among the civilians, someone who might try to poison supplies. As for why that guy left, because the Earth elixir had successfully entered production. But production did not mean they could immediately supply the entire shelter. They still had to stay on high alert for the virus slipping in. At the moment, there were 16 hours left until Kane returned. When he arrived in this world, the time had been exactly midnight. He could remain here for 100 hours, 4 days and 4 hours. Which meant that right now, it was noon. In 12 more hours, it would be exactly 4 full days since he arrived. And 4 hours after that, at 4 in the morning, would be the moment he left this world. So Kane was currently doing some $0 shopping, wandering through a large supermarket picking out food. He had a 1 cubic meter storage space. It would be stupid not to use it. Because space was limited and he had already stored part of the Earth elixir, plus the D99 virus, and hot melt rounds. He had about 2/3 of the space left. He needed to use it carefully, not waste it on bulky foods that took up too much room. As for the powered armor that could arm his body and also transform into an unmanned combat drone, he had no intention of bringing it back with him. He planned to leave it in this world. The syringe organization had not been completely wiped out yet. With that suit here, Seiko and the others would be significantly safer. All of a sudden, a faint, clean fragrance drifted toward him with the airflow. He looked over. A girl with long, deep purple hair stood there. Her beautiful face looked oddly excited. "It's full. I recalculated it." The seemingly random statement made Kane blink, then he understood. "Then keep it for now," he said. "We don't need to use it yet." Clearly, the energy bar had filled up. She had gained an energy coin. He had not asked how things were progressing these last 2 days, but from Seiko's behavior, he could roughly guess. She had been aggressively clearing corpses to accelerate the bar, and she was probably making real progress. It even looked like she might be able to get one before he left. And now, it had happened sooner than expected. Also, Seiko added, "We ran into a special corpse." A special corpse. As Seiko explained, Kane understood what she meant. It was a corpse that could run. A normal person might not even be able to outrun it. Its strength was also about 3 times that of an ordinary corpse. On top of that, it seemed a little smarter. At first, Seiko thought maybe the brain had regained a faint trace of awareness so weak it was like someone half awake. But after testing it, she concluded it was not consciousness at all. It was a kind of instinctive reaction body memory. For example, if corpses truly had no awareness, they should not know how to walk. They should not be able to. And yet corpses did walk. That was clearly muscle memory and ingrained, physical habit formed through long-term repetition. If this is just an isolated case, fine, Seiko said. But if corpses are changing, evolving, then we're in trouble. If it's the second one, Saya said grimly, speaking from somewhere nearby before anyone noticed she'd come over. If something like this could appear after only a few days, then what would things look like in a few more? With such a massive number of corpses out there, this kind of special corpse would not be rare. And the more of them there were, the harder it would be to deal with them, meaning the more likely it became that people going out would die. "Do you really have to leave?" Saya asked suddenly, her voice awkward and uneasy. He had already told them, tomorrow, he would leave. As for when he would return, he could not promise anything. "Yeah," Kane said. "You going to miss me?" "Yeah," Saya said. "I'm going to miss you." She admitted it outright and then she hugged him. But it did not look like a shy confession. The expression on her face was more lost than anything, unsettled and afraid. "Dad is gone, and Mom like that, she probably will." Her voice caught, and the words broke apart, turning into a tremble running through her body. "She probably will?" Kane asked. Yuriko seemed fine on the surface, so he did not understand where this girl's grief was coming from. She'll go be with Dad." "Follow him?" Kane said quietly. At that, Kane's eyes narrowed slightly in understanding. "No way, right? Would she really leave Saya behind?" "If you stayed," Saya said, forcing the words out, "Mom would still be on guard around you. To make sure I'm okay, until she's sure I can stand on my own, until she can truly feel at ease, she'll stay with me." That was half an excuse. The other half was selfishness. She did not want him to go. But the part about her mother following her father, she was not saying it randomly. She was Yuriko's daughter. She knew her mother better than anyone. And last night, by accident, she had heard her mother's drunken voice. And it had only made her more certain. It left her completely at a loss. The 2 people she could rely on most were about to leave her, one after the other. She was terrified. Of course, it was not like Kane leaving would make her mother immediately do something irreversible. Because he might still come back, Yuriko would not abandon her right away. And as Saya's mother, she still needed to help her settle the Takagi household, and leave her enough strength to survive. But if Kane stayed away too long, if he did not come back, then the time her mother could bear would shrink. So Saya desperately wanted him not to go. Watching this, Siko realized she could not keep delaying. A thought surfaced in her mind. A special send-off. A candlelit dinner. And then to finish what had not been finished in the bathroom that day. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 97, Chapter 96. 1291 words. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Because of the EMP strike, even the streetlights that normally came on around dusk in the city were dead. So dusk felt like it arrived earlier than usual, and night fell faster too. At the largest supermarket, Saya Takagi finally stopped directing people on what supplies to prioritize hauling out. Truth was, she had spent the entire afternoon distracted. The reason was her own slip-up. She had been way too bold enough that it practically sounded like a confession. And she had shown him a side of herself that was soft and vulnerable. Once she got her emotions back under control, she realized what social death really meant. Because other people had been watching. When she snapped out of it, she rushed to explain that he should not take what she said seriously. It was just a joke. She claimed she was testing whether he might feel something for her. Even she knew that excuse was flimsy. Everyone could tell. In the end, she finished her rambling explanation, then used "I have work to do" as an excuse and fled in humiliation. "Hello, glasses girl. You hear me?" That voice instantly put her in a foul mood. It belonged to Oriha Nashida, one of the Black Label people. Oriha had noticed Saya had a talent for networks, and wanted to take her as a student. In reality, the point was to probe her knowledge. Because when they interfaced with that system earlier, Saya had displayed enough technical skill to deal with it effortlessly. Correction, she had not hacked it. She had optimized it. Saya's optimization. And she could optimize it not because she was some elite programmer. If anything, she was not even that familiar with modern computer networking. The reason she could do it was simpler: she was sensitive to numbers. Binary, logic gates, she understood them far better than most people. That was what the company that made that hard drive had drilled into her. And the foundation of programming was numbers in the first place. Somehow, she just got it enough to help. She even wrote out a dozen or so lines of code. Oriha was dying to understand how. "What do you want?" Saya said, walking up to the computer with clear annoyance. "So how did you optimize?" Before Oriha could finish, Saya cut the connection. If Oriha wanted to talk shop right now, she had picked the worst possible time. Saya's gaze drifted toward the upscale apartment building not far away. One unit in particular still felt alive. It was being used by Siko. And Siko had just left earlier carrying a bunch of ingredients. She was preparing dinner now, but not for everyone. She was preparing it for him. Which meant it was going to be a candlelit dinner for two. And Siko had announced it openly, telling everyone to clear out and leave the two of them alone. It was a blunt declaration. A real confession. And it was not the same kind of thing as what Saya had blurted out earlier. So now Saya bit hard on her lower lip, resentment simmering in her chest. Why was she so twisted about it? Why could she not just be straightforward? And when she thought about those two being alone together, her mind flashed back to the scene she had witnessed that day. Siko right in front of her had slowly swallowed that. And then, as if to make it worse, she had licked the remaining traces clean from the surface that made it. The memory made Saya's head go fuzzy. In the apartment, a deep purple-haired girl wearing an apron gently stirred a thick soup with a ladle. Watching the sky darken, she put the lid on, then went to take out candles and lit them, adding a bit of atmosphere as she arranged them. The room itself was bare and simple. No one had lived here before. When night finally settled in, Siko placed 3 dishes on the dining table. They did not match the recipes of her own country. This was Chinese cuisine. She had paid careful attention. He seemed to prefer Chinese food. More than that, the way he spoke and carried himself, there was something about him that felt like he belonged to that country. So tonight, she cooked for him again, making it a small surprise, hoping it would suit his taste. And as for the confession this afternoon, she meant it. They had only known each other for 4 days. It was fast, almost reckless. But Seiko knew she would not regret it. He had been surprised, and his response had been honest. He could not give her any guarantees. She understood. The time they could be together might only last as long as the time he could still remain here. After that, never being able to see him again would leave her in pain. But even so, she would not regret it. All right. Everything was ready. Now she just had to wait for him to arrive. Kane landed on the roof of the apartment building. After he removed the armament from his body, it transformed, lifting off into the sky as a Warhammer craft and climbing to high altitude. Kane, heading once again to the harbor in Fushimi City, found himself oddly looking forward to whatever small surprise Seiko had planned. As for why he was going back to that city, it was because there was a stockpile of pharmaceuticals at the port, but it was buried too deep inside the stacks. They needed to move the outer shipping containers first. Unfortunately, due to the EMP attack, most of the equipment here was damaged. The containers could not be shifted normally. And doing it manually would create a huge disturbance, drawing in a swarm of corpses. So they needed him to cut a passage open with a laser. By now, Kane had also confirmed the broader state of this world. Most public systems had collapsed, and large-scale nuclear exchanges had indeed occurred in various regions. Syringe had done this thoroughly. D99, related development, was not limited to narcotics. Many new medicines in the past few years were involved too. Beyond that, it had spread through food, cosmetics, animal feed, cigarettes, global distribution, reaching into every corner of the world. That did not mean Syringe itself was powerful enough to be that terrifying. It was mainly because the financiers behind it had vast industries, and they used each other for profit. Those backers simply never imagined that 0.3 would trigger an apocalypse like this. So no matter how rich someone was, how powerful, how tightly guarded their location, most places still got breached by the virus. In fact, many survivors likely carried traces of it as well. It was just that the amount was small enough that it could still be activated later by solar storms. He stopped thinking about it. He had arrived. He did not knock. He simply opened the door and stepped inside. A sign hung on it, as if it had been left for him, prepared. The moment he pushed the door open, the color, aroma, and warmth of food hit him so vivid it left him slightly dazed. A wave of nostalgia rose in his chest. He followed the source of the scent. And what he saw made him pause. Familiar dishes. But what made him pause even more was the chef beside them. A beautiful cook, still wearing her work apron. "Welcome back," Seiko said softly. "So dinner first? A shower first? Do you want to eat?" End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 98. Chapter 97. 1349 words. How long had night already been here? One look at the time gave the answer. Does dinner really take this long? Shizuka Marikawa murmured in confusion, as she climbed her way over as well. They'd been eating for hours by now. Wouldn't the food be ice cold? No, wait, he did eat a lot. But even so, it wasn't like Seiko had been slaving over the stove the whole time. Of course it doesn't take that long. The reply came from Shizuka's closest friend, the real owner of the Hummer, a sharp, capable woman with bronze-toned skin and purple hair. Her name was Rika Minami, a sniper and squad leader in the Prefectural Police Special Assault Team S, 1st Unit. She'd been brought over earlier that afternoon as well, guided by Mr. In fact, they'd made contact yesterday. It was just that Rika still needed time to prep her side before moving. Then what are they doing in there? Shizuka asked, blinking. What are they doing? Go in and you'll find out, Rika said, her tone faintly amused. Shizuka sweet, scatterbrained Shizuka was still as clueless as an innocent girl who'd never grown up. She genuinely couldn't imagine what was happening inside. Under normal circumstances, Rika wouldn't have come up here with Shizuka at all. They would definitely be interrupting, and it would absolutely irritate the people inside. Correction, not might. It would definitely irritate them. But they'd just received an urgent message. There was an emergency, and they needed to borrow his help. We'll see when we get there, Shizuka said brightly, smiling like nothing in the world could worry her. Then I'm exhausted. How many floors had they climbed already? Shizuka's legs were so weak she felt like she couldn't even hold herself up. Seriously. This was a high-end apartment building. There were plenty of empty units on the lower floors. Why pick such a high floor for a candlelit dinner? With the elevator dead, climbing the stairs was torture. It had to be because they didn't want to be disturbed. Realizing that, Shizuka started sulking silently. 2 more floors, Rika said. We're almost there. That close. Thank goodness. Rika let out a quiet sigh to herself. Which meant Shizuka was about to get hit hard. As her best friend, how could Rika not see it? Shizuka had developed a subtle, complicated crush on Mr. in the blink of an eye. They reached the door. Out of the corner of her eye, Rika also glanced toward the stairwell in the opposite direction. A bunch of people were hiding there, sneaking up after them. Rika knocked. In the silence it sounded loud enough to echo, even overpowering the faint, suggestive sounds leaking from inside. The knocking seemed to make those sounds pause for a split second, only for a split second. Kane, Rika called through the door. Could we speak for a moment? There's an emergency. We need to trouble you. After that, she said nothing more. She waited. The door opened. A young man only a few years younger than Rika stepped into view. The moment his clearly displeased gaze landed on her, Rika felt every hair on her body stand on end. It was like being stared down by death itself. That look had weight. It pinned her in place, pressing down so hard her body felt like it might collapse. Only now, at this distance, did she fully realize how terrifying he really was. What is it? There's a cargo ship loaded with chemicals, Rika said quickly. A corpse outbreak on board caused chaos, and a fire started. The storage tanks are being baked from the outside. If we can't cool them down, there's a high chance of a massive explosion. The entire Pacific Rim could be contaminated. Coordinates. Rika reported the location they'd confirmed. He didn't hesitate. He turned and left immediately. Be careful, Mr. Kane, Shizuka added, voice full of sincere concern. And just like that, his figure vanished from their sight. Shizuka looked at the still open door and saw Siko. Sensei, you look exhausted, Siko said, smiling gently. The stairs wore you out, didn't they? Come in and sit for a bit. Okay, Shizuka said without hesitation. She walked right in, ready to flop onto a chair and massage her numb legs. Once she stepped inside and the candlelight hit her clearly, her eyes widened. With no electricity, the room had only been lit by candles, so from the doorway she hadn't seen much. But up close, Siko looked like she was wearing only an apron. And it was wrinkled. No, there were also stockings. They were a little torn in places. Shizuka wandered forward, passing the dining area, and saw the aftermath of the dinner. Plates covered the table, everything eaten clean. The living room was mostly bare, but there was a sofa. She could lie down and pound her thighs back to life. Also, she was thirsty. Spotting a teapot on the table, Shizuka grabbed it without thinking, and with absolutely no elegance at all, tilted the spout straight to her lips and chugged. There was definitely liquid inside. She could feel it. Siko's voice cut off. She'd tried to stop Shizuka because what was inside looked almost identical to Earth Elixir at a glance, but it wasn't Earth Elixir. It was something Siko had extracted, something special, and poured in there, planning to use it to set a certain. Instead, the moment Shizuka came in and got thirsty, she'd treated it like ordinary tea and helped herself. Siko wasn't exactly embarrassed. Well, she was, a little, but she'd more or less been openly declaring her intentions all evening anyway. Shouldn't someone notice something was off the moment it touched their tongue? Siko stared, half-stunned, watching Shizuka's throat bob as she swallowed. Beside Shizuka, Rika had come in as well. After a beat of confusion, she seemed to realize it wasn't earth elixir either, and she froze, looking equally stunned. Rika looked like she knew exactly what it was. Something feels weird, Shizuka finally said, frowning in delayed realization. What's weird? I'm thirsty too. Let me have some. A girl with twin tails stepped forward, snatched the teapot from Shizuka's hands, and tipped it back. Siko's mind went blank all over again. From the angle she'd entered, it seemed Saya hadn't been able to see clearly what it was either. In the candlelight, that was understandable. Then a gust of wind swept in, blowing out the candles. The wind came from the still open door. Siko hadn't closed it because she'd noticed Saya and the others arriving. What is this? Is it drinkable? Saya said after taking a sip, sounding unsettled. Is it not drinkable? Mikoto Kiba asked, equally confused. It is, Siko said, suddenly answering with a mischievous calm. And it's extremely rare. Mikoto, you should try it too. Just don't be greedy and finish it all. Save some for the others. With Siko saying that, Mikoto took the teapot from Saya without hesitation. This feels weird. Want some? Mikoto offered, passing it to Rei Miyamoto. Rei drank as well. After one sip, whether because she didn't like it, or because there wasn't much left, she handed it to the next person. That was Yuko Sajiri. Siko had heard of Yuko's family. She came from a well-known kendo lineage too. Yuko took a sip, and from her expression, Siko could tell she'd recognized it. That wasn't surprising. On paper, Yuko was also a doctor, unlike Shizuka, who was, in a sense, still closer to a trainee. Yuko was a real physician, and a renowned surgeon at Mochizuki Hospital. Rika, have some too, Siko said. No thanks, Rika replied immediately. Don't be polite. This is even rarer than earth elixir. I'm not being polite. And it was obvious Yuko wasn't going to let Rika escape clean. If everyone else was going to suffer, how could Rika stay untouched and walk away unscathed? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 99, Chapter 98. 1410 words. After moonlighting as a firefighter, Kane came back and escorted the final convoy all the way to the Takagi residence. By then it was already past 11, which meant he had less than 5 hours left in this world. Right now, he was standing on the balcony. It looked like he was admiring the stars and enjoying the cool night breeze, but in reality, he was chatting with a cross-dimensional net friend whose ID was Tendo Civil Security. At the moment, only the two of them were online. As for who this person was, the instant Kane saw that ID, he already knew. So he took the chance to ask for intel about that world. From the conversation, he finally understood why that world was so sick. Why people had lost their minds and harbored such irrational hatred toward the infected children, branding them cursed children. Why the tolerance for them was so low it was like they were rats in the street. The reason was simple: public opinion had been deliberately steered. In a ruined world, the survivors needed an outlet for their rage. Any direction would do. So the people at the top guided it toward the children. Whenever something went wrong, the authorities were terrified the furious public would turn on them, so they pushed the blame onto cursed children to redirect anger and cover up institutional failures. Wasn't that unbelievably stupid? Weren't they afraid the cursed children would awaken one day and fight back? Kane didn't even need Kizara to explain. He could already see why this redirect hatred toward the cursed children policy usually wouldn't end in some organized uprising. It was simple. Since the cursed children began appearing, the oldest of them were only about 10. Their minds weren't mature, and most of them were essentially left to fend for themselves, like feral kids. They received almost no education. In terms of strategy and intellect, they were no match for politicians who played power games for a living. On top of that, the system used another vile trick. Over the years, it constantly fed the children the message overtly and subtly that they were the world's sin. They didn't need to teach them directly. As long as propaganda and broadcasts were everywhere, the children would see it. It would seep into them, little by little, until they started believing it themselves that they were guilty, that they were filthy. Golden toilet. Aren't you worried someone might secretly take in cursed children and train them on a large scale, turning them against humanity? Tendo civil security, large-scale training is basically impossible. But secretly grooming a small number is possible. Those disgusting trash types aren't idiots, and they've got people watching cursed children movements specifically. Golden toilet, even so, this is going to blow up sooner or later. If some cursed child shows up with a special ability and matures early, things get interesting. Tendo civil security, I'm looking forward to it too. After a couple more lines, the other side said they had something to do and logged off. So Kane was alone again. Correction, not entirely. There was still A2. But chatting with her was a great way to kill a conversation on arrival. That was just how A2 was: quiet, blunt and sparse. 2B was also quiet, but her settings made it sound like she had a lot going on internally, like she was actually the shy type underneath. No idea whether the real version was like that. A2, though, really did feel rigidly serious. You asked, she answered. She didn't volunteer anything beyond the question. Kane came back to himself and opened his eyes. A soft fragrance drifted over. At his side, a deep purple-haired girl leaned against the balcony railing. In the moonlight, her already pretty face was veiled in a hazy silver glow, making her look dreamlike, almost unreal. Is the sky here the same as where you're from? Siko asked softly. I don't know, Kane said with a shrug. But the Big Dipper looks about the same. Then he glanced at her. By the way, when I left earlier, what happened? After returning from putting out fires, he had noticed something strange. 3 pairs of eyes kept dodging his. It didn't look like the usual, we know what you and Siko were up to awkwardness. It felt like something else had happened while he was gone, something that made their gazes turn complicated. Some of them blushed when their eyes met his, but that clearly wasn't because they'd figured out what happened between him and Siko. Especially Saya, who looked downright disgusted. The moment she saw him, she called him a super pervert. Oh, that, Siko said. That stuff in the teapot that looks like earth elixir. They drank it by accident. Kane nearly sprayed the drink he'd just lifted to his mouth. That was the substance Siko had collected. She'd planned to taste it in front of him in a way that was more temptation than medicine, and then they'd been interrupted at the worst possible moment. What are you drinking? Come on, drink another one with me, Siko, a voice slurred. A drunk came wobbling over, couldn't even stand straight, and leaned heavily onto Kane. Kane, you too, Shizuka said, shoving a bottle at him. If you don't drink at all, it's like you're not manly enough. She was completely plastered. If she were sober, she wouldn't have pushed alcohol on him. She knew he was going back soon, and the place he was returning to was probably worse than this, dangerous enough that he shouldn't be drinking. Ugh, bleh. Ah, sorry. Shizuka yelped. Even more drunk now, she still realized she'd thrown up on him. She panicked, apologized, and started wiping at his clothes. It only made everything worse, smearing it around instead of cleaning it. Shizuka, that's enough. Saya snapped, marching over. Go drink with my mom instead. She dragged Shizuka away. At this point, the whole place was full of drunks. What was supposed to be a small send-off for him had turned into a full-on booze party. Saya herself had been forced to drink quite a bit, and her head was spinning. Normally, a high schooler wouldn't be allowed anywhere near alcohol, but with the world collapsing, nobody had the energy to enforce rules like that. And for Saya, drinking was also a way to numb herself. So after hauling Shizuka away, she looked back, her expression complicated as Kane and Siko stood close together. Her mind replayed what she'd seen earlier. After she accidentally drank that teapot stuff, when the candles were relit, she'd seen something slip out from under Siko's apron. And because she wasn't stupid and because she'd watched Rika and Yuko's reactions, she understood immediately. Part of her wanted to show off. If there had been more time before Kane left, she might really have used the alcohol as an excuse to throw a tantrum. But now she couldn't. At a time like this, she needed to stay calm. Because Siko had let slip more about Kane's situation. The place he was going back to sounded like hell, so bad it would make the word nightmare feel soft. And from Siko's expression, it almost felt like she was hinting at something worse, like once he went back, he might not survive the danger at all. In that case, Saya shouldn't make things harder. She shouldn't annoy him. Why was Siko the lucky one? She was the first person Kane met the moment he arrived in this world. Why hadn't it been her? Saya was jealous. In the bathroom, Kane was about to relive that help with washing from the other day. This time it would be more thorough. More complete. Maybe even deeper. But right as things reached the same point as before, the door opened again, eyes widened. Only this time, there was someone else. Someone unexpected. And the woman looked drunk beyond words. Her damp eyes made it seem like she wasn't seeing the world in front of her anymore. It was as if a watery haze warped everything, twisting it into the shape of her imagination. Then her gaze met Kane's. And her eyes grew even wetter. Kane's posture stiffened. Whatever was about to happen next, he couldn't let it go any further. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, 1149 words. Even though she'd known that coming in here might mean seeing something like this, and she'd braced herself for it, once she actually stepped inside and saw the scene in front of her, Saya still felt a stronger surge of jealousy and resentment. Her mother noticed it too, and she froze, going blank for a moment, as if she'd drifted into a daze. That reaction felt wrong. As someone who'd been through it before, Mom should have been calm. Mom had drunk way too much, her mind was a mess. This was Mom who'd just woken up, still half-soaked in alcohol. And yet, with a deeply affectionate look, Mom stared at that guy. Her lips parted softly. Soichiro. Mom, you've got the wrong person. Saya reached to pull her away. Mom had used this drinking session to numb herself completely, getting absolutely wasted, so Saya needed to take her to wash up. And bringing her here in the first place had been intentional. Saya had more or less guessed what might be happening here, and she'd wanted to drag Mom over to ruin it. Her jealousy had gotten the better of her. Now, Mom's brain really was so dulled by alcohol that she couldn't see reality clearly. She was hallucinating. Mistaking someone else for Dad. Saya, what are you talking about? Your father is right there. Mom, Dad. Dad's gone. Please, wake up. Saya, what are you talking about? Isn't he right here? If you keep saying something this cruel, your mother is going to get angry. Mom's face hardened. She looked genuinely upset. Look closely. He doesn't look like him at all. Dad isn't some middle-aged guy. Middle-aged? Saya, are you saying he's an old live-in partner now? That's not what I mean. You're just mistaken. No, I'm not. When I met Soichiro, he looked exactly like this. So that was it. She wasn't seeing him as Dad now. She was seeing him as Dad when he was young. And honestly, his build did resemble what Dad had looked like back then. Maybe because she kept staring, she happened to meet his eyes. He glanced back and Saya couldn't help but shoot him a vicious glare. His look seemed to say he wouldn't mind if Saya called him Dad, too. That infuriating look. So he was getting back at her for dragging someone in to ruin his fun, was he? All right, Saya. You can go now. This is the adult's world. That made Saya's head spin. What kind of delusion was her mom even having right now? But she didn't feel embarrassed by those words. If anything, she was even angrier at how bad Mom's state had gotten. It was obvious how heavy the emotions Mom had been forcing down over Dad's death were, so heavy she could barely breathe under them. Saya, didn't you say you wanted a little brother or sister too? What, are you scared you'll lose attention once they're born? That's not it. Soichiro, what do you think? Another girl, or a boy? She didn't listen at all. If anything, she was getting worse. If it's a boy, he'll grow up strong and protect Saya as her big sister. But a girl wouldn't be bad either. She could stay closer to Saya, keep her company, so Saya won't be lonely. Saya's whole body trembled at that. Siko-senpai, please. Saya could only turn to her senior. Otherwise, she really couldn't handle Mom anymore. She regretted it now. She never should have brought her here. Of course, it wasn't because she felt embarrassed. This wasn't about saving face. She hadn't expected Mom to mistake someone for Dad and spiral into fantasies like this. You could say she'd pushed Mom into this. How old should we raise the second child to? That way, Saya won't have to take care of them too much. 5 should be about right, don't you think? With my ability, I can make the kid sensible and well-behaved at that age, so I can relax and go find you, Soichiro. And Saya will have someone with her. Hearing that, Saya suddenly froze, her hand stopping mid-motion. The next second, everything happened too fast to react. Soichiro, Mom, like a teenage girl, whined in a coquettish voice, yanked herself free of Saya's grip, and dove straight at him. Someone was knocked flat in an instant. And Mom, like a cat, kept rubbing against him, nuzzling, even playfully nibbling. The sight left Saya completely scrambled. Saya, hurry up and go out. Don't disturb us. At that, Saya, who should have rushed forward immediately to pull them apart, went quiet instead. Just as Siko-senpai raised her hand for a sharp chop dash, don't knock Mom out. Saya blurted it out, stopping her before she could bring it down. In that moment, an utterly absurd idea surfaced in Saya's mind, and she battled with it hard. It was a terrible idea, one that could hurt Mom, but it was also the most likely way to save her so Mom wouldn't immediately spiral into wanting to follow Dad into death. Watching Saya's expression shift, Siko looked back and forth between Saya and Mrs. Yuriko, who was drowning herself in alcohol, fleeing reality, lost in fantasy. Siko's eyes widened slightly. Because she'd guessed what was going through Saya's head, and the conclusion even shocked her. If Saya really intended to do it, then Siko's answer would be yes. Because he was going to come back and fix this world. Not some uncertain word like maybe. That man would definitely return. He would survive. So she wanted this world to become a harbor where he could truly rest. And to build that kind of harbor, Siko alone wasn't enough. If someone like Yuriko could help run things, it would be far easier. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yuriko would never build a harbor for a man out of pure selflessness. But if the other circumstance Saya was hesitating over could happen, then Yuriko would become his greatest support in this world. Naturally, if she had a choice, Siko didn't want to share. But reality sometimes demands it. If she let emotion control her in a world like this, surviving would only get harder. Besides, after the candlelit dinner that had started at dusk, she'd already told him he didn't need to feel responsible for anything. Everything was her choice. Which meant he also had the right to like other people, without worrying about how she felt. Then. At last, Saya forced her lips to move, painfully. She'd made up her mind, even if Mom would hate her for it. Could you please become the dad my mom is talking about right now? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.